So these are the alternate endings. We just got the Ronnie ending, which is the witch. She brings forth the moon or something. Let's go.
6. At least 6 that we know of at the moment. There are a few theories of even more endings, but so far they're not confirmed. And despite being more straightforward in explanation than its predecessors, Elden Ring still leaves a lot unsaid. And this means the endings may seem a bit vague. So in this video, I'm going to do my best to explain each of the 6 endings and what they mean lore-wise to the world of the Lands Between.
We want the lore stuff. We want to watch this, correct? I don't even know what the fuck's going on still. We want to hear the lore, or do we want to just watch the endings? We don't want the lore. Okay, we just want to see the endings, and then leave the lore as an ambiguous thing until later. Does that make sense? Oh, you want the lore. The lore is good? Okay. I'll play the video.
First, I want to note that all of the endings include the final boss fight. A 2-phase gauntlet first against Radagon, Vessel of the Elden Ring, and then against the Elden Beast, an eldritch space worm thing, which is a representative of the Greater Will, and that became the Elden Ring itself. There is plenty of lore to discuss with these two, but they don't differ between the endings, so they won't be as much a focus of this video. I'll suffice to say...
This is the endings. Sorry, okay. The Age of Fracture. Here is one ending.
Of Elden Ring.
Okay, this is one of the endings.
The basic vanilla ending is that of becoming the Elden Lord. There are 4 variants on this ending, with the most straightforward being...
Why the fuck did I pick the Ronnie ending? This is the actual ending to the game. Why'd you... It's literally just Simp City. It's just Simp City. That's what it was. That's the ending. That's the vanilla ending. This ending's trash? Okay.
Being that of the Age of Fracture. Most NPCs point you towards becoming the Elden Lord.
That's true.
It seems like that's the whole goal of the Return of the Tarnished. It's what the Two Fingers and everyone in the Round Table...
Watch the ending with no explanations. I think you're right. I don't want to know the lore. I don't. I want to go into this completely unaware. Elden Ring endings. I don't want to hear the lore. No, I don't. I think we'll save the lore for Vati Vidya. Yes, but we'll save the lore for Vati Vidya. Okay, here is all the endings, all 6 of them. So this is Ronnie. Now we know that. This one is Frenzied Flame. Okay. Game of the year. Game of the year. What is this view, bro? Cover your eyes, children! Wait, so why'd he get naked for the second one? But in the first one, he wore his gear. Shit. To show the scar. Oh, the skin. Okay. He becomes Sauron? Is that what that is? He's the Prince of Darkness. Jeez. But what would compel you to do that? Why would you want that? Why would you want that? What compels you to do that? Why? That's a psychopathic ending. Yeah, that's fucked up. A world reset. What is this? Dark Souls? Oh no. Oh, he's the dung. It's the dung eater ending. But there's no dung to eat here. It's a statue. I'm going to defile you. Gonna eat your dung. I guess you're not really the dung eater. You're just wearing his gear, and you've got like the fell rune or something. What a ew. His armor is so nasty looking. It's like rotten with teeth or something. Wait, so what if he remakes America and the other guy, and then he eats their ass? Is that what he's doing? The Fell Rune.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Ooh.
Of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between.
Ew.
Our seed will look back upon us and recall. The reviled curse that defined our age. The blessing of despair.
So it's just like the Nurgle ending. Like Papa Nurgle 1. Okay. What's this one? Basically Papa Nurgle. Okay. Yeah, Frenzy ending is like chaotic evil. Yeah, for sure. That is more of like despair. Whatever we just saw, that was rough. Didn't I see this guy? I saw this character on a bridge looking at the tree at one point. He was like praising the sun. Praising, is he like a simp for the tree? I skipped his quest line. Bro, he didn't even say any words. He didn't even speak. How do you do his quest if you didn't even speak?
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Oh, it's back to life. Look at that.
How a tarnished became Elden Lord.
So he saved the tree.
In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Our seed will look back upon us and recall the age of order.
Why do I feel? I mean, that's just like the Imperium ending. It's like it's good, but it's not. It's bad. That doesn't seem like a bad ending. I don't know. The Age of Order, is that bad? The Dung Eater wants the exact opposite of what this is. So that's the good ending. Is that a good ending? The Age of Order? I don't know. The Order is evil. It's like the Empire. It's like the Imperium. It's like, you know. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I get it. Fia's questline. Fia. Oh, the chick who she laid with the big fish man in the tree dungeon. You killed the dragons so they could lay with each other, and then birth a rune. Because that makes sense. Because we know what we're talking about. This chick was crazy. The Tanith chick who was gooning over Rykard was a freak, bro. She was eating him when he died. This chick, I mean, she slept with a giant dead fish man. And then died. Like, what the hell is this game? These women are freaks! They're crazy! Yeah, those two, I don't even know what's going on with those two. That's so strange. And God forbid the guys, bro.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Rykard is in a basement eating people as a snake.
Of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Our seed will look back upon us and recall the age of the Duskborn.
Okay, so here's the thing. It's the same copy-paste ending as is every NPC boss I've ever seen. So they take it's the same fucking scene with different text and a different filter. There's a copy-paste boss right there. But what's this one? The normal ending. Why is he dressed as a god skin? That's why Ronnie's is the best. I understand now. Okay, that's why. I get it. Okay. You know, it's more of like, I mean, it's the story. It's, you know, the ending is not a spectacle. There are so many cooler things to look at in this game than the ending of the game. Oh, God. Frenzied Flame was missing a scene. Oh, was it really? We'll go back and find it. So this is the standard ending. It feels pretty ambiguous, right? It's like each one of these people wants something different, but... Did you do the fire giant? Buddy, we beat the game. What? We beat the game. The fire giant's dead. What?
The fallen leaves tell a story of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Our seed will look back upon us and recall an age of fracture.
Okay. All right. Okay. Elden Ring Frenzied Flame ending. 4K. It's a 10-minute ending? Oh, God. What is he doing? Oh, it's the door. Oops, wrong one. That's Cassiopeia, by the way. Wrong one. This one. See, I was at this door at one point. Gooner buys idiots. Idiots, we have images from the League scene. Oh my, I'm gooning to Shrek's family. I'm gooning to Shrek. Guys, we have the images still on OBS, you idiots. It's the same thing. We have the Cassiopeia image. We have Shrek. All these fucking things are lying around on OBS. Chill out. So I remember finding this door. This door was at the bottom of a tower, and I couldn't enter the door. I don't know why. I guess I just wasn't progressed in the storyline or the quest. You can only enter naked. Oh, what the fuck? Well, thank God we never did. You had to be nude to get in there. What the hell is this? Oh, are those fingers? Oh, they're evil fingers. But why is there 3 fingers? The fuck? So the 3rd finger is evil. You can tell it's evil because there's 3. It goes against the natural order of things. We're gonna do Vati video. Yeah. We're gonna do Vati at the end of the DLC.
You are no longer fit.
Oh wait, what?
You have inherited the frenzied flame. A pity. You are no longer fit. Our journey together ends here.
Yeah, he becomes maidenless
and
again.
remember, should you rise as the Lord of Chaos, I will kill you. As sure as night follows day.
Shit.
Such is my duty. For allowing you the strength of runes. Goodbye, my companion.
Dude, she really don't like you.
Goodbye, Torrent.
She really doesn't like you. What? Why is this being shown? Does it matter? We've already... Oh! Oh, you do it instead of her. You do... Oh. Because we've seen this already. We've already seen this. It's related? Okay, let's watch. Oh, you can reverse it at the dragon. Oh. I will do it myself. I don't think this is a... This ain't good, bro. You don't want to do this. Shit. Okay. What the fuck? Wait. That is completely different. Wait, you fall into the kiln? What the fuck? I did this for 100% of the achievements? Yeah, if you want them, sure. I could see that. The 3 fingers wants to merge with the 2 fingers and make everything into one entity. What? So the 3 fingers are bad. The 2 fingers are good. The 3 fingers were banished to the bottom of a tower, and that's bullshit. Oh, okay. No, this is the bad ending. I know this is the bad ending. I will watch the lore once we're done with the DLC. We've seen this. You're missing nothing. It literally just like, oh my god, a pillar rose up. There's nothing there. Oh, now he's here? What? So we're watching this again? Well, we've seen this as well, right? My fucking eyes, bro. We could skip it a little bit. We did just see this stuff. Yeah, he's gonna burn the world. Okay. I'm angry. I'm burning everything. For God knows what reason. Jeez. So this was the other part that we missed, correct? Shit, there's actually another... Oh, is that the maiden? There's a whole fucking cutscene to this. What the fuck? Oh, is that Torrent? That's Torrent's ring. That's so fucked.
Lord of frenzied flame.
She said she'd kill me, right? Well, I'm not even playing. I say me, as in I'm in the game.
You as far as you may travel.
She's gonna kill me out of the cutscene on a YouTube video. Ooh, both her eyes are open.
To deliver you what is yours.
So that's it.
Destined death.
I'm just gonna say it. Dark Souls had a better ending. Dark Souls had a better ending. I gotta say it, man. Dark Souls had a better ending. Dark Souls had a better ending. Like, completely better ending. I mean, this is pretty ambiguous unless you know the lore. But, like, as a first-time playthrough, without knowing anything in terms of what the fuck is happening, Dark Souls had a better ending. Okay, so what did I just see? What matters? The best endings are Ronnie's, the Golden Mask, and this one. Those three I like. The others don't matter. The death ending and the poop ending, those two are just like so side questy. I don't think they matter. I don't know what it is restoring the Golden Order. I don't know what that means exactly, but like that one seems pretty impactful. Almost as much as like this one or the other one. Watch the DLC story trailer before starting the DLC. It's very important that you watch the lore before the DLC. I can't stress that enough because the DLC has a twist. Press 1 if that's true. That's not poop. So I should watch the lore. Man, so we gotta watch Vati Vidya's lore video. We gotta sit here for 3 hours. Elden Ring lore, Vati. It's only 30 minutes long. Okay, so we press 1 if we should watch the lore video of Elden Ring, 30 minutes long. It's part 1. No, it just says Elden Ring's lore explained. That's it. That's all it says. It just says Elden Ring lore explained. That's the gist of the game, correct? 1 sec. Watch part 2 here. Okay. How long is part 2?
The demigod.
Oh, it's an hour long. It's an hour long. Okay. So you know what, folks? To fully get ready, it's very simplified, and that's exactly what I want. I don't care about fucking, Radagon's nut color. I don't care what his pubes look like. I don't care. At least, well, I do care, but for the sake of streaming, there's no real way to do that. You know, if you want to sit here and watch, like, 50 hours of lore, I think that's awesome, and I think I actually would want to do that, but for the sake of, again, streaming and the DLC and all that stuff, it's not worth it. So I'm going to leave out the main stuff. Sorry, not the main stuff. I'm going to leave out the details. We're going to leave out the details, and we're going to watch an hour of lore. If you don't want to watch it, by God, I don't blame you. You've probably already seen it. We just beat Elden Ring. I need to understand what it is I just played to prepare for the DLC. All right, so here's the game plan, folks. I will agree to start the DLC. Should it be tonight? Should it be tonight? 9-hour lore video? I can't, man. For the sake of streaming, I can't do it. I actually would sit down and watch every bit of lore for this game. I think it's a great game. I think it's intriguing. There's a lot of weird shit going on that you want to know more about. But there's just so much of it. There's so much of it. I think an hour just to understand what we just played is perfect. And then, in my free time, if I do have any, while I'm eating, I may put on something on TV or whatever, but probably not. Okay, so, folks, we're going to watch an hour's worth of lore. And then start the DLC maybe tonight. We'll see. Tomorrow, chill, it was a rough one. I think you're right, man. I think so. Love from Algeria. Love from Thailand. Pre-DLC rating. I can't. I don't want to give it a rating. I can't. I want to wait till the DLC's done for me to rate this game. I really don't want to. I really, really don't want to. I don't think it's fair. I think you need to get the entire Elden Ring experience with the DLC to be able to rate this game properly. Okay. You can rate before and after lore. I don't think it's fair to rate it before the lore. I think I would rather rate a game once I know what the fuck it is I just did. Right? Like, you will appreciate, hopefully, content more once you understand it. You could sit there for 60 hours, 90 hours, 100 hours, and you could say, oh my god, big boss battle, roll around and hit with club. That was fun. Or you can say all of that and then also watch the lore and understand what you're doing and, oh, that guy did this. Oh, that's what the fingers do. So that's what I'm going to say. Lore video. Hour long. Let's go.
Our story doesn't begin in the lands between. It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Greater Will. There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring.
There is.
You can think of these kind of like the Great Ones of Bloodborne. They're distant beings. They're all...
Think of... Buddy. Why? Why?
all-powerful, and they're quite unknowable by design. But many of these outer gods want to make their presence felt in the world.
Okay.
The Greater Will, maybe most of all. To this end, it sent a golden star hurtling towards the lands between. The Elden Star's incantation tells us that this golden star was bearing a beast, an Elden beast.
Right.
The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal beast of the Greater Will. If you didn't know, a vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of their overlord. Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the Greater Will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order.
Makes sense, makes
As such,
complete sense.
This beast would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring itself is made up of runes of power, some great, some small, that together represent a sort of logic for the world to follow.
The
Thus,
natural
the
order.
Elden Ring represents order. The true nature of this order is a subject of constant debate and research undergone by fundamentalists. But two of the key fundamentals are the laws of causality and regression. You can think of the law of causality as cause and effect, where actions have consequences, and those consequences are new causes that branch out into infinity. These are the relationships between things. Then there's the law of regression that states that all things eternally yearn to converge and return to their roots. Fittingly, then, the Elden Ring is housed within the Erd Tree, which towers over the lands between. But it's very important to stress that life in the lands between did not begin with the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, or the Elden Beast. No, the lands between were occupied well before the Greater Will came. There were other beings here. There were other factions here. There were other gods here. And there was even another great tree here.
Halig tree.
The Erd Tree. And this is where a huge twist regarding the Erd Tree comes in.
It's alien.
So, there are incantations in the game called aspects of the Crucible. According to their descriptions, these are manifestations of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. And I quote, "They are an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together." But how could all life be blended together in the Erd Tree if the Erd Tree appeared after life existed?
It's a fucking alien. The outer gods planted this thing here with the Elden Beast, whatever, right? It's literally it's like an alien. Because this world was already existing, and the Halig tree was here before it, right? So then who the fuck is Melania and Mikola and all those people? They have nothing to do with this shit.
Well, there can only be one answer, right? That the Erd Tree is a parasite.
Yeah.
And it took over a tree that existed here before. This ancient tree was called the Great Tree. So the Great Tree was almost certainly the location of this primordial crucible, and it must have been a very powerful primordial force for the Greater Will to have commandeered. It might even be the reason the Lands Between is important to the Greater Will in the first place. It also explains why spells and enemies related to the Great Tree's crucible would eventually be looked down upon. For example, the Knot Talisman is fashioned from a knotted vestige of the crucible, and it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Enemies related to the crucible are the Omen, the Misbegotten, and the Crucible Knights, and all three of them would be shunned, enslaved, or imprisoned. Those who speak for the Erd Tree don't want you to know its roots, so to speak. According to the spell, Protection of the Erd Tree, in the beginning everything was in opposition to the Erd Tree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order.
In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
But the Greater Will needed more than a big tree. It needed loyal agents in the Lands Between. To this end, it has the Two Fingers, who are its envoys. The Two Fingers heirloom has a weird picture of them, but it reads, "Of course, fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent. Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith." These words are interpreted by the Finger Readers. These are the undying old crones that you would have found throughout the Lands Between. They pass down the wisdom of the Two Fingers, or at least they used to.
Your fingers, please, your fingers. I can read them.
Most of them appear to have lost their purpose, and they're desperate to read your fingers and tell you annoying riddles, since their two fingers are likely dead. And yes, of course, there are multiple sets of Two Fingers. You would have found their corpses on the tops of the divine towers. Atop these towers, you loot the fingers in order to activate the true power of a great rune. Specifically though, you are giving benediction back to your great rune. You're taking a blessing back from the two dead fingers, essentially. This is just one of many blessings that the Two Fingers can bestow, and my point is kind of that the Two Fingers clearly have more than just influence. They have real power on some level. The Greater Will needs these powerful envoys and agents because, while it's obviously incredibly powerful, it does seem limited by a few things. First is space. The Greater Will didn't come to the lands between itself, it sent an Elden beast to do its bidding instead. Second is time. There is a moment later in the game where your pair of two fingers go still because they're forced to commune with the Greater Will for guidance.
When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage to wait?
So the Greater Will needs a physical manifestation of order. It needs envoys to convey its will, but what it also needs is a god. Introducing Marika the Eternal. I have this utterly enormous mind map of Elden Ring's lore, and there's a reason she's at the center. She's at the center. She's essentially the equivalent of Gwyn from Dark Souls, except unlike Gwyn, Marika didn't just crawl out of the dark and find power. To an extent, it seems like she earned it. We don't know much about her origins, except that she is of the Newman race, which is actually an origin that you can choose in
So
the
she was a
character
real
selection
person
screen.
at one point.
Newman come from outside the lands between, and are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. At some point, Marika was chosen as an Empyrean. What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow to do her bidding.
Like,
So
yeah,
what
like
is
these
a
guys.
shadow?
Yeah.
Well, it's a wolf, shadowbound to its Empyrean by the two fingers. Luna Princess Rani is another example of an Empyrean with a shadowbound beast. You would have met Blythe. These creatures are the Empyrean's very own shadow. They are completely loyal to their needs, and by definition, incapable of treachery. Marika's
Who was Malekith's? Who was his shadow? Fia? Who was Malekith? It was Marika. Fia, what the fuck? Marika, really? Okay.
shadow was a beast called Malekith.
It literally just said that on screen. It just said that. I'm so fucking dumb.
Every Empyrean uses their shadow in different ways, but Marika's sole need of her shadow was as a vessel to lock away destined death. So what is destined death? Well, according to Enya, it's the rune of death.
The rune of death goes by two names. The other is destined death.
We mentioned earlier that the Elden Ring is made up of runes, and at some point, maybe when she was chosen as a god, Marika plucked the rune of death from the Elden Ring. She gave the rune of death to Malekith, her totally loyal shadow, who bore a black blade imbued with this rune. It's kind of genius, really.
You know who voice acts this guy? Fuck, what's his name? I think I remember something about this. No. Jonathan Keeble. Jonathan Keeble voice acts Malekith, who also voice acts Gotrek and Felix and Warhammer audiobooks. I remember that's what it was. There's a few, like, even, it's so strange, because, like, the guy who voice acts Margit and Mogrit, or whatever the fuck their names are, I think also is in, he was in Call of Cthulhu. You know the lead guy in Call of Cthulhu, the game we played recently that was so janky? I believe that was Margit as well, and Mogrit or some shit like that. I think I saw like some weird voice acting video recently. Because like, you would never know who plays these guys. There's like filters and all these crazy things going on. Anyways, side tangent, sorry.
bore a black blade imbued with this rune. It's kind of genius, really. In a single act, she removed the concept of death from the lands between, while also commanding total control of death through her shadow, who could deliver it at her whim. Now, some of you might be asking, if death is removed from the lands between, how come I can kill this dog? First off, shame on you. Second, from a lore point of view, that dog isn't really dead. It's simply in the process of its spirit, or its soul, returning to the Erd Tree. Catacomb dungeons, for example, are specifically constructed near the roots of the Great Tree for this reason, so that the Erd Tree can reabsorb their ashes back into it. This process replaced the concept of a death that you were destined to have. But this random spirit outside of a catacomb dungeon says it best. As another example of this theory, when you kill a major boss, you receive a remembrance of them. These are spirits, and they are hewn into the Erd Tree. In this way, thanks to the Erd Tree's grace, their spirits are immortalized, in a sense. This new form of death also explains what's happening when you summon spirits.
From ash and return to the Erd Tree.
However, some spirits never return to the Erd Tree, and they rise within death as corpses or skeletons instead. So this was the new order, and it's important to stress that it was in this moment, when the rune of death was removed, when destined death was taken, this is when order became the Golden Order.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Specifically, this was Marika's Golden Order. So not only did she become a god and a vessel for the Elden Ring, she became renowned as Marika the Eternal for her removal of destined death. It was a huge part of her character and her reign as well. However, Marika had more than just death to conquer. She had wars to fight, as the world was occupied by...
Why would you want your soul back into the Erd Tree? If this is some ancient alien parasite from a different fucking dimension, governed by a giant space dragon that's not even like anything but kind of a messenger. Well, you can be reborn, but like, to what end? What does that even mean exactly? You're reborn by this power from a different dimension, but like, is it just like a neutral power? To me, it sounds like these outer gods. There's an agenda going on. They want something. If it's a neutral power, well, every outer god would have their own agenda as to why things are here, or as to why they're even here to begin with, right? No one says no to eternity. But what does that mean? What does being hewn into the Erd Tree mean? Are you a slave to like the cosmic beings? Like, it's a cycle you don't choose. Erd Tree needs you to return. You return, that's about it. Okay, so there's not much to it. It's more of this... Okay, we'll keep watching. Just questions.
Many forces that could threaten her Golden Order. There was war with the Stormlord, who likely ruled over Stormvale, and there was a war with the Giants, who were masters of a flame that could burn the Erd Tree. There was war with the ancient dragons, who incidentally had stones that could twist time and thus slay a god. And finally, there was war brewing with the Carrion royalty, who had previously obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order. Thus, sort of similar to how the Greater Will needed an Empyrean to enforce its will, Marika herself needed someone to wage war. So, there was to be a husband, a consort, an Elden Lord. The man chosen was Horalu, a ferocious warrior who became known as the Lord of the Battlefield.
He's cool.
His crown was warranted with strength, and while it was for this strength that Marika married him, He was also required to take a vow to conduct himself as a lord. To suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within, Hoarulu took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back. You'll notice this is another example of a beast being given for the purpose of serving order. Thus, in this moment, he went from being Hoarulu, warrior, to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, consort to Queen Marika, and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together. There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw being killed in the opening trailer, and there were also the revival.
Those are those shadow assassins who shank you in the back. Godwyn the Golden, who was killed in the opening trailer.
Being killed in the opening trailer, and there were also the reviled Omen twins, Morgoth, who guards the Erd Tree, and Mohg, who became Lord of Blood. You might think that Godric was another demigod child, but he actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn. Anyway, we'll talk about the demigods more in detail in another video, so subscribe for that. But for now, just know that Godfrey and his offspring were the first demigods, henceforth known as the Golden Lineage.
Okay.
In his wars, Godfrey led his 16 Crucible Knights into battle, who were named so for they fought with the primordial powers of the Erd Tree. Their incantations were aspects of the Crucible itself, and they likely fought giants, dragons, the Stormlord, and more to usher in their age, the age of the Erd Tree.
In Marika's own words, "Hark, brave warriors. Hark, my Lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount.
So they won't
Let
burn
a
the
new
tree.
epoch begin.
It can keep the tree
An
alive.
epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erd Tree."
The Erd Tree would go on to be largely seen as a blessing for all of those in the lands between, especially those close to it in Leyndell, the capital city of the Erd Tree. The tree bestowed blessings. For example, the dew that dropped from its branches were like jewels. It loomed overhead as a constant reminder of order, and its roots reached far and wide, relieving many of the burden of death. In fact, Erd Tree burial was one of the highest honors a hero could receive. One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. The giants were put to the sword, and their fell god was killed by Marika herself. The ancient dragons broke down the walls of Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation. However, I think the House of the Erd Tree encountered the most trouble against the land to their southwest, Leonia. Here, the House of the Moon repelled their offensives time and time again. And I mean that literally, because there was not just one, but 2 wars fought here. And in both of these, there was no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon. And I suspect it was probably because of these lobsters. These damn things can snipe you from like a mile away, and it's bullshit. Actually, it was probably because of the Carrier Knights, who, according to their weapons, were able to wield sorcerous skills, and despite numbering
like
fewer
3
than
times.
20, this power made them a match for even the champions of gold in battle. These enchanted knights were anointed by the Lunar Queen, a young astrologer who went on to establish the House of Carrier as royalty in this land. With her bewitching lunar magic, she won over the Academy of Raya Lucaria, where glintstone sorcery was studied, and united the Carrion royal family and the learned scholars of Raya Lucaria defended their home from the golden aggressors. At the head of this great golden army was Radagon.
Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host when he met Lady Renala in battle.
These 2 champions clashed, fell in love, and joined their houses.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The Order of the Erd Tree and the fate of the Moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven.
You might think it strange that the Greater Will would permit this
Yeah,
union.
that's what I was
It's
just
not
thinking
too
that.
odd, all things considered. As with most From Software games, sorcery and faith are just two sides of the same coin, and both of these powers stem from the cosmos. Radagon and Renala were known to have 3 children together. Lunar Princess Rani, who inherited her mother's propensity for lunar magic, Radahn, who took after his father Radagon and would go on to master gravitational magic, and Rykard, who pioneered new hex sorceries and would go on to feed himself to a great serpent.
This guy was fucking weird. I'm getting the lore now. I'm getting it.
It follows that at some point after this, Marika began to harbor doubts. Doubts about the Golden Order, that she had had a hand in creating.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
And it's at this point that we should talk about Marika's motivations, her character. This is surely going to be one of those huge points of debate in the coming years, but for now, my working theory is that she wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the greater will, and she believed that bonds had to be broken so that they could be better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in hardship.
Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
For Lord Godfrey, his struggle ended at the end of his campaigns. According to his armor, he led the war against the giants, faced the Storm Lord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded.
I feel like that guy was used. That guy kind of reminds me of the dude from Dark Souls 2. To what end was all of that bloodshed? To save the Erd Tree? Which the Erd Tree, yeah, I was going to say, that guy totally reminds me of Dark Souls 2. Like, actually Dark Souls 2. All of that for what? For this giant sacred tree? This icon of order and hope? King Vendrick, yeah, I was going to say. Interesting. This lord's good. Actually, it is good.
In truth, he was robbed of his grace. Then Marika sent him away.
My lord,
Jeez.
and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die.
This
Damn.
became known as the Long March of the Tarnished, as Godfrey and his tarnished descendants walked away from the lands between. But Queen Marika absolutely had a plan here, that Lord Godfrey and his descendants would one day return stronger, having struggled outside of grace.
Then,
Take on the Erd Tree?
after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
Soon after, she found a new husband. Either that or a new husband was found for her.
When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erd Tree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3 children with Renala became demigod stepchildren, granted grace thanks to their new family tree. Renala was broken by this.
Yeah, damn.
And so was her country, Leonia. The Queen's set reads, when Renala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realized that Rennala was no champion after all. In the wake of Radagon's betrayal and Rennala's poor judgment, Leonia struggled with civil war, with the Academy of Raya Lucaria on one side and the Carian royals on the other. And it's here, during the age of the Erd Tree, that Lunar Princess Rani, daughter of Rennala and Radagon, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death in a black blade. Then a fragment, only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting destined death. He bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might rob death ever again. It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Now, there is a lot of really credible evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune of Death stolen. There's also a ton of evidence that...
Who was Godric again? Who was Godric again? Godric, by the way. Godwyn was the, it's Godwyn's son. It's one of the sons that he had with, Marika, correct? That's the intro cinematic. You know, I always forget about that guy. Yeah. No, sorry. I keep trying to think of him, but, like, he's nowhere to be seen in this fucking game. Yeah, Godwyn is Godric's son. Son of Godfrey and Marika. Yeah, I know that. Yes, I know. You just don't see him. Oh, he's the Fishman. It's the Fishman. Oh, no wonder you do see him. He's the Fishman. How the fuck did he get so fucked up?
That Lunar Princess
Let me hear
Rani,
this again.
daughter of Rennala and Radagon, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death in a black blade. Then a fragment, only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting destined death. He bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might rob death ever again. It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Now, there is a lot of really credible evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune of Death stolen. There's also a ton of evidence that Marika is behind the entirety of your tarnished quest, but we'll talk about that in another video. For now, all you really need to know, in terms of the timeline at least, is this. After the marriage of Marika and Radagon, and after a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, Marika went on to shatter the Elden Ring, and Radagon attempted to repair it, to no avail. The Elden Ring had been broken into runes, some great and some small.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erd Tree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Of course, the huge twist in Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika, or depending on what
What?
You believe he became her, for she knew it was going to happen.
In Marika's own words, O Radigan, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
You can tell when From Software is keeping something a little bit open-ended, and of everything in Elden Ring's lore, this will also go on to be one of the biggest unknowns as we move forward. For example, the wording, thou art yet to become me, reinforces that Marika and Radagon were two separate entities before the
That's what I
shattering.
was thinking. Yeah, like
However,
what?
in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
but how can this be if Radagon married Renala and had those demigod children? The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Renala long ago. I'll present more concrete theories in the future, but on this matter, the most important thing is, what do you think? While you can figure out a ton of Elden Ring's story, not all of it is open to interpretation. Certain things are, and this is one of them. And your interpretation is a big part of what makes this story special. At any rate, the union of Radagon and Marika seems to be a union of two fundamental opposing laws of the Golden Order. We mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of causality, and Marika is an agent of cause and effect. And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these two beings that represent these concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree for the crime of the Shattering.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
The conjoined Radagon and Marika even had two demigod children of their own, Mikola and Millennia. These two children were born afflicted. Mikola was cursed with the conjoined Radagon, two fundamental opposing laws of the Golden Order. We mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of cause and effect, and there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these two beings that represent these concepts...
So how the fuck, how does that even work? How does one person, how are you two people? How are you, so after the Shattering, after the Elden Ring was broken, it became one person, but they were two separate people? Two people converged into one? Two people, one body. Only after the Shattering. So, I mean, but how, that's... This part's a bit weird. See, I understood the idea of warring factions and this big tree that's kind of governing the entire land and it wants to control things, the order, right? To what end, we don't know. But this shit, this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. The DLC will explain it? Okay.
Concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erd Tree for the crime of the Shattering.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
The conjoined Radagon and Marika even had two demigod children of their own, Mikola and Millennia. These two children were born afflicted. Mikola was cursed with eternal childhood, and Millennia harbored a horrific rot within. Even so, these two children were both chosen as Empyreans. They were immensely sacred beings, and eligible to inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just desperate to find a worthy successor, and indeed in the Shattering War to come, many would try to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, and they would try to take the throne, including, of course, the Tarnished, who returned from their long march at long last, which we'll talk about in the next main lore video.
So tarnished. Those are not. That's not. Godfrey. I say Godfrey. Who's the guy with the big fucking lion? Who's the guy with the big lion again? What's his name? That's Godfrey. Okay. So the question I have right now is exactly why am I even here then? Am I back? Yeah, Tarnished are Godfrey's people. They're like the humans, the dudes, a tribe of people who were sent away and then at long last returned to fulfill what? To fulfill what? These are just dudes. They're just people. Yeah, but like, for what reason were we called back? To actually finish what she tried to figure out? To destroy the tree? To wage war against the Elden Ring? The tree? Not the Elden Ring. Yeah, to wage war against the fingers and the gods. No? To fix it. Oh, so we're... Oh! Yeah, to wage war against the Golden Order. Oh, okay. You know, that makes complete sense. The only thing I'm actually kind of not understanding is Marika and Godwyn. Or, sorry, Radagon. Marika and Radagon are just like, what? They were two separate people at one point who then became one person. I'll stress about it later. They said after the DLC. Yeah. We'll figure it out after the DLC. Interesting. Well, we're not done the video. Almost.
I should probably also mention here that if you become a patron, you'll see upcoming lore videos early, as that's one of the rewards you get if you pledge to the $3 tier. And if you think my channel really adds a lot of value to the Souls games for you to the point where you pledge $20, then in this new tier, you'll receive a new mug every 3 months that has a unique design on it, to do with the
Pretty
games
cool.
by From Software.
That's cool.
There are 4 to collect. The first one you'll get is inspired by Dark Souls, then Elden Ring, then Sekiro, and finally Bloodborne. And they all have
That's cool.
fantastic art that I worked on with an amazing artist named Chu. But anyway, I figured this is the right place to end this video because the information here, story and vision.
So the gist of the story is old ancient land full of people, monsters, creatures. This parasite, this tree arrives and has its own will. It has its own, it's sent from an outer god, a vassal, like a giant space dragon thing is sent with it. Its will is to be pushed upon the lands. People latch onto it, and the rune, not the tree. Well, the tree is the symbol. The tree is the symbol that everyone can look at and be like, oh my god, bless the Erd tree. That's probably why that Gunnar guy, the guy who was like, the Golden Mask, right? The Golden Mask guy was just, he was infatuated with it, right? Like, the whole end of that guy is just kind of doing what was already going on, right? And through all of these, like, watch the release trailer. He considered himself a better ruler than the Golden Order? Really? I thought he was just someone who was simping for them. So if you took his ending, you basically just said, okay, we like what's going on here, let's continue this. The greater will was winning until recently. Yeah, there was gods here in this land already, but the outer will, whatever was in control of the Elden Ring with the tree and all that shit. I mean, clearly that was the big head honcho, right? Mikola's lore video. All I'm all I'm doing right now is just getting the gist of what the hell we just played, and I think I do understand it. I'm still kind of lost again with like the whole Radagon and Marika thing. So Marika, let me get this straight. Marika was... Why was she so important again? She was chosen by... What was it? The Elden Ring? Give me a TLDR of the Elden Ring. What does the Elden Ring represent? The Greater Will. She was the Greater Will, chosen by the Greater Will. Yes, which is the outer, the gods, whatever, beyond space, right? The Elden Ring is the progression of the world. It's like the natural laws of the world, right? The order, the DNA of the world. Okay, great. And by her shattering it, she caused the natural order of things to get fucked up. But she wanted to know more, right? So even though she was chosen by the outer will, the aliens, she's like, what the hell's going on here? What is any of this stuff? And she wanted to know more. And through that, she fucked up, and they imprisoned her in the Erd Tree with the shattered Elden Ring, which Radagon tried to repair, even though it's Marika. I mean, I do get it. I get what's going on here. And then you play as a Tarnished. You were sent away with Godwyn. Those were Godwyn's people. And your job was to eventually return and to finish what she tried to start, which is destroying or trying to figure out things. Is that what that is? Godwyn. Godfrey. Godwyn. Godfrey. Right, Godfrey. Yes. Godwyn is his son. Yeah. Is that does that sum it up? I'm here continuing where she left off, kind of. That's kind of the gist of it? You'll understand Marika's lore after the DLC. I guess so, because she's kind of just, yeah. That's the gist of it. If that's the gist of it, then I get it. I think it's a cool story. I still think the idea of, like, you know, some ancient outer alien landing here, and then it's like, oh, everyone worship the tree, let's kill everything in the land, you know, subdue all the creatures, subdue the world, kill the giants so they can't burn the tree because they had the giant kiln, all this other stuff. You know, the gist of it, the basics of the lore are good. The basics are good. There is a lot of weird niche detail that's just like, what? What? Godfrey was amassing soldiers. So Godfrey was my general. Was he not, in a way? Was that not my general? My man? My captain? He was, yeah. Oh. In a life long ago. Yeah. I get it. Okay. Elden Ring's actually pretty cool. I still like the idea of Dark Souls where it's like a never-ending, undying world and people trying to, like, hold on to that power. I mean, here there are power struggles, but it's more of, like, beings beyond our comprehension that kind of bestow these things onto people, and it's just like, what is going on? You know, you leave it up to the everyman, the everyday citizen to fucking do things around here once they're sick of this shit, and they're like, what's going on? I want to figure this out. And then she fucks up. Elden Ring's Demigods Explained. That's the next video. Okay, so you know what? The gist of the lore, I completely understand. The gist of the lore, I understand. I think it's good. I think that adds to the game completely. A family tree picture? You can post it in Discord. It's okay, though, for now. The Tarnished is a demigod. I mean, you're one of many, though. No? Mikola's lore video. I don't think so. I think we're going to watch one on the Demigods Explained. And then I think after that, we should be okay.
The demigods are each...
I think this is the correct play. This is the correct play right now. This right here. Yeah.
The demigods
Let's do this one.
Are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. There was Godwyn, Morgoth, Mohg, Radahn, Rykard, Ranni, Mikola, and Melania, Blade of Mikola. Melania, Blade of Mikola. Melania, Blade of Mikola. And Melania. Not again. All of these demigods had fallen from grace by the time the shattering occurred. But in this video, I want to mostly talk about the origins of these characters, who these demigods were before the fall. And some of these demigods fell a long way indeed. Before he became this unsightly mess, Godwyn the Golden was quite the heroic figure. He was born of the promising union between Lord Godfrey and Queen Marika, and he achieved great renown for his bravery in one of their wars at least, the War of the Ancient Dragons. This war began when Gransax, a great ancient dragon, rained calamity down upon Leyndell, marking the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. It's not clear why Gransax first attacked, but fortifying themselves against lightning, the Knights of the Erdtree weathered his assault and Gransax was defeated. However, this was only the beginning, and a bitter war against the ancient dragons was to follow. During this war, the Erdtree Sentinels had an epiphany that the only way to truly protect the Erdtree was to become dragons themselves. And so, despoiling the corpses of their foes, the grotesque sentinels served the Erdtree, but fought with the claws of the enemy instead. In the end, the ancient dragons were routed once again. In a graveyard
just like in Dark Souls,
by the Stormcaller Church,
the same thing.
The end of the war is commemorated. Here, we learn that during battle, Godwyn the Golden defeated Fortisax, called the mightiest dragon of them all. However, he did not kill Fortisax. Instead, he befriended him. And it was in this act that the powers of the ancient dragons truly became a part of Leyndell. After all, only those loved by dragons can survive the ordeal of cladding their bodies in lightning. So, from an unlikely friendship, an ancient dragon cult was born in the capital city, and the Knights of Leyndell learned to worship the dragons and wield their lightning. Lanciax, sister of Fortisax, even took human form to better commune with the knights. It was officially decided that the worship of the ancient dragons did not conflict with belief in the Erdtree, and it was all thanks to Godwyn, commander of the dragon's golden lightning, and a true child of the golden lineage. But now, let's talk about Morgott.
These guys are
Morg,
weird. These guys
the
are
Omen
weird.
twins, who were also born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. First, what is an omen? Well, to put it simply, an omen is an accursed child, seen as impure, as they are born with horns on the body and face. When this happens, the correct thing to do, culturally at least, is to cut off the horns of the omen, an act which usually causes them to perish. It's pretty messed up, but some omen do survive this process, and some omen are even given a cleaver, crafted specifically for them and awarded as a tool of war, although these weapons are bestowed with a readiness to take them away. We find one such omen in an Erdtree camp upon the Altus Plateau. Before you fight it, you might have noticed another omen nearby, writhing in its sleep. It's said that omens see evil spirits in their nightmares, and I think this omen is dreaming, haunted by the vengeful spirits of its accursed kin. This brings us to the Omen Killers, who are horrifying butchers of twisted conscience. They wear these horned masks that make a mockery of the Omen's nightmares, and these butchers hunt the Omen and amputate their horns. The first Omen Killer was named Rollo, a famous perfumer who had to imbibe a physic to rid himself of emotion so that he could better perform his tasks. Remember, it seems many omen have their horns excised when they're very young. That's definitely disturbing enough to warrant an emotion-killing physic in my book. However, if the omen is born of royalty, then their horns are not cut off, but the omen is kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, and imprisoned for eternity. By way of example, you would have seen all kinds of omen confined to the sewers beneath Leyndell. But why are omen considered to be accursed in the first place? Some of them are clearly intelligent, so what's inherently wrong with being born with horns and great strength? Well, it's important to remember, I think, that this curse might only really exist in the context of the Golden Order. After all, those afflicted with omen horns are not able to return to the Erd Tree for rebirth, and are said to be born outside of its grace. But why does the Golden Order disavow the omen, then? Well, it's hard to say for sure, but my working theory is that it's to do with the Crucible. According to this ancient incantation, horns were once an aspect of the Erd Tree's primordial crucible, where all life was once blended together. And with the exception of a couple of Crucible nights in and around Leyndell, we know that the Golden Order...
Yo, God King. God King with 2 gifted subs. Thank you, sir. I guess he likes lore videos. I guess he's a big fan of lore. Hey, thank you so much. After this, I will go back and add everything up. Thank you.
has started to distance itself from most things that touch upon the Crucible. While things like horns, knots, feathers, and scales once grew on the human body and were considered signifiers of the divine, now they are disdained as impurities as civilization has advanced. We learn this from the knot, scale, and feather talismans, all of which are guarded by omen, or dropped by omen killers, no less. Unfortunately for the Order of the Erd Tree, these once divine impurities seem to crop up in some births, whether they like it or not. Almost like it's a genetic trait, as if it touches upon the Crucible at the root of the Erd Tree. And so you have to ask, is it really a curse to be born as a graceless omen? Well, as with most curses in these games, I think that depends on your perspective. In any case, Mohg and Morgoth were omen royalty, and thus they were born into a wretched mire far below the earth, horns and all. Here they were kept under the strictest confinement. Each of them were bound with charmed shackles that were covered in roots or thorns and bathed in golden magic. It seems very few people were supposed to know that they even existed. Morgoth, for his part, renounced and despised his accursed omen blood, but his brother Mohg embraced it.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Deep underground, Mohg stood before an outer god, a being called the...
I was going to say, because when you see Morgoth up at the Erd Tree, I was like, how the hell is this guy here? He looks evil. It looks like he wants to take over the Order. And it's like, no, not really. He, like you said, he denounces it. He's like, I am not born a freak. I still worship the Order. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Yeah. Okay.
Know that they even existed. Morgoth, for his part, renounced and despised his accursed omen blood, but his brother Mohg embraced it. Deep underground, Mohg stood before an outer god, a being called the Formless Mother, who craves wounds, a being capable of bestowing power upon accursed blood. In this moment, Mohg's accursed blood erupted with fire, and he became besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Here, deep below the earth, he would go on to build a dynasty of blood in reverence of a mother, something it seems he never truly had. As for Morgoth, he was born into the same accursed fate as his twin brother, but despite not being blessed with grace, he loved the Erd Tree all the same, and even took it upon himself to crawl out of the sewers and become the Erd Tree's protector when the Erd Tree needed him most. In the end, he rightfully became the Omen King and Lord of Leyndell. Omen or not, he was, after all, born of Godfrey and Marika's golden lineage. Of course, the marriage between Godfrey and Marika would be ended, and before long, Marika remarried with another man, a champion named Radagon, who Marika calls her other half. He became second Elden Lord and the king consort, but he also brought with him 3 children from a previous marriage that he had had with a Carian queen named Rennala. These children were Rani, Rykard, and Radahn, and they all became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's reunion with Queen Marika.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Possessed of his father's flaming red hair, Radahn was fond of its heroic implications and considered himself to be born of a great champion. Yet he also looked up to another man, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, Queen Marika's first husband and the Lord of the Battlefield. But Radahn wasn't just the son of Radagon and an aspiring Lord of the Battlefield, he was also the son of Rennala, who was head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria and Queen of Caria. So as a Carian royal, inclined towards sorcery, Radahn bent his will towards mastering gravitational magics. Rock sling, gravity well, collapsing stars. These techniques were taught to him in Celia, the town of sorcery, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. That said, before long, his powers would be put towards a more cosmic purpose than simply allowing him to ride his own horse. Radahn was taught gravitational magic by an alabaster lord, a member of a race of ancients with skin of stone who was said to have risen to life when a meteor struck long ago. And when his lessons were complete, Radahn uttered these chilling words.
Thank you for your tutelage. For now, I can challenge the stars.
And, of course, he did conquer the stars, and the very constellations would be halted by his strength. But of course, you kind of have to ask...
Through his
why?
magic, really?
Why was it necessary to conquer the stars in the first place? Well, I have a couple of theories. Theory one is that it was done in self-defense. After all, according to the sword gravestone, Radahn was protecting Celia. What's more, gravitational magic
These
has
creatures,
destructive power, and many gravitational beasts are proof of that destructive power. A being named Astel had even come down to the lands between in the past and destroyed a place called the Eternal City. What's more, Celians are descendants of the Eternal, positioned right above the Eternal City underground, so there is an argument to be made for Radahn purely defending Celia for some reason here. But it's possible for Radahn to have fought in this conflict and to have made the first move as well. So this is theory 2, that Radahn conquered the stars as a preventative measure in service to the greater will. According to a set of astrologer items, the night sky cradles fate. There's even a banished sect of people called the Nox, who live deep below the earth in eternal anticipation of the coming age of stars and their lord of night. Long ago, these people invoked the ire of the greater will, so it would make sense that those in service to the greater will might have sought to arrest the stars and put an end to this fate. What's more, Radahn was just a huge fanboy of Godfrey, and he seems to have more loyalty to the Erd Tree than to the moon. Finally, the telescope item description says that the fate once writ in the night skies had been fettered by the Golden Order, so surely this is referencing Radahn's actions, and it levels the blame at the Golden Order. But putting Radahn's motivations aside, it's a fact that the stars were held back, and that this had great consequences for many, especially for the rest of his Carian royal family.
Let me explain. The fate of the Carian royal family is guided by the stars, as is the fate of Lady Rani, first heir in the Carian royal line. But General Radahn is the conqueror of the stars, who stood up to the swirling constellations, halting their movement in a smashing victory. And so, if General Radahn were defeated, the stars would once again resume their movement, as would Lady Rani's destiny.
Lunar Princess Rani was the daughter of Radagon and Renala, and sister to Radahn. Interestingly, if you look at her true body atop the Divine Tower, it looks like she might have also inherited the red hair of Radagon. Cool detail. But unlike her brother, Radahn, she quite clearly took after her mother more, who was Renala, head of the Carian royal family. The House of Caria has this storied history, one that seems to go way back to the astrologers. In the Carian Manor, we find one of their treasures, the Sword of Night and Flame. It reads, astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Renala herself was an astrologer, always chasing the stars in her youth. Then she met the full moon, and in time, the astrologer became a queen, establishing the House of Caria as royalty. Caria appears to have a matriarchal hierarchy, with multiple princesses and Carian knights that serve as their retainers. Now, however, there is only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. And at the time of her birth, she would have been set to inherit quite a lot of power indeed, for the Carian royal family was at its height, and her mother was not only queen, she was also head of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, having bewitched them with the enchanting power of the full moon. Leading the young Rani by the hand, Renala guided her daughter to a meeting with a moon of her own. What Rani beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. a dark moon, a sort of twin to Renala's own full moon. You can even see both of these hanging in the sky if you stargaze from the heights of the Moonlight Plateau. Another who guided Rani was a character called the Snowy Crone, who the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. When you look at Rani, it's actually the likeness of this snow witch that you're seeing, as the doll that now houses Rani's soul was modeled after her.
It's a doll?
Probably as a sign of respect. Clearly Rani looked up to this.
I guess her body
mysterious
is
woman.
dead, right?
She
Yeah.
became Rani's secret mentor, and she
Yeah,
even
yeah,
knew
yeah.
about the Dark Moon, teaching the young Rani to fear it as she imparted her cold sorceries. So, what do these moons represent? It's just a theory, but I think the moons kind of act as guides. The lost black moon of Noxtella, for example, was the guide of countless stars. What's more, Rani and Renala were heavily influenced by their moons. Renala's moon bewitched the academy that she became the head of, and Rani's dark moon, for its part, also imparts wisdom and leads a voyage in the Age of Stars ending. They could even be outer gods. And yet, for all of this guidance, Caria and Leonia as a whole have experienced steep decline. Radagon betrayed the House of the Moon. Radahn locked the stars out of motion. The Academy town is flooded to the north. Caria has been ruined in the west, and the stars and moon have gone their separate ways. Nevertheless, Rani, last princess of Caria, remains, carefully setting new plans into motion.
The moon. Bring forth the moon.
Sibling to Rani and Radahn,
This
was
guy's
a man
weird.
named Rykard, who was lord of the Volcano Manor. There is evidence that Rykard was friendly with his siblings. He conspired with his sister Rani later on, and there's even a portrait of Radahn hung in the Volcano Manor, as well as a portrait of Rykard himself.
Together.
before the fall. Item descriptions mark Rykard as stern, ambitious, heroic, and blasphemous. A part of this blasphemy was opposing the Erd Tree, which actually drew many knights to his banner, for Rykard believed in taking by force, just as the gods did, and clearly many believed that he would usher in a new age. The armor set of the Gelmir Knights reveals to us what were once very loyal soldiers. The crest of red feathers are there to symbolize Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, and the emblem upon their chest piece represents a lord who had lofty ambitions. However, as Rykard delved into the ancient secrets of Mount Gelmir, he came across the immortal Great Serpent, an ancient deity that aligned with Rykard's ambitions. And so, Rykard fed himself to the Great Serpent so that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. Alas, this was too much for his knights, and they believed that their master's heroic ambitions had degenerated into mere greed. So they searched desperately for a weapon with which they might halt their lord, and they found it too. The immortal serpent had lived for a long time, and so there was also a weapon to kill it that had been designed long ago as well, a serpent hunter. But it was too late. As the lord lost his dignity, so too did the knights lose their master. Not that it bothered Rykard.
Now we can devour God together.
Next, we need to discuss Melania and Mikola. These two were twins, as they were born. No, Rykard, please. Anyway, as you know, Radagon's marriage with Renala did not last. Afterwards, he returned to the Golden Order and became Queen Marika's consort. But what I haven't yet mentioned is that, together, they were blessed with two demigod children, the so-called twin prodigies. Now, in the last lore video, I briefly proposed that these two twins were born after the Shattering, after Radagon and Marika had merged together to become a single god. However, I've since changed my mind. I think Melania and Mikola were clearly born before the Shattering. There's just so much proof that these two twins were a force that were influencing the world long before the Shattering took place. Anyway, both of these twins were born afflicted. Specifically, in the Japanese text, it's said that their births were vulnerable. Mikola was born afflicted with eternal youth, and Melania, for her part, was vulnerable to rot. Interestingly, Melania's scarlet rot is actually an outer god. This outer god, like many others in the game, seems to have an order that is able to be imposed upon the world via an Empyrean vessel, and Millennia was that vessel. And while the Scarlet Rot is pretty terrible, you can sort of argue that it's got a beauty to it. According to Gowry, the Order of Rot is resplendent. It's a cycle of death and rebirth, kind of like the lotus flower, which is a flower that blooms anew, beautiful and fresh from mud. I actually have art of this flower hanging in my home. I always love the symbol of it. I actually have lots of art hanging now, and I'm going to talk about all of this artwork that you can buy at the end of the video. Anyway, so Millennia the Empyrean was vulnerable to and afflicted by the Scarlet Rot. There was said to be no cure to this, and while...
If the Rot was an outer god, the moons are probably outer gods. These are all different things that are like influencing people within the lands between, as is the greater will and all these other weird things going on. Yeah. So all these people are finding aliens, outer gods, things from beyond the lands. But still, the greater will is at the center of all these things. The Erd Tree, housing the natural order of the world itself. Right? Very interesting. No, this is interesting. Okay. And they're all trying to just kind of... Oh. Is there an ending with Rot? Is there an ending with Rot? Is that the fuck... That's not the Dung Eater, right? There's no ending with Rot. Okay, there isn't, which is interesting. Why isn't there? Considering you've got one from, like, Ronnie with the moon, where she's probably ushering in a fucking, different being, right? It would make sense that there would be one. If Millennia had one, it would have been that. Yeah, exactly. I agree, yeah. The god's influence isn't strong enough. Okay. But the moon was. Or rather, whatever that ending was. You killed the Rot vessel. Right. Wait, is she spreading the Rot? She was afflicted by this Rot. Who is actually... She's spreading it. Oh, wow. You're right, then. If she would have lived, she could have actually done that with an ending. Or whatever, I don't know. It's stemming from... She ruined Caelid, yeah, I was going to say. Okay. Let me just keep watching and I'll talk in a bit.
Fire and consecration seem to be somewhat effective.
Hold on your questions. Wait. There's so much text. Just wait. Hold on with it. Just wait. Hold on to it.
Rot. Interestingly, old legends of the Scarlet Rot have persisted in the world for generations, and we learn more about the Rot god from the Blue Dancer charm. The Dancer in blue represents a fairy who, in legend, bestowed a flowing sword upon a blind swordsman. Blade in hand, the swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was Rot itself. Specifically, this god was long ago sealed away in the stagnant water that is downstream of the Ainsel River underground. And wherever Rot appears, the kindred of Rot appear as well.
Those two.
These are pests and servants of the Rot. And now, in the current age, these are servants that have been forsaken by Millennia, who is their new goddess. So, this blind swordsman with the flowing curved sword actually went on to become Millennia's mentor. So technically it's him that we have to blame for this goddamn attack. The prosthesis wearer heirloom tells us more. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale. Though born into the accursed Rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. Millennia's ridiculous attack is called the Waterfowl Dance, and aesthetically it makes sense that, flowing waters would counter the effects of Rot. For just as still waters turn foul, stagnation turns to decay. Thus, warriors must remain ever drifting. And indeed, Millennia does resist the call of the Rot. There's a lot of evidence that she's not really a willing vessel, but through sheer will and sense of self, she resists the Rot, and only when she is truly pressed in battle will she abandon this will and bloom into the goddess within. Millennia's first bloom was during her fight against Radahn, and releasing her Scarlet Rot was a last-ditch effort that would forever taint the land of Caelid and cripple Radahn. So, whatever she was fighting for in this fight against Radahn, somehow it was worth this terrible act. In general terms, at least.
She did get Radahn. Radahn was infected from within, right? He was being eaten away. That's why his mind degraded, and he just started going fucking insane. Right. So why were both of them at each other's throats? They were both... Weren't they both brother and sister? But were they all kind of just like... Why were they... Oh, shut up! We don't know. Yeah, why were they at each other's throats? All I'm saying is, it seems like these outer gods, these weird side beings that don't, like, they all surround the Erd Tree. Like, again, the Erd Tree in the middle. Oh, it's a tree. I love the tree. Everyone must be good. But then all these other outside forces are watching, and they're scheming, and they're doing things for their own reasons, their own agendas. The moon, the rot. I think that's it. Is that it? I'm not sure. All interesting. Okay. What if the greater will is trying to stop these outer gods, these disturbing beings, from taking over? What if that's its plan? And the outer gods are going against the natural order of things because they keep trying to impose their fucking agenda on everything else. Right? Ronnie ushering in the moon. The rot kind of seeping out of Caelid. They all want something. But it seems like, I mean, the Erd Tree is still kind of... Anyways, sorry, let's continue. Fucking Ricard wanting to, like, be a god himself under Volcano Manor. That too. But that's not really a... I guess that is a force in itself, come to think of it. Yeah. Interesting. Ah.
At least, it's clear that Malenia was fighting for her brother. Apart from the times where she
Rykard wanted to
relapses
destroy the
into
gods.
being the
He
god.
did. And so did, I guess, did the Great Serpent. Rykard, so did the Great Serpent, or whatever, right? That's why they joined up, and they're like, together. I guess he didn't like them. Anyways, let's continue.
Goddess of rot, she is known as the Blade of Mikola. She actually goes to great lengths to tell you this. I don't know if you heard. Despite being the toughest boss in From Software history, she's actually fighting for his right to godhood.
Okay, Copian. This guy didn't play Sekiro. Bro. He did not play Sekiro. Did he really just disrespect Ishin? Did he really just Really?
She actually goes
The hardest boss in FromSoft history.
to great lengths to tell you this. I don't know if you heard. Despite being the toughest boss in From Software history, she's actually fighting for his right to godhood, not her own. In Malenia's own words, her brother Mikola possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. For his part, Mikola did a lot to earn his sister's dedication, not the least of which was inspiring her armor and a prosthetic of unalloyed gold. It is not just his sister that loved Mikola, many people did. The Bewitching Branch is an item that you can use to turn enemies into temporary allies, and it reads, "Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." For his father Radagon, Mikola fashioned and gifted to him a fundamentalist incantation called Triple Rings of Light. Radagon then returns the favor, gifting back an incantation called Radagon's Rings of Light. These interactions show some of Mikola's positive connections with his father and also Golden Order fundamentalism. And yet, the young Mikola abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So, what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is a composition of metals, so unalloyed gold is pure gold, essentially, with no external mixtures. This gold apparently can ward away the meddling of outer gods, and so Mikola bent a lot of his efforts towards creating an unalloyed gold needle. Specifically, this needle was crafted for his sister, to ward off the rot god and forestall the effects of the incurable rotting sickness. We see the bond between the siblings as well when we visit Miquella's Halig tree.
Wait, so this guy's kind of a big fucking deal. This guy's kind of a big deal. Ward off the outer gods. This guy's kind of a big deal. And then you enter the DLC through his unborn egg. Oh, so the DLC is about how he wards off these gods, how he takes them on. That's a huge deal. Or something like that, right? Oh, okay. Unborn, stillborn, I don't know, he's just in an egg.
See a statue of a one-armed woman embracing a child, Miquella. In this place, we see the biggest example of Miquella's benevolence, the Halig tree, and the society that was built into the brace that supports it. This was a promised land, seen as a salvation to many who were shunned or persecuted, provided that they can actually find the path here, of course. And like many other Empyreans, Miquella seems to have had the will within them to create a new order, and his is an order that's somewhat modeled on the ones that came before it. The biggest thing is that the Halig tree is clearly inspired by the Erd tree.
Okay.
But the difference is that Miquella's Halig tree is said to be accepting of all, even those the Erd tree shuns. Miquella himself was once embedded inside of the Halig tree, and he watered it with his very own blood since it was a mere sapling. Tragically, however, he was ripped out of this womb during the shattering, and his Halig tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree, becoming a misshapen husk instead. But that's the story for another day. There's also a ton.
So, the Erd tree. The only person who wanted to know more was Miquella. The chick. Not, is it Miquella? Sorry. The fucking Radagon's wife. Who the fuck is Radagon's wife again? Is that Miquella? Miquella. Marika, for God's sake. Marika, Miquella, Mog, Margit, Godwin, Godfrey. For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. There's fucking two characters. They all sound the same. Marika was the only one who wanted to know more about the tree, but everyone else was kind of with it. Everyone else was just kind of for the tree and its powers and its blessings. And Miquella was fashioning these unalloyed gold things to kind of ward off outer gods. Yes? Is that correct? Something like that. So, okay, understood. Oh, okay. So I don't know. I think maybe Marika was onto something, or maybe she was just a crack fiend. Maybe she had a hit of that fucking frost grease. I have no clue.
Ton of cut content to do with Miquella, and he's one of the most mysterious demigods, who I'm sure we'll learn about more later. But there is one more thing that I want to mention before I go. It's kind of one theory I had during the making of this video. So, Miquella and Millennia each have their own butterflies. Millennia's is the Aeonian butterfly, which inhabit the swamp of Aeonia and are rumored to come from the wings of the rot goddess herself.
Probably.
And I think it's fair to say that Miquella's butterfly is the nascent butterfly, which appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. This is a reference to Miquella's eternal youth.
You know what's interesting? See, this looks like an evil... I mean, that's Mog. Mog... So what the fuck did Mog want to do? Is that DLC? Mog stole Miquella from the tree. DLC, don't tell me. Yeah, because, like, what the hell was he doing? Was he trying to birth this thing? Oh, wait, no, sorry. After you beat him, he wanted to usher in Miquella. He wanted to birth Miquella to be his fucking... I'm with you, or whatever the hell it was, his left-hand man. Something like that, right? Yeah. Yeah. The Maglester. What? Consort? Whatever the hell was going on there. Yeah, Mog's a freak, bro. No, Mog's a freak.
Youth and his cocoon in the Halig tree.
Yeah, that's him.
But there is, of course, a
So he's alive. He was cursed to eternally be young. She got rotted. He was forever young. So he's alive in this. Oh.
Third butterfly,
right? We knew that.
There's the smoldering butterfly. It's said to be an eternally burning butterfly that serves as kindling. Now bear with me, but it's my theory that this butterfly is a reference to Melina, who the Blade of Calling calls the kindling maiden and the one who walks alongside flame. This might suggest that Melina is a sibling to Malenia and Mikola.
Oh my
Again, that's
God.
just a theory, but what I really want to talk about here is that, at the very least, Melina is almost certainly the daughter of Marika. We learned this a long time ago from looking at her name in the game's files, and we can further infer it from her dialogue, as she has a few lines that refer to mothers and one that says that she was born inside the Erd Tree.
Wait.
Alongside flame. This might suggest that Melina is a sibling to Malenia and Mikola. Again, that's just a theory, but what I really want to talk about here is that, at the very least, Melina is almost certainly the daughter of Marika. We learned this a long time ago from looking at her name in the game's files, and we can...
But she's one of these... She wants to help me burn the tree, so she is helping her mother. Or her father, the Radagon Marika. She's a daughter of Marika. So she is just kind of pursuing... But eventually she did say... Is she on the Order's side? But she wanted to burn the tree. She wanted to do something with the tree, and then eventually she was like, I will go my own path and not my mother's. Or some shit like that, right? I mean, they seem to be opposed to it. They seem to be opposed to something because they wanted to know more. She does help me. But so does her mother. Doesn't her mother... She wanted to know more and she got imprisoned for it? She wants to save her mother. Oh, you know what? I guess that makes sense. If her mother is stuck in the tree, she's, I will aid you to save you. I guess, yeah, okay. Or I will aid you, burn the tree, save my mom. Whatever that was, yeah, okay, sure.
Can further infer it from her dialogue, as she has a few lines that refer to mothers and one that says that she was born inside the Erd Tree. So her being the daughter of Marika is also just a theory, but this one is much more concrete than the butterfly one. Although the reason I like the butterfly theory is that it gives us a hint as to who Melina's parents
Oh, and you're right. And then if you do the frenzy flame, you kill Marika, and you kill everything, and then she's like, I will kill you. I will find you and kill you. Yeah, okay. So I don't think she cared about the Order at all. I don't think she gave a fuck about that. This was just kind of a child missing her mother type of deal. Maybe that's the case, right? And now that the tree's dead, they can't be reborn anyways, so like...
Her parents would have been Radagon and Marika, which is to say, Marika herself alone, I guess, because Radagon is Marika. Honestly, Melina as a character has only become more mysterious since the game was released.
True, though.
I'm really only scratching the surface with this theory. But speaking of times before Elden Ring was released...
Okay, so the only thing I really don't understand is Marika. Mikola seems like a very, 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 very important person in this world, and I think the DLC is probably going to be about Mikola. Yeah, Mikola's a very important person here. I'm not going to ask any questions. We could watch the DLC trailer. I'm not going to ask. That person can stave off the Outer Gods, right? You know what? This lore actually isn't bad, but I still prefer Dark Souls. I still prefer... Dark Souls is just... I mean, this is very interesting. It's intriguing with the Outer Gods and all these different powers and fucking space aliens coming down and shit. Dark Souls is just... I mean... I don't know. There's something about Dark Souls. Dark Souls is a little bit easier to understand, I suppose, for now, but... there's a lot of things going on here. So many different people, so many different reasons, tons of different agendas. I get the gist of it, though. I completely get the gist of it, and I completely understand why we just played that game. Like, what was the point of us doing anything? Right? All right. Erd Tree trailer. So, Shadows of the Erd Tree, the trailer. Should we watch the story trailer? Is that what we should do right now? Yeah, Elden Ring is more of a fantasy thing. Yeah, okay. Now that I get the gist of it, I should understand what's going on here. I should, actually. All right, let's go. Peggy 18.
Peggy 16.
Oh, 16. The British. Wait, Peggy. Isn't Peggy's British, right? That's the British rating? Peggy 16, Peggy 18? Oh, it's EU. Okay. I thought it was the British.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning.
You?
The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose.
Right. Where the fuck
And
is
so
Ew.
too was Shadow born.
Ew.
What followed was a war unseen.
Maybe this guy wasn't good after all.
One that could never be put to song.
I don't think he was good. I'm not sure.
A purge without grace or honor. The tyranny of Mesmer's flame.
Mesmer. Who the fuck is Mesmer? An outer god?
And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. We choose to follow. Will you walk with us?
Is that still the lands between? Is that still the lands between, right? That's the Erd tree. It's not. It's a completely different area. It's another tree. So who the fuck is this?
It's a war unseen.
Let me watch this again.
Beginning. Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning.
Speaking of the beginning of things, okay?
The seduction and the betrayal.
So, okay.
An affair from which gold arose. And so too was Shadow born.
Like Manus. Fuck that guy.
What followed was a war unseen.
This is prequel shit. What followed was a war unseen. This is like a prequel. Canonically, this takes place before the end of Elden Ring. Right? So this is like a Oh! Oh! I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, where the fuck did these guys come from? Like, from a different land? Okay. The cinematic is a prequel. Yes, yes, this is old.
One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor.
But what are they purging? Why are they destroying everything?
The tyranny of Mesmer's flame.
So Mesmer's flame. So this guy's probably, I mean, he's probably the big bad guy, right? This is some sort of ruler, some fucked up tyrant, some guy who wanted to burn everything. I don't know. The frenzied flame guy. Let's just say that. And those are like nobles or something. And he's like, I'm gonna kill all you. And he's taking over a city. He's destroying everything, right? And that's their corpses. Okay. So he's burning things. A world without the Erd Tree.
And so kindly Miquella would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. We choose to follow.
Okay. So he knew of what was going to happen. Miquella the Kind spoke of the beginning of flame and fire and death, a world without like an Erd Tree. One that was bathed in the flames of war with mesmer. Some shit like that. I don't know, bro. Spoke of the beginning. It says Miquella the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal. Okay. An affair from which gold arose. Seduction and betrayal. They're talking about Marika and God and Radagon, correct? But isn't that his fucking parents? What? I don't even know. We just got to play the game. All I can say is we got to play the game. If you somehow understood what was going on here, you're a freak. I think you're just lying. If you saw this trailer, you were like, "Oh! Oh my God! More Elden Ring!" I have no clue what I'm looking at. You're like, "Oh, Miquella, it's that one guy with the M name, and there's like 50 other of them." It's like, "Oh, really?" I guess you kind of get the gist of it. Okay, sure. You know what? Folks, it is time to call it quits for now. Watch the other trailer. I need to take a break. I'm starving. I'm starving. I'm very hungry. I think it is time to take a break, folks. I'm sorry, let me actually go after the subs real quick, folks. Let me thank some people really quickly. Sharkaden, 58 months, or sorry, 63 months. I'm going to be honest, I've been avoiding the streams to not spoil myself for the lore or the game. Anyways, here's another gold Kraken. Hey, Sharkaden, thanks, man. Elden Ring has more complex and compelling story, in my opinion, but Dark Souls just has the aesthetic and intensity. Dark Souls is very... I mean, there's something about the end of the world. There's something about the end of the world that, to me, is still very... It's like when you talk about Elden Ring, you think about outer gods and weird, you know, the Erd Tree imposing order upon all and whatnot, but it's like the end of the world. The end of the world, right? Dark Souls is, it hits. All the names being similar is on purpose because in medieval times, descendants from their family tree had similar names. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Again, God King, 2 gifted subs. I got you a while ago, buddy. And we have a few more resubs. Zakuza, 11-month resub. Charlie Bob, 3-month resub. Newt with a prime. Nyan Catboy with a prime. Statrack Sounds with a 41-month resub. Thank you, folks. And we had a bunch of bits that we got through. There was another bit donation. There is some clarity that can be found in the DLC about Marika, but until you beat it... Shut the fuck up. Okay. So let me add some time. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bits. 17, 18. It's 20 minutes. It's roughly 20 minutes. There we go. Time is added. Okay. Now that I am aware of the story of Elden Ring, what is going on, mostly what is going on. You know, you could sit here and watch 50 more videos and really understand Elden Ring. I get the gist of the story. I get the gist of what's happening in the world. There is no greater, like, you know how in Dark Souls you want to reset the natural world and make sure everything goes back to normal, give it to the people, let the people grow up on their own without being fucking governed by Godwin and whatnot. This game doesn't have that. This game actually doesn't really go anywhere once you beat it. You finish the game and it ushers in something, but to what end does that mean? Like, what does that mean in the end? We did all of this for what exactly, right? Instead of, like, letting the world reset. So maybe the DLC will tell us more. It's about ambition. Well, it's still the first game in the franchise that's going to have more content in years to come. Yeah, for sure. Fair enough. This could be this is the foundation. This is the groundwork for something amazing. And it is amazing. It's very good. Golden Mask is kind of that to reform the Golden Order. Fia's ending puts the death back into the cycle. So is that even a bad thing? Is Fia's ending a bad thing? She goes against the Erd Tree, right? I don't think it's a bad ending at all. I think Fia's ending, allowing people to die and pass on, I mean, again, are these powers sent by the Outer Will from the Erd Tree? Like, do they matter? I mean, sure, you'd want to live on, but, like, there's got to be something there. Anyways, folks, I got to take a break. We're going to pause at 394.30. I don't think so. I think it really just means, you know what it is? It's take a step back and reread and re-listen to the intro. The intros basically sum up what it is you're doing, right? Like, when you posted that whole intro about the Tarnished and whatnot, I mean, you get the gist of it, but, like, it doesn't hammer it home completely until you just reread it and reread it and reread it and re-listen. You know, you need to just get it the first time around. If you breeze past the intro, I mean, you're not really going to... to be fair, it's not that the intro needs to tell you everything, but it needs to set you on the right path to understanding what is happening, is all I'm saying. The storytelling is bad, dude. No two ways about it. The intro doesn't give motive and doesn't talk about the main motives of main characters. You are correct. That's correct. That is correct. You are correct. If they told us... Wait, you know what? I think they told us. What was the intro again? I gotta go sit in the Dark Souls section. My brain is rotten. Sorry. We're going to go play Elden Ring. Maybe you're right. I'm going to make sense of this before I continue. My brain is just totally taken over right now by fungus. Someone please post... No, we're not going to... No, don't. Hang on. We're going to watch it. It's even better. Elden Ring intro. We're going to watch it. It's even better. You don't need to tell me. One sec. Okay. My brain is, like, really, really all over the place right now. Dude, this is what happens when you try and think too hard about Dark Souls or Elden Ring. I just spent probably 2 hours, not 2 hours, about an hour, yapping about a universe I still don't know much about. Okay, here we go. This is the intro to Elden Ring. Press 1 if you've beaten Elden Ring. Okay. So with this intro, I want you to sit here and really think about what it is they're saying. And after all is said and done, is this enough information to work with the story that you played through? Let's go.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered.
Okay.
In our home, across the fog.
In our home across the fog, the lands between. The Tarnished. We are the Tarnished in our home across the fog, the lands between. So this is the Tarnished. This was once their home. Correct? Is that what this is? I believe so.
The lands.
It's not. Anyways.
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. Of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask, Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome Dung-Eater, and Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all.
This guy's a fucking... Who is this? Why does this guy matter? There's no ending with this guy. We know this guy. This is the dude who's simping for the fucking America. This is America guy, right? Is there an ending with Sir Ofnir? But you kill him. How is there an ending with this guy that you kill? Oh, he was contesting the position. Oh. So he thought he was good enough to be the Elden Lord. He's the guide to the quests, yeah, but like... He's the third to last boss, which I kill in 2 tries, yeah. No, I know that. The Whole of Limgrave is the prologue. You talk to 5 NPCs that trickle information to you. The intro is not supposed to tell you the point of the whole game. No, you're right, it's not. But it's supposed to set you on a path to kind of understanding what it is, I guess, you're doing. Or maybe not so much, but I mean, it could tell you, like, the overall arching, like, what is this world? What are these people about? What is any of this stuff? Like, it does tell you things, but... I don't know, man. Is this... I don't know. I honestly think it does that nicely. The premise of things. There's still a minute left. True. 1 sec.
And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
What does it mean to be a tarnished? Someone who is no longer with grace? Is that what that means? And can die? Someone who no longer has the ability to revive is what it is. You got it. Okay. So, but I was given grace. I got grace. How many tarnished are in the lands between? The people who left with Godfrey. Well, these guys didn't leave with Godfrey, and they're all tarnished. They all fell from grace. Everyone here, they're demigods. Yeah. They aren't tarnished. Okay. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah, okay. No, I read that wrong. Arise now, ye tarnished. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Okay.
Grace.
Oh, and then they went through these guys who are tarnished. So these are the demigods. Right. They're not tarnished. Okay. So Horalu, tarnished. Golden Mask, whatever the fuck that guy is. Fia the Deathbed Companion. Fucking Poop Eater. And Sir Gideon Ofnir. So these people were all banished. Tarnished were the ones who lost their grace and were banished from the lands between by Marika. So are all these people tarnished? These are not tarnished. Well, they weren't sentenced away, though. So you're telling me Ofnir, Dung Eater, and all these other people came back with... They came back? When did they come back? Not every tarnished left. I guess so. That would make sense. True. And you find the grace, and now you can... A tarnished of no renown. You can now be resurrected.
To the lands between. Come.
Yeah, this doesn't tell you much, actually, to be honest. You're competing for the throne, and that's about it. Someone send him the lore video.
The lands between.
Being stripped from grace means you are able to die. Oh, yeah, I know that. Yeah. I'm not rating the game yet. I haven't beat it. Only those who followed Godfrey left the land. Okay, and you're part of Godfrey's people, right? When you first speak to Gideon, he tells you that everyone at the round table is a tarnished. That is true. So are you all competing for the throne at that point? Is it all just like Game of Thrones? I mean, George R.R. Martin did write it, you know. Some want it, some don't. But what does that even mean to be the Elden Lord? What powers do you have as the Elden Lord? You become a god through the power of the Elden Ring? You govern the rules of the land because you control the Elden Ring? Is that what that means? You control the Elden Ring. Is that correct? If you control the ring, you essentially control everything. Is that not what that means? You have the power to just do things? You don't control it. You're the king's consort. You're like the king. Well, who the hell's going to look up to you? Who the hell's going to believe you? Who the hell's going to say, oh, who's this guy? He's the new king. He killed everyone. Okay, well, all right. Anyways. I'm still kind of lost. I got the gist of it a few days ago, but I'm still kind of lost. You could do the greater will's bidding. Are you like the one person who the greater will kind of like speaks through? Is that what that is? You become the vassal. The fucking, you know, you do this and this. That's not what it... I think that's the Elden Beast, right? That was the Elden Beast. That's the two fingers. This game is so AIDS. How do you understand? The two fingers. What about the three fingers in the dungeon? And they're on fire, and they grope you. What the fuck is going on, bro? It's good, but it's so... Like, everything is just so weird. Beast is the guard dog, and you're the chief of security. The two fingers and three fingers serve separate gods. As someone who has no clue what's going on in chat right now, they're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're going to play the DLC. You got to complete the DLC and then we'll talk. Like, oh, the three fingers in the dungeon that are on fire. Oh, and then you become the Elden Lord, and then the beast in the tree, and the tree has, like, saplings that give you things, and then, like, there's a guy who went away with a bunch of other barbarians, and now they're back to finish what someone started, even though that person is two people in one. It's not a person. And there's outer gods, and there's a guy who eats poo. I understand that not every story needs to be spoon-fed, but doesn't the fact that you need to ask 350 questions just to understand the opening cinematic kind of speak for itself? Sounds too complicated. Play some League. Read all the item descriptions. You got to read them all and remember them all. Elden Ring has incredible, intriguing ideas, but there's zero cohesion. I think at the end of the day, with the idea of like zero cohesion, there's so many things going on that just don't matter in the end. Does that make sense? There is one thing that matters. The Elden Ring. The rules of the land. The greater will. That is at the center of everything. That is the thing that matters. A lot of these things surrounding it just don't. They add to it, but they're not like the end-all, be-all. You need to know it for everything to make sense. Does that make sense? Like, I'm sure certain things actually do contribute to the story. The overall, you know, big, important... That doesn't make sense. Finish the DLC and then watch the Genji video explaining everything. That's the only way to truly understand it. Everything is just collateral damage from the arrival of the greater will. I guess we'll see. Each group wants to win. We figure out the events and choose to either side with one or be the Elden Lord. It's Game of Thrones. It's Game of Thrones. It's Game of Thrones. The gods abandoned the world. The demigods went to war. No one won. Shit is fucked up. Now there's a power vacuum. Conflicting goals and unreliable storytellers. Plenty. Really? I still just don't understand why I fucking care about being the Elden Lord or about restoring the world. I don't understand why. Like, why is that my choice? Who am I to say anything in this game? A desire for power. But it doesn't, what do you just, is it really just forging your own destiny as a player? Is that what that really is about? You know nothing. I was called to. Why? It's completely up to the player as to how they want to take things. Okay, so it's completely open-ended and it's up to you. There is no actual story as to why you're there. The story is what you make it. Is that what that means? Is that what that means? No, I mean, not open-ended in the sense that, like, oh my god, I don't know what's going on, but your character's motives are open-ended because it's up to the player. You're not really sent here to do something because you're told to. You're here, and the player decides what happens in the end. Is that what that means? Thus, several endings. I think that makes sense then. Oh! Okay. You got called by a shard of the ring, and then it's up to you. So basically this ring... Okay, without spoiling anything, the Elden Ring is the rules of, like, the world. You know, it can keep people alive, it can do this, it can work miracles, correct? It can do things. It's like a god. Maybe it is, I don't know. It can work blessings or curses, depending on what happens. The rules of nature. And the rules of nature call out to people because it has a problem. And it wants to be fixed. It says, please come fix me. And then you say, oh my god, I will come and fix you. But then you're like, well, maybe I don't want to fix you. Maybe I don't care. Maybe I want to fuck everything up because I'm the player. I make the choice. That's it. That's the gist of it, though. Alexander Pot cosplay. That was a while ago. Her cosplay was great of Millennia. Okay, so Marika calls you to the lands between to fix the Elden Ring. Let me ask you this, without spoiling the DLC. Is the number one reason you're called to the Elden Ring to fix it? Is that what that is? They want you to put the pieces of the Elden Ring back together. They want you to mend the world. That's it. You say no. Well, everyone said yes, and why'd you say no? Undo the shattering. The Elden Ring is in a complete power that has no will of its own. It's just a power you complete with great runes, and that last great rune decides what you will do. Let me... What? Marika's own words. Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed. Return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring. Grow strong in the face of death, warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey. So Marika For some reason. Okay, who is Marika in Elden Ring? Just refresh my mental. Marika is the wife of Radagon, and they created a bunch of demigods, right? Who is she under the Elden Ring and the Erd Tree? Who is she? Why does she matter? Who is Marika? So she's the vessel of the Outer Will. Is that what that is? She is the Outer Wills made manifest, like, in this reality, on this earth. She was the chosen one by the Outer Will to basically guide this. No? Don't say. I'm going to ban you if you say no. If the DLC will explain more, you know what? I'm going to play the game. If I actually don't know yet, that's fine. That's fine. We're going to play the game. We're going to figure things out. I'm kind of understanding it a bit more. She destroyed the Elden Ring. She shattered the rules of nature. For what reason, we don't even know yet. We don't know. And she calls to us with a piece of grace. She says, you come back. You fix the Elden Ring. And that's up to you if you want to. That's up to you. You don't have to listen. She could be a ghoul or a witch. You don't know. But it's up to you to come back and fix the rules of nature. The laws of the land. The laws of nature. Not the rules of nature. What? Why us? Just some random tarnished? I mean, maybe she reached out to multiple people at one point and they all failed. We do in the base game. You do. You fix the Elden Ring in the base game, so you've succeeded. Is that really just like Dark Souls? Isn't that like Dark Souls where you're kind of just chosen? Like Arise, Hollow, whatever, fucking fix the cycle of the world? And in this case, it's fix the Elden Ring? It's the same thing. It's the same thing then. So she's probably reached out to multiple Tarnished to try and come fix what she fucked up. Oh. Well, that makes sense. This is less of a cycle. Yeah. You are not a special... Okay. See, now we're understanding it. You aren't the only one. Exactly, that makes sense. See, now I'm getting it. Ow! Okay. Ronnie stole the... Yeah, I know she did. Yeah. Everyone kind of wants something different, though, right? Like, they all want to do something with the world that they lived in. Ronnie, the fucking Dung Eater, the Gold Mask. These are all people kind of like you, except they want something specific. You don't know what you want yet, right? They all have their own idea as to how they want the world to end or to begin anew, except you. You don't know yet. You're just called to the Elden Ring to fix things, and these people all exist in the world, and they all want a piece of that pie. They want it, right? I don't know. They gaslight you into their endings. Well, yeah, because eventually you work for them. Or you usher in their way of the world, right? You don't... Like, the Dung Eater is dead. You become the Dung Eater in the ending, no? Their vision. You usher in their vision. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Which is the same as your own, because you can make that choice to do whatever you want at the end, right? You're not called to fix things, just the Elden Ring. Yeah, exactly. But the power is up to you in how you want to do things. Yeah, okay. Oh. Ronnie wanted to shape her own fate, so she stole the Rune of Death and killed Godwyn, which made Marika then shatter the ring. Oh, that's the knives. That's the knife intro. Right? Wait, then why did she kill Iji? Why did the fucking bitch? Why'd she kill E.G.? She killed E.G.! Why'd she kill E.G.? But the Black Knives, she didn't. Maybe she was betrayed. It's a battle royale, winner takes all, claim the ring, become the lord, and do what you want. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it's kind of like Game of Thrones, Dark Souls. It's a Game of Thrones, Dark Souls. I'm actually seeing that now completely. I am. I'm completely understanding that from like the point of each character. In this intro, well, this guy's a goat. I like this dude. But this guy, he wants something. He's a freak. He wants something. She wants something. Her ending actually, is it a bad ending? I don't know. This guy, this is a putrid ending. Yeah, okay, same thing. And then this guy, he also wants an ending. He wants to be the Elden Lord, correct? How is this guy going to take on Godwin? Get a life. It's Game of Thrones. Yeah, no, it is. I see that now. I understand. Oh, see, talking about it, you get far. Godwin's already dead. Not Godwin, sorry, Godric. Not Godric. Godfrey. For fuck's sake. This guy. This guy. Oh my god. This guy. Godfrey. Not Godwin. That was, no, Godwin was the son of Marica, correct? And, Godfrey. Yes. Godwin is the son of Marica and Godfrey. Yes? Okay, I understand. Yeah, okay, yeah. Horaloo! I like this. This guy's cool. I feel like this guy was used. This guy is a warrior. He was used, just like the guy in Dark Souls 2 was used. Yeah, that sucks. And then he lost his mind. Or maybe he didn't. I don't know. Did he? Vicious TV. 17 months. Thank you. He is so epic. Ronnie used the Rune of Death on Godwin and have on herself. Ronnie killed Godwin's soul and killed her own body. So she got free of the greater will and transferred her body to the doll. She killed Godwin because he was the biggest obstacle on her path. Is that explicitly explained in the base game? Because if it's not, I'm banning you. Is that in the base game? That's in the base. If you're talking about the base game, I don't mind. Don't talk about the DLC. If you talk about the DLC, that ass is banned. Items. Okay, fair enough. So she's just a disgruntled... She just doesn't like what her mom's doing. Is what happened. She's like, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I want out. And then she kind of did that to kind of set things in motion. So Ronnie is actually the problem for all of these things. Because she killed Godwin, Marica's child, and then she went insane and smashed the Elden Ring. So she's the issue. She's not the daughter of Marica. Who's she the daughter of? Rennala. Rennala and Radagon. Right, Rennala and Radagon. Rennala and Radagon. So that's her father, then went with Marica. Okay, yeah, right. So it's not even her mother, it's her stepmother. It's her stepmother. She wasn't satisfied with her stepmother, correct? This is not... I mean, this is Radagon's daughter. This is just a better version of DS2's story. Not really. I feel like this reminds me of Dark Souls 1. More than anything, where you're called to do some grand task, and that task is completely up to you. Dark Souls 2 is a personal journey. Dark Souls 2 is about you as an individual. In this game, you are a piece in the grand scheme of things. Like, you're called to save the Elden Ring or to destroy it. In Dark Souls 1, you are called to reset the cycle or continue the cycle. Dark Souls 2 is about you as an individual. You know what you want in the beginning of the game. You're there to find a way to save yourself from the curse. You know, you lost your family, your loved ones, you know. Rani doesn't like Radagon and Marika because Radagon abandoned her mother. That's a valid statement. Yeah, that is a valid statement. Well, Marika and Radagon are one person. Like, they're two separate people that became one person or some shit. If you're spoiling, I gotta ban you. I'm gonna say we haven't even beat the DLC yet. I haven't even beaten the DLC. I'm just trying to understand the story of the base game still, and the story of like most intros to the Souls games. Because what happened was, we were thinking about Dark Souls, and someone had said like, the main problem with the Souls games and Elden Ring is that you don't know what you're doing. You don't understand why it is you're here. And after every boss you kill, it doesn't feel satisfying. You don't know why you've killed them. But I mean, to understand why you've killed them is to understand the beginning of each game. Right? For the sake of Elden Ring, the Elden Ring was shattered. The rules of nature, gone. And all of these lords, these demigods, took pieces of that Elden Ring. And since you were called back to the lands between by, who knows, the Elden Ring, it wants you to put the pieces back together and to mend the ring. So you have to go around the world of the lands between, killing each demigod, because they all went insane and they stole, a piece of the puzzle. And you're supposed to be putting that back together. Makes sense to me. Makes complete sense to me. Is that correct? Press 1 if that's correct. Press 1 if that's correct. Press 1 if that's correct. Is that not correct? That's the gist of the story. How is that not correct? It's not. Really? Sorry, I missed that. Okay. The gist of Elden Ring is you are a tarnished. You're someone who no longer has the favor of the tree, whatever. You can no longer be reborn. You are sent a piece of grace, the ability to, like, come back to life and do things. You're blessed, and you're sent on this mission to repair the Elden Ring, the laws of nature. You end up in the lands between, where all of these demigods have stolen pieces of the Elden Ring. Yes, you're sent here by the Greater Will to mend the Elden Ring. The Greater Will brought the Elden Ring to the world to shape it in a certain way, and it wants you to come back and mend the laws of nature. You say, that's not true. I don't want to spoil it. Oh, is it spoilers? Oh, I'm getting the gist of the base game, though. I'm getting the gist of the base game. All I'm saying is what you know in the base game is you're sent to the lands between to mend the Elden Ring and to bring back the pieces of it that all of these demigods have stolen. Is that the base of the base game? Is that the base of the base game? The very, like just the gist of it. That is the gist of it. That's all I care about. That's it. That's it, okay? That's all that matters. Oversimplified. Exact. That is the most borderline thing of the base game. Not that they have stolen, but they all want to maybe, I don't know, I guess not stolen, but they all have a piece of the Elden Ring. And the Elden Ring is this sacred thing that, governs all, and the rules are just. And, you want to take those pieces and put it back together. They have the right. They have the right? They have a piece that... So, wait, each... Hang on. What was... Okay, so you know how each boss in Elden Ring has a piece of the Elden Ring, the runes, or whatever? What do they do? What is the one that Millennia has. What does Millennia have? If Fia has the Rune of Death, or not the Rune of Death, sorry, Ronnie stole like a piece of the Rune of Death or whatever, what does that even mean? No, not what they do in game, but like, what did they steal from the Elden Ring? That's not really specified. So they just stole pieces of it. They have shards of the Elden Ring. But do those shards matter at all specifically? Are they individual pieces that mean something in particular? Nobody stole anything except Ronnie. Okay, so they didn't steal it, but were they... Wait, hang on. Were they gifted from Marika pieces of the Elden Ring? The Elden Ring shattered. Marika destroyed the Elden Ring and gave the pieces to each of the demigods. Okay. They didn't steal them. They grabbed it during the shattering. They stole it. Each fragment has its own power. So kind of like in Dark Souls, where each piece of the flame does something different. It's like a godhood. It broke and they yoinked them. So what does Radahn's rune do? So the piece that Radahn was given, what does that do? What does that do in particular? We don't know. Only 2 runes we know of are Destined Death and R'hllana's Great Rune, which was given to her by Radagon. So it's just power. Okay, so it's like strength or the ability to live longer, stuff like that. A nondescript power. Okay. You know what? I mean, you know what'd be cooler then? What if they all stole pieces of the Elden Ring, and since the Elden Ring is made up of, like, the laws of nature, they each stole a piece of the laws of nature, and you kill them, and you set that back in motion for the world. Does that not make more sense? Does that not, like a nondescript rune that they stole, I mean, surely it means something specific. That's what I'm thinking it should be, but it's not. If the Elden Ring is what the world is made of, the laws, the rules, it doesn't work like that. Okay. That's what I was thinking it was, but I guess it isn't. The ring is like a bike missing one gear, and that gear decides what law rules. Just wait for the movie being made. Yeah, everyone's going to be even more confused. You're going to have to watch the movie and then decipher it by YouTube videos. There's not going to be a single word spoken in the movie. It's just going to be a bunch of people fighting and looking at pages. And you'll have to read what's on screen to understand what the movie's about. Sounds great. It's like a guy in a movie, or in the Elden Ring movie. He's like, oh, what is this? A tome. And then he spends 3 hours looking through it, and you have to read what's on screen with him reading it too to understand what's going on. Of course, it works like that. Who said it didn't? The ring defines how the world works. For example, Marika removed the death rune, and no one could die. They were all sucked into the tree. Yeah. I get that. If it's not directed by Hideo Kojima, we will not watch it. Hideo. You know what, though? I'm going to ask a few questions. Be as basic as possible. The Elden Ring was sent to the lands between by the Greater Will. Yes? So the Greater Will decided to govern nature in its own way. It essentially created the laws of the world. We don't know. Well, that's exactly what that sounds like, though. That's literally what that sounds like. That is exactly what that sounds like. So what the fuck was the laws of nature before this thing arrived? I beat the base game of Elden Ring. So how is it that you could say yes, that the Outer Will brought in the Elden Ring to the world of the lands between? It brought it there. And then it does a certain thing. Was it just giving power to people without knowing what that power was? Is it spoilers? Is that spoilers? You were never supposed to understand. I don't know. What the hell's the Crucible? Oh, the Crucible. Right, the Crucible Knights. All that stuff. Wait. So there was the rules of nature were there initially. And then this outer will came in. And that's why everyone refers to it as a parasite, because it fed off of those things, and now it just kind of does its own thing over the Crucible. They hijack the laws of nature with their own ways. Oh. So that's why it's a parasite. That's why it's considered a parasite. Oh, okay. And the outer gods are all like side characters. So, well, the greater will is an outer god. In itself, it is an outer god. If you've got other outer gods, like the moon with Ronnie that she ushers in, is that not an outer god? The same way as the greater will is, that also came in? As is the rot god, same deal. So, like, there's all these eldritch gods, these old things in the universe. And they're all, well, it's not a fact, but, like, you get the gist of it. It could be. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? That's pretty cool then, eh? So the lands between are just a feeding ground for, like, the god's own ideas. Wait, so that means, was the Crucible a god as well? An old god? The Crucible must have been an old god then, if that's the laws of nature. Okay, so maybe. It's a god's playground, basically. Yeah, I was going to say they all want to just kind of fuck with things. And to see the world in its own image. The Frenzy Flame is also an old god? Okay. It's not clear, but it's plausible. Some of the gods were here before the Greater Will, but the Greater Will used America. Yeah, yeah. It suppressed all of them. That's why they went around destroying everything, right? America rose up with this army, with Godfrey and all these people, and they went around and subdued everyone. Because their law, their way of life is the law. You will worship the Elden Ring. You will worship the Golden Order, the tree. That's what that is? Right. Oh. The moon was never said to have been a deity, just a force out there. That's how I understood it. I think it's a deity. If there is a rot god that is working through millennia, why wouldn't there be a moon god working through Ronnie? Because at the end of Ronnie's quest, when you beat the game with her, it would be an outer god. It would be a deity. It'd be a being. She's ushering in a new age, the age of the moon, right? Whereas, you know, they ushered in the greater will, or they're trying to usher in the rot god, but it's not strong enough, so it doesn't matter, so on and so forth, right? So let me understand this then. How does it work with the Dung Eater? The Dung Eater wants to corrupt the Elden Ring to have it altered, but it still is the Elden Ring, but just more of a certain things don't work. There is no dung deity, right? There's nothing there in particular. Good lore videos from some YouTubers. They speculate what's going on in the world overall. Very entertaining. No, well, we're going to watch some. I'm going to watch a bunch. He just wants to make everyone omens. So he wants to corrupt something within the Elden Ring to make everyone omen. So he just wants to twist the ring to his own image. Right? He wants to twist the laws of nature to do something that he thinks is right. Is that what that means? So instead of overtaking the Elden Ring, like an outer god would, they would just, the outer gods would replace the Elden Ring with their own ring. So he wants revenge. Yeah. Okay, so Fia's ending. Okay, so just more of understanding what's going on. There are a few players in Elden Ring, such as the Dung Eater, Fia, Golden Mask. Those guys all want to do something with the Elden Ring. But they don't want to replace the Elden Ring. They want to twist it in some way. Actually, no. Gold Mask wants to Gold Mask wants it. He wants it. He does want it. Elden Ring is the formula. Outer Gods want to change that formula by adding their own twist. Oh, wait, does Golden Mask actually twist it? He wants to perfect it. What the hell does that even mean? So, okay, so they all want to twist it. So, as an example, if Ronnie's Outer God came in, let's say the moon was an Outer God, and it had access to the Elden Ring, would it completely crush the Elden Ring and its way of working and replace it with its own? Or would the Outer God twist it and have it work to its liking? We don't know. Ronnie wants to free the world of the Greater Will. But didn't the Greater Will bring the Elden Ring, so she doesn't want the Elden Ring? Ronnie doesn't want to bring the moon to the lands. She wants to leave the planet. I thought she was ushering in the moon or some shit. Ronnie just gets rid of the Order altogether, not changing the ring. Okay. So she doesn't like the Golden Order. She's leaving with the ring. Fuck. Ronnie wants a world without the interference of gods. She thought the Golden Order is broken and leads to eternal war, so she wanted to delete this flaw and make it perfect. Ronnie wants to replace the Greater Will with the moon. That's what I got from that. Is that not correct? But the moon is a god. I thought she was ushering in the moon to replace the Outer Will. The Greater Will, sorry. That's what I got from that, really? I guess it's not. At this point, it's all just speculation. Just watch Vati, my man. Ronnie gets rid of the Order. That's for sure. And a world without gods. Okay. I get, you know what, though? Those guys, you know what? I'll say this. What we're saying right now technically is all speculation. What everyone is saying in chat, unless you've seen all the Vati videos, and even he in himself is a bit of speculative, you know, here and there with theories. There is concrete evidence in Elden Ring that things are what they are. But then there isn't also when it comes to, like, as an example. Let me ask you this. Is there concrete evidence that the moon is an outer god? Is there concrete evidence to Ronnie's ending, or is it just, oh, there isn't. There is no concrete evidence. So what about the concrete evidence of the Rot God? The one with Millennia. Is there concrete evidence of that? So that, you know what? The moon is a god. It doesn't even make sense. The moon is a god. You know what? That makes sense, though. You don't need to have a definitive answer for everything. You don't need to have a definitive answer for everything. I found the Stinger Dagger, yeah. It makes sense, though. It makes sense that the moon would be something that she was ushering in. Moon is a Lovecraftian god being in Miyazaki's mind. That's what I think it is. To me, that makes sense. So what if she... I don't know. Maybe I'm a weirdo. What I'm getting from this is she doesn't like things. And she was working with this moon god, kind of like Rykard was working with the serpent for some reason, right? They knew a reason. And that's why she was trying to usher it in. To me, that makes sense. Does that not make sense to you? That, like, she might have said a few things and the moon might have spoken back or some shit. I don't know. And it offered her a way to change things. I think that makes sense. To me, that's cool. It's these people, you know, working with gods to kind of have their own way of how the world should work. Ronnie's folk get their power from the moon. They don't worship it. But what is the power of the moon? Where does that power come from? There is two moons, I do know that. Solaire worships the sun, but it doesn't talk to him. Well, that's a different game, though. Through glintstone magic. Oh my god, it's another fucking rabbit hole. I'm gonna say this. Ronnie's moon is the second dark moon, which grants her power, much like Renala's from the main moon. But are those moons could be living entities, and that is speculation, correct? It is not explicitly said that those moons aren't alive, correct? Those moons could be something. They could be cosmic entities. So what do you mean they're not? Is there proof that they're not alive? Just finish the DLC. Correct, you're one of us now. You know, that's what you got to ask, though. By that logic, the greater will is the sun. What if it is? They're not all alive, they're just cosmic bodies. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. I'm against that. That is a theory as an Elden Ring enjoyer, Reddit user, mod. I don't know if I believe that. You know what? Certain things, when you've got the greater will, you've got Millennia's Rot, you've got Renala, what the fuck her name? Remy, I don't know, the chick who's like a fucking doll creature with 4 arms. I mean, the moon seems like a big player. The moon seems like a big player. Ronnie. And you got the Frenzied Flame. I mean, they all seem like big players that matter instead of just conduits of power, which is what the moon is in your mind, which could be correct. I don't know. It's just speculation. They get magic through studying the moon. That's how they get magic. They are not given. You need intelligence stat for that. So, you get magic from the moon. Well, why the fuck is the moon full of magic? Is the moon not magical enough to be a living creature, an entity? You gain power through the moon. Cosmic power. But where does that cosmic power come from? Is it just, well, here you go, take some power? We don't know. Ronnie was an Empyrean too. Sorry, refresh my mind on what an Empyrean means. I know they have a shadow. What does an Empyrean... What is an Empyrean in the universe? What does that word mean? Candidates for godhood. Yeah, but that doesn't mean the moon is a god. The moon could be an outer... Well... Candidates for godhood. So, to replace Marika? They were all... Oh, you know what? See, lol. Okay, I'm getting it now. So why would a god be working with another god when they both want the same thing? Or when they both want something to do with the same thing? Does that make sense, then? The Dark Moon is confirmed to be an outer god because of one of its endings. Well, then why is Ronnie, who was potentially a candidate to be one, work with a god? Unless she didn't want to be a god, and she worked with the outer god, who is a god. It's not confirmed. Get Miyazaki on the line. My hair's falling out from all of this. We stopped playing League. You should be good. That's why she killed her body. So she did not want to be a god. She didn't want to be a god. Is that what that means? She killed her body. She didn't want to be a god. So she couldn't be the, like, okay, yeah, okay. So you know what? She didn't want to be one, but she's still working with a higher power, the moon. The moon is a higher power, potentially. Okay, Sneck, shut the fuck up. You've only been saying yes with everything I've ever said. You're not helping. I need people to agree or disagree with said statements. You're not helping. You literally just say yes to everything. And I'm assuming that's true because I'm reading it and it's like, yes, oh, okay. She wants to be free of the greater will and to create her own order using the power of the moon, correct? Is that what that means? Using the power of the moon. So, the moon is just a big orb that is magical and is a battery, and she is sucking the battery. She's sucking the power from the moon to then fuel her means to an end. That's what that means? But she was working with the moon, though. I think she is. How the fuck do you work with something that's not alive? She is not working with the moon. Guys, we gotta watch the ending of Ronnie's thing. We gotta watch the ending. Ronnie ending Elden Ring. We need to rewatch this. Sorry. Someone said, help me understand the ending of Ronnie's story. Okay. Ronnie's ending is really interesting to me. One thing I will say, the translation stuff is a bit overblown. In my opinion, the wording is really flowery and intentionally obscure, and there will be some differences in the exact wording. But the meaning behind what she says is pretty much identical in each. However, the slight differences do make you wonder exactly what she's getting us all into with her new order. Okay, he's responding to a big thing here. Here it is. In an ideal world, her goal here is to take the Elden Ring, basically the DNA of the natural world, away from the meddling of the fingers, the greater will, and the gods. She's banking on the Dark Moon being disinterested in directly meddling with the lands between, and the moon will just keep the ring and it'll be chill. And if she's correct there, that probably is a... Wait, does that even make sense? I mean, this guy said that the moon was a being. The moon being disinterested. It's just on Reddit. I don't know. It's not from Miyazaki's lips, I'll tell you that. I'm just reading. What is the Dark Moon in Elden Ring? Is that the thing that she uses? She uses the Dark Moon. There is no mention that the moon wants anything. It's just there. Every other god wants something. You know what, though? You know what? One sec. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. A Reddit post ain't gonna help me, bro. Ask ChatGPT. I think so. A Reddit post ain't gonna help me because it's still speculation. I want to... Oh my god. The adverts are so AIDS. I wasn't even done reading that post. I just... that wasn't it. Okay.
Solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear.
To every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars.
Okay, her new age. She is ushering in the age of the stars. This is her ending. This is what she sees for the world. Yes? She's ushering in the age of the stars.
1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon.
A 1,000-year rule under the wisdom of the moon. The wisdom of the moon. She learned something from the moon. The wisdom of the moon.
Of the moon.
And there the fucking moon is. The wisdom of the moon. Well, okay, 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. It's a journey. Well, rule, voyage, I mean, are they taking a trip on a galleon, bro? Off to fucking Neverland? To go fight Harry Potter with cutlasses and flintlocks?
Of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond.
That's an outer god. That's an outer god.
Into fear, doubt.
Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond.
Reaching the great beyond.
Tell me this shit ain't alive, bro. How is this just a conduit for power?
Into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness.
I'm getting Rykard and Snake vibes, bro. I am. To me, this looks like... I don't know. What did she say?
Well then, shall we?
I mean, it's a... My fair consort eternal. Now cometh the age of the stars. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Is she saying that as in she learned from the moon and now under the wisdom of her? Is that what she means? That's how I see it, from which they get their magic. I mean... Watch Ronnie's Rise dialogue. Ronnie's Rise dialogue. You have to check the Japanese text if you want to understand this. I just think they need to write a better game. That's all I gotta say.
I take it thou hast noticed. I shouldn't be surprised. I thought I might expound a little further upon the order I envision. Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities.
That doesn't sound very good to me. This bitch is insane. This bitch is insane. Does that sound good to you?
But I would have them at a great remove.
I mean, that bitch is insane. That sounds good?
Of sight, emotion, faith.
The certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch gone.
All become impossibilities, which is why I...
Maybe I'm just understanding it wrong. Her ending is basically freedom from cosmic forces. Is that what you understand from this?
I would abandon this soil with mine order.
Well, you say that. She wants... You know what? You're like, oh my god, out with the cosmic forces, they're so evil. And then she turns around and she's like, Satan. It's her new rule. You usher in her reality. Then what? You don't know. What the fuck is she gonna do? She's gonna fist you with 4 arms. You actually don't know. She literally says that she will leave with her order right now.
Wouldst thou come to me even
Really?
now, my one and only Lord?
Where does she say that?
I take it thou hast noticed. I shouldn't be surprised. I thought I might expound a little further upon the order I envision.
The order I envision.
Mine will be an order not of gold.
Here's the thing. Well, how the fuck does she leave with people? Is she gonna float off like a fairy into the fucking mushroom kingdom? She wants to usher in a new age. She's gonna take everyone to fucking the moon. With Elon Musk on the moon. This just sounds like she wants to rule. I don't know, bro. I didn't hear anything about being taken away and taking her order and taking it away. How does that make any sense?
But the stars and moon of the chill night, I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossible.
She is talking not about how people can touch or feel each other. She is talking about how people can't touch or feel the new god. Okay. About my order will not be of gold, but of the stars and the moon and chill night. I want to keep it far away from the lands, even if life and souls are one with the order. The order, could be kept far away. Wait, what? That hurts my brain. What? So Ronnie and the order leave. If it was not possible to clearly see, feel, believe in, or touch the order, that would be better. That is why I will leave this place along... Oh, wait.
Mine order to me.
Oh! Oh, she literally says that. I thought she wasn't done. Or I thought she was done, sorry. Oh! Which is why I abandon this soil with mine order.
Wouldst thou come to me even now, my one and only...
Well, you know what? I did hear that, but it didn't compute. It didn't work.
With mine order.
My brain just completely phased it out. Which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. So what the fuck does it even mean? She's gonna take her order? What is her order? So she's gonna leave the... What the fuck? So, she wants a world without a god, or whatever, right? She is the ruler, and she will just leave. So she's gonna leave everyone to their own devices. So TLDR, Ronnie severs us from the outer gods and leaves us to do with what we want. Oh, okay. So no one... Oh, so you get... You know what? That's not really a bad ending. Well, if that's what she's saying is true. I guess that's not really a bad ending. Yeah. Hence why the deal with killing her two fingers. Yeah. Oh. What are the problems of humans, fanatic followers of other gods? Emotions blurred. They lose sight of logic. She wants to leave people as they are and wants to remove the influence of outer gods. Yeah, so she wants a world where the people decide things and not be influenced by, you know, crazy big powers. From Ronnie's perspective, every trouble in this world is caused by people and champions interacting with the god and that they seek God's blessings, so she establishes a new God, and people can't interact with it. So people can just live their lives. Oh, is that correct? Press 1 if that's true. To me, that actually makes sense now. Is that true? I think that you know what? Okay, fair. Whereas everyone else is kind of ushering in something. So in a way, so what made her so disgruntled to want that? What was that again? Because she got pissed off at Radagon? The war. Oh, is that in the DLC? Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If it's the DLC, don't say a word. Oh, it's not in the DLC. Oh, it's not? Oh, it isn't? He was just saying DLC? Oh. It is kind of. It literally is. There is related material in the DLC. Okay, press 1 if we should finally play the DLC. We've been yapping for a while, I'm not gonna lie. My brain has been on lockdown for so long trying to understand this, and it all stemmed from one comment 3 hours ago. It stemmed from one comment 3 hours ago while playing League. I have been talking about the same thing for 3 hours, and I still don't understand all of it. Actually, it spawned from one guy. It did. No, that was a very interesting... You're welcome. No, what was said was that you're right, though. I still believe what you said, but also I tried to make sense of it from what, is shown to you in the beginning of the games. He said, basically, what was the point of doing any of this? Why does this matter? Like, why are we in the lands between? I don't feel anything for killing bosses. And I said, basically, well, you're called back, mend the Elden Ring, retrieve fragments from certain characters and put them back together to recreate the ring. And from that, it spawned, well, why do people have these pieces? What do they mean? What is their purpose in the end, right? Like, why are you helping said people? It's just trying to understand the gist of the story and why you do things in Elden Ring when nothing is explicitly said to you. Like, straight up, like, you got to do this, 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 this. It's a little bit cryptic, but you get it. Elden Ring's story is not immersive, Tobias 3 hours ago. I think it was just a sense of direction. I kind of agreed with him in that you feel lost. Press 1 if you kind of felt lost in Elden Ring, like you needed a sense of direction, story-wise. Like, you felt kind of like you didn't know why you were here sometimes. 2. Okay, so you guys said... So you pressed 2, and you completely understood why you're here instantly with what you're doing. I would say it's like a 1.5. Read more descriptions, peasants. Yeah, that's bullshit. They leave it vague for a reason, but, like, they... Do you think... Let me ask you this. If the intro was told in a more simplistic way to get the gist of the story but not give you all the details, would it have been a better game? If you, from the intro... You don't think so? It would not have been a better game. So you like that with the intro of the game, you knew absolutely nothing. You're like, what the hell's this, 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 this? Let's go figure it out. Which I guess, in a way, is cool, but it hurts your head. Even though, but the problem is, here's the problem. The problem is, you as a character in this world know what you're doing. Because that's the whole point of you going back to the lands between, to mend the Elden Ring. As a character, you know, but it doesn't tell the player what they should know. So what the fuck? Ah, bro. I don't know. See, there's a disconnect. There is a disconnect right there. The character in the game knows what they're meant to be doing, whether for good or worse. Or for bad or good. Is that English? I can't tell. There's a story trailer for the game. It should have been in the game. Really? Story trailer. Elden Ring. Really? I've never seen the story trailer. You know what? Let's watch the story trailer. The fuck? I've never seen it. Maybe the story trailer tells you so much more. Hang on. I've never seen this. Let's give it a watch. I tried to get you to watch it. I've never seen. I had no clue.
It happened an age ago.
Okay, that's Ronnie speaking. Let's see.
But when I recall, I see it true. On a night of wintry fog,
Those are the assassins.
the death was stolen.
No, they're not. They are.
And the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden.
Ew. What's up with his body?
Queen Marika was driven to the brink. The shattering ensued, a war that wrought only darkness. The Elden Ring was broken. But by whom? And why?
Shit.
What could the demigods ever hope to win by warring?
Yeah, look at Radon. Big man. Big man. Look at this dude. Holy shit.
The conqueror of the stars, General Radar. And the blade of Mikkel and Melania the Seventh. These two were the mightiest to remain, and locked horns in combat. But there would be no victor.
See, no one knows what's going on screen. You do when you play the game. Clearly you know what that is, but...
we inhabit a fractured world, awaiting the arrival of the Elden Lord.
Wait, this explains everything. It's so much better than the intro of the main game.
Unless, of course, thou shouldst take the crown.
That literally just fucking explains everything. That explains those two lines right there explain what's going on. That's it. We await the Elden Lord unless you'd like to take the... The fuck? That was so easy to get. That was so much easier to get. Imagine if they made that the intro of the game. I mean, that... So the Rune of Death was stolen. What is the Rune of Death? We don't know. Starting with Godwyn the Golden, all the demigods started dying because the Rune of Death was stolen. Okay, the Shattering ensued. A war that wrought only darkness. So the Rune of Death was stolen. A demigod died. A giant war ensued. After that, what could the demigods ever hope to win by warring? All the demigods fought each other. The two strongest ones were Radon and Melania, right? Which, that doesn't really matter. But from that, we inhabit a fractured world awaiting the arrival of the Elden Lord. I mean, it does kind of. I know what the rune of no. I know what the rune of death is. I know what that stuff is. But for the sake of this trailer gives you something to like. I mean, the intro to the game to me is so much more cryptic than this. Like, this is still cryptic for sure. If you literally just walked in and said, "What is going on here?" you would at least understand this better than the intro of the game, in my opinion, without knowing anything about Elden Ring. A demigod was assassinated because a rune was stolen. Okay, so what is that rune? The rune of death. All right, okay, sure. After that, the Elden Ring was broken. Okay, so now we have a rune that was stolen, a demigod died, and this thing called the Elden Ring broken. A war then ensued, the Shattering, where all the demigods went at it. And now we wait the return of the Elden Lord, or, you know, someone who will take the crown. I feel like that unironically gives you more information than the other intro. I'm not sure. It doesn't explain everything in detail, but, like, you actually get the gist of what is happening. It's a different angle. This video should have been the intro to the game. I gotta go watch the intro to the game now. Again. I don't know. Let me see. Let me see this. I don't know. Maybe. Let me see. Let me see this. Sorry. My brain is. This is what happens when you present me with something interesting, such as AP Graves, and I play it for 1,000 games straight.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across
You know what? Okay, this actually is cooking, though. This does make sense, too.
the fog, the lands between.
The Elden Ring was shattered. In our home in the fog, the lands between.
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found.
So the queen with the Elden Ring was shattered, and the queen is missing.
And in the night of the Black Knives,
This is where you get AIDS. This is where you get AIDS. In the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. So the only way you'd ever know anything about what the fuck this guy is by watching the other story. The other trailer,
Godwyn
right?
the Golden was first to perish.
Wait, no! Didn't he die first and then the ring was shattered? The fuck is this? Didn't the ring get shattered before he died? Wait, sorry. He was killed and then the ring was shattered. He was killed and the ring was shattered. That's what I'm trying to say. He was killed and then the ring was shattered, correct? So why the fuck is this before the other thing? No! That doesn't... What? Our home across the sea. The Elden Ring was shattered. Wait. The fallen leaves tell the story. I think I might have been hearing things. Oh, wait.
The great Elden Ring was shattered.
The great Elden Ring was shattered. After that, the queen was imprisoned. She was nowhere to be found. So the Elden Ring was shattered, and the queen is gone. Okay. And then it tells you this. In the Night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Can't you tell that before? That's why it was so confusing. That's why it was so confusing. Why are you telling this in a different order?
Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring.
That's garbage. That's garbage. Press 1 if that's garbage. The other trailer actually does it in order. And so it makes so much more sense. I don't know, man. I think it should have been. It's not a garbage trailer. Obviously, it's great. It's an intro. You're just dumb? I don't think so. Why would you say this? Why would you confuse people? The Elden Ring was shattered. Understood. And then they just bring this up. Really? Because in the other trailer, you get that, like, I don't know. There's different ways to tell a story. The Night of the Black Knives was an event that would serve as the catalyst of the conflict known as the Shattering. This did happen before the Shattering of the Elden Ring, right? The Shattering is an event that took place after Godwyn died first, then the ring was shattered, and then the Shattering would occur. This just doesn't feel like it's in the right order. This genuinely doesn't. I was wondering, I'm like, why am I so confused?
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards.
Okay, this makes complete sense.
Of
the Shattering is the war that ensued after the ring was shattered. That's what I'm saying. Well, I don't know. I'm sure there's some big brain move here, but like, the reason I didn't understand this initially when I looked at it was it's just in the wrong order. I still don't know why. But, yeah, it's just stupid. No, I stand by my words. I stand by what I say. Fuck that. Fuck this intro. Fuck the intro. Fuck this intro. No. It should, no. Why did it shatter? Well, the thing we just told you after it shattered. Now, fuck that. No. No, it's not, you know, it doesn't need to be clear, but like, this is just clearly wrong. This is just wrong. No, this is wrong, bro. It's wrong. It's not in the wrong order. Yes, it is. The only reason the Elden Ring was shattered... Wait. Wait. The Rune of Death was stolen from the Elden Ring. Godwyn was then killed, which caused... Wait. I need to back the fuck up. Oh my god, hang on. The Rune of Death was stolen. Wait, hold on. Oh my fuck, my brain has disease. No, okay, sorry. Let me back this up real quick. We got to figure this out. Before I play the DLC, I'm going to get this straight. A Rune of Death was stolen. In the other we got to watch the other trailer again. A fragment of the Rune of Death.
Peggy 16.
You go. Death was stolen.
The Rune of Death was stolen. All I'm saying is from this cinematic. So the Rune of Death was stolen. After it was stolen, Godwyn was assassinated. They had to steal the rune first to allow this guy to die. Press 1 if you agree. Press 1 if that's correct. The only way for Godwyn to die is to steal the Rune of Death, allowing death to occur. Yes, okay. After that, Queen Marika went insane because her child actually died, and she shattered the Elden Ring. Is that correct? Press 1 if that's correct. She was driven to the brink of insanity. Okay, so I still stand by my words then. I stand by my words. This intro is ballsack cheese. No. Why couldn't you have just said that? You know what, wait. It's a story told by someone who isn't Ronnie, and Ronnie knows what went on because she orchestrated it. So it's from the perspective of Ronnie, whereas this is from the perspective of, This is so AIDS. You know, that's so strange, though. So you've got two... What the fuck is this game? Not only is the game so cryptic that you have to study 3,000 words... 3,000 words is nothing, actually. I meant 3,000 fucking books! You gotta read everything. You have to know everything. Each fucking story, each trailer is its own lore in different orders. You have to study the trailers. So you have to study the trailers. You have to study the game. You have... Like, what? I understand now. Okay, so I get it, but I'm not satisfied.
Queen Marika the Eternal. Godwyn the Golden.
I finally understand it. I just don't think it makes sense still. Let me ask you this. Press 1 if you prefer the Ronnie trailer. Press 2 if you prefer this trailer. In terms of understanding the gist. In terms of understanding the gist of the story. The gist of the story. In understanding the gist of the story, I think 1 makes more sense. 1 is in chronological order. I understand. They're both fine. They're both good. More people said 1. Fair enough. That's what I agree with. True.
Was first to perish.
No, I do like both. I like both. Both reveal different things, but I think you understand more about the game as a whole by watching the first trailer. Press 1 if you agree. You understand more about the game by watching the Ronnie trailer. Press 1 if you agree. That's all I needed. That's it. That's all I needed to know. We can play the DLC. That's all I needed to know. That's it. That's it. We're good. Let's play. Sorry, I yapped for probably 3 hours about Elden Ring. That's a bad thing, though. Not really. I don't think so. I mean... So, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Wait. If you... Okay, we gotta talk. You say, that's a bad thing, though. So, if you watch the trailer... The in-game opening cinematic, where Godwyn gets godded after the Elden Ring is shattered, you are being lied to. You're being gaslit into thinking something else. Is that what the game wants you to think? You're just being lied to. You're just being lied to, because that's not true. Who's the storyteller? But then, why did they release another trailer that you're not being lied to? Bro, this game, even the game's trailers are cryptic. There's different endings to the trailers. God forbid. All right, we're playing Elden Ring, folks. Let's go. Can we watch the DS3 intro again? I'm not gonna watch any videos on... No, we gotta play the game, man. We gotta play. We just watched videos. Finding out about the lore in-game is so much better. No. Not always. I'll say this before I continue. If a game leaves me with nothing to work with, it can suck my toenails. It could do that. It could just suck the cheese right out of them, bro. I need to understand something before I get into a game. Give me a cinematic, give me a line of text, give me something to follow. That's it. That's all I want to know. But no. What they showed you in those two trailers, in my opinion, is perfect. The second trailer, not so much. It seems a little all over the place. But like the Ronnie trailer was excellent. Sorry, I have to close Vanguard to play the game. Yes, close Vanguard. And exit the game. If what you mean is, I would prefer to have all of my lore in-game, where I have to read about everything, I don't like that. There needs to be something to go off of the second you start the game. Even if just a little bit. Like, you know how every game has an opener. Every game pushes you into the universe with something. Dead Space. I'm an engineer. I'm sent to a ship to fix the ship. And the more you play, the more you understand. What the trailers showed me is there is an Elden Ring. There was an assassination. A rune was stolen. Someone died, a demigod. And then the Elden Ring was shattered. We are now sent to the lands between to figure out what happened to the Elden Ring. Put its pieces back together. Makes sense to me. I get it. Very simplistic intro. I understand. See, I don't know. Oh. The Shattering is the name of the war. Yeah, well, the Elden Ring was shattered, and then from that came the Shattering. You just need to know what you're getting into. I'm not saying everything needs to be spoon-fed to you, so where you can only enjoy the game because you understand everything completely, because it is up to you to kind of decipher things and figure things out. But, you know, as you are an outsider to this world, right, it's not like everything is told to you and you know everything because you're the lore expert of the Lands Between. You know, you're not someone who's lived in the Lands Between for 3,000 years, and I know Radon, I know Millennia, I know this, I know that, I know this. But the gist of the story is still told to you, and you're here for a mission. You're here to do something. And that something is repair the ring. All right. Anyways, we're done. You are not actually an outsider. You're not. That is correct. You were sent away and you returned. You heard the call of the grace, the ring, whatever. But in that time, did you know any of that stuff? That's the question. In that time, did you know of what went on? Did you know of the Shattering? When did you leave the Lands Between as a Tarnished? Was that after the Shattering? Before the Shattering? You went away with Horaloo. Before, exactly. You went away with... Well, when did Horaloo leave? When did Horaloo leave? Did he leave before the Shattering or after the Shattering? Long before. Exactly. Exactly. We're done. Good. I would say that was worth the ramblings. I'm actually happy with what we talked about. Long before the Shattering. Yeah. Because Horaloo and his tribe were used to subdue everyone else under the rule of the Golden Order. Under the rule of the Erd Tree. Right? The laws of the Elden Ring. Yeah. My eyes don't care anymore. I can't see anyways. According to the first in-game trailer... First in-game... I'm not reading that. No, listen. I'm done with the brain rot. Whatever you just said, that's more brain rot. What I saw on screen... Ronnie's trailer is better. Okay. All of this stemmed from understanding what it is you're doing in Elden Ring. That is where all of this stemmed from. The ambiguity of the adventure in Elden Ring. Why am I here? What am I doing? What's the point of all of this? That's where that whole conversation came from. That's it. That's where it came from. We're done. We're moving on. Okay. Sorry, let me read alerts. Boys, you do. Lots of bits. Thank you, sir. Tobias, look here. Got him. 200 bits. Thanks, man. Have you ascended the mountain in the DLC? No, I haven't gone anywhere. We haven't even played the DLC today. I have been... we've been yapping for a little bit. All right, let's go. There's a mountain. Spoilers. Well, we know there's a mountain. Divinity 2? I think I've played it, a little bit of it. All right, let's go. We're playing! Wow! Holy smokes, we're playing the game? Okay. Let's see what this is.
If you spent any time at all looking at the characters of Elden Ring, you've probably come across the giant living warrior known as Alexander.
The fucking goat.
Alexander is truly the Siegfried of Katarina of this game, and just like the warrior,
that's what everyone says.
The warrior jar also has determination that comes from elements outside our knowledge, and also has a rather tragic ending to his story. But what is his story? Where did he come from, and why is he unrelentingly venturing across the land in search of combat? I'm so glad you asked, because surprise, surprise, you just so happened to click on Alexander's Story Explained video, which is a video that will explain Alexander's story in a way that anyone can understand, and which also just so happens to have spoilers in it. Just saying.
I like how anyone can understand. Yes, everyone needs to understand what's going on, because this game is so fucking horrid in terms of, like, you play the game once, and you're like, oh, he's like a warrior. And he wants to take on big baddies, and, you know, he wasn't good enough, so you had to kill him, and he's like, I'm not good enough, take me with you. You know, you can get the gist of things, but, like, the only way to really understand them is to watch videos of people who've studied the game. That's it.
You've been warned. The segment of Alexander's story that we can play through in-game isn't really that complex, but allow me to recap it here so that everyone's on the same page. When you meet Alexander in the game, you first come across the thick boy halfway stuck in the ground, and upon your meeting, he will ask you to smack his hindquarters as hard as you can to pop him out of his sedentary prison. After you pop him out with a good Walloper 5, he once again introduces himself as Iron Fist Alexander and explains that he is on his way to Redmane Castle in the far southeast in order to further his education in the ways of war, which is exactly what he does.
What a
Giga
Chad.
Meet up with him again down under in said Red Castle, and he's gearing up to take part in the festival. You know, that big happy party that's thrown once every so often to try to recruit heroes of the land to kill the rampaging General Radahn. Alexander states that he is excited to take on the legendary warrior and is one of the spirits you can summon in the battle. After you defeat the big guy—
Wait, so what is the gist of Radahn's story? I mean, he got fucked up. He lost to Millennia. Or Millennia infected him with the rot, and then he went insane. And now, since he's still revered as this god, he's a demigod, right? People band together to try and put him out of his misery, to give him like a warrior's death that he was denied. Is that why? It was a standstill. Okay, so they actually, that's about it? Okay, well, that makes sense. Yeah. It was a draw. Okay. He went insane, but people still respect him so much for what he did that, like, they just want to put him down properly. Okay, so what they do is they send 50 people at him at once.
On your 20th attempt or so, you can find Alexander nearby, shuffling around in the dirt. You talk to him and he states that he was wounded by Radahn and then hid for the rest of the fight, something that he is ashamed of. But then he says he hasn't given up on getting stronger yet and explains that he's trying to stuff the bodies of other warriors from the Shattering War that died there in that spot down into his body in order to level up his strength stat or something. Ironically, it's implied that he even stuffs the body of Star Scourge Radahn himself himself into him. Since if you're a monster and you kill Alexander before this point in time, he drops the Warrior Jar Shard, which states that it's made from the relics of ancient warriors, also confirming that he stuffs ancient warrior bodies into himself. However, if you kill him after his quest is over,
Still the goat.
he drops the Shard of Alexander.
Turn up your volume, dude. It's loud. It's loud for me.
Says that some of the relics were from a red-haired champion. Since we've seen him scooping up the bodies around Radahn's battleground, it's pretty much confirmed that at this point, he was indeed dumping some pieces of Radahn into himself. Probably his head. Anyway, after the somewhat disturbing battleground scene, you then leave him and find him once again stuck in a hole. And after oiling him up and helping him out again, he mentions that he fell into that blasted hole because he was trying to catch a glimpse of his home. The home that he vowed to never return to, but we'll get to that in a sec. He mentions he's heading up to the fiery mountain in the north to bake himself into something harder by way of lava, and when you also head that way, you find him just chilling in the middle of actual molten rock, yelling a bit out of pain, but otherwise doing pretty well. He notices you and gifts you with a jar of your very own to wear on your head, something he crafted for you as a token of his friendship. Then he says this fire ain't hot enough, it's just lukewarm, and that he's going to instead go temper himself in the legendary fires of the Flame of Ruin, which for you lore experts out there should sound pretty familiar. And this is why you can then summon him again for
the kiln. He wanted to go jump in the kiln.
Who was guarding the Flame of Ruin before you killed him. After which you now have access to said Flame of Ruin, and apparently using the flame transports you to the timeless city held in midair called the Crumbling Faramazula, because whether you let Melina light the flame using her body as kindling or you do it yourself in the path of the frenzied flame, you end up in Faramazula either way, meaning doing this equals portal to here. Anyway, apparently Alexander also tried to use the frenzied flame to temper himself because you run into him up there.
What a freak.
But this unfortunately marks the last time your paths will cross, because his path ends here. You see, the whole time you've been meeting up with Alexander at different points in the game, he always says that he wants to fight stronger champions in order to become stronger himself, right? But the strongest champion he's ever seen is standing right in front of him. It's you. So he formally asks you if you would do him the honor of facing him in mortal combat, which ends, of course, with your victory. After the battle, lying on the ground moments from death, he says he knew he never really stood a chance against you, but that he was glad he got to go out the warrior's way. And with one last hearty chuckle, he shatters completely, leaving behind the shard of Alexander that I spoke about earlier, and a bloody clump of his insides. And while this marks the tragic end of Iron Fist Alexander's story, what about its beginning? Is there any way to find out more about where he came from and why he was so obsessed with becoming a strong warrior? Absolutely there is. If you travel to the eastern region of Liurnia, at the bottom of a cliff that is much too tall for any normal being to descend without carefully stepping from one outcrop to the next, you will find a hidden village that is not accessible any other way. This quaint little village is called Jarburg, and it is the home of the living jars that Alexander came from and vowed to never return to. But unlike the other soul jars you come across in the game that either try to punch you or blow you up or otherwise end your existence, the jars of Jarburg are all 100% friendly, docile, and downright adorable citizens of the lands between. You'll find them lying about, idly chatting with one another, and even dancing around flowers. They're so cute. One of these jars in particular is a youth named Jar Bairn, who you can actually walk up to and speak with. The little jar affectionately refers to you as Cuz, short for cousin, and asks if you're there to be the new potentate of Jarburg. Potentate means leader, by the way, but will then deny you your potency on account of your not having smooth hands. Should have been using lotion. Before too long, Jar Bairn will ask you if you've met Uncle Alexander, and will then explain to you that Alexander used to live there, in Jarburg, but then left to become a champion, and insisted that the path of the champion must be taken alone, and in classic Alexander fashion vowed to never again return home. His bravery and heroic ambition inspired the little Jar Bairn, who admits to you secretly that he too is a warrior jar, and one day will also leave the village to become strong just like his uncle Alexander.
Please don't tell anyone, cuz. But I'm actually a warrior jar as well.
But why should these jars living in essentially jar heaven leave? Are they just getting bored? Well, possibly, but Jar Bairn also gives us some insight into this question. He eventually asks you if you've heard of the poachers who hunt down living jars and smash them up for their pieces. This is actually the very reason that the jars established the little isolated town of Jarburg. It's kept hidden and secret and out of general knowledge so that the poachers won't find them and will therefore let them be. Jar Bairn says that he hopes Alexander will beat them all up, which implies that this might have been the reason for Alexander's quest of trial by combat.
Oh.
You see, as you could imagine, these little living jars are quite special. They're magical, and according to what we can read about the description of the look-alike cracked and ritual pots, the materials of the jars themselves can literally mend when broken, literally giving them the name living jars. This makes the jar's material quite valuable and able to be used to make various different magically augmented
So they're hunted like
concoctions.
animals.
Now, how the jars came into existence in the first place isn't something
How do those look
confirmed in the game,
threatening?
but we can speculate a couple different theories on the subject. For instance, we know that before Radagon's rise to power as king, there were colosseums scattered throughout the lands between that housed, you know, combat stuff. Ritualistic warfare done in reverence and honor of the Erd Tree. And right outside the Colosseum of Caelid is a colossal warrior jar called the Great Jar.
Huge,
we also
bro.
see loads of empty or broken jars around several different minor Erd trees, and the jar's lids are always ordained with depictions of the Erd Tree, and the roots of the Erd Tree are shown to be feeding off of the bodies of dead humans, which is a whole other rabbit hole of lore that we don't have time to get into at this point. But to add to this point, when you die in the game, a sprout of a golden tree, an Erd Tree, appears at the spot where you died until you collect your runes from it, implying that the Erd Trees themselves live off of death. It could be that since Marika removed the rune of death and therefore natural death itself from the world as part of her golden order, the jars were created to bring the bodies of warrior who fell in the ritual combat of the Colosseums to the minor Erd Trees in order to
bring
provide
them
nourishment
back.
to the new tree sprouts, and recycle them into grace for the rest of the citizens of the lands between. A method of cycling life under Queen Marika the Eternal. Like I said though, this is just one of a few different
Sounds like a
theories of how
theory.
the
Yeah,
living
it
jars
sounds
came
like a
to be,
theory, yeah.
all of which are pretty speculative, so for the time being, I digress.
It
Back
sounds
on topic though, even
logical,
if the
though,
soul jars
kinda.
were potentially created as a way to house the dead and water the Erd Trees, why are they being poached for their materials? Is business really just that good right now? Well, I'm inclined to say no, seeing as merchants that we can find throughout the lands between haven't seen a customer in ages. On the other hand, ages ago, there was this little war called the Shattering. In the war, several things which were previously outlawed or shunned were brought into focus and exploited for the purposes of war, such as the art of making weaponized perfume, also known as aromatics. The war led to a bunch of perfumers being drafted into combat and therefore made this practice a widely exploited tactic and led to the rise and demand of certain types of perfumes such as the spark and iron jar aromatics. The iron jar aromatic is a bit unique because not only does it raise a user's poise while rendering them more vulnerable to lightning, but just like the name implies, it is made through use of shards of living jars, which means that jars have to be killed and harvested in order for these to be made. It says right in the description that perfumers are plainly in league with jar poachers. This means that essentially jars became hunted for their bodies as a result of the Shattering War. And as a result of being hunted, most of the soul jars then decided that they would make use of the warrior bodies within them and become warriors themselves, and would fight back against those who would do them harm, which is why you find them in deep dark crypts and other hiding places where they're hostile towards you, when otherwise they used to be peaceful before the war. They simply want to live and don't know whether you're friend or foe and decide to attack you before they themselves are attacked. This is what led to the jars escaping and finding
I killed so many of them.
the isolated town of Jarburg, where they could live peacefully. Only, unfortunately, once again, the story of Jarburg does not end well. While you're traveling, you can stop by every now and then and talk to Jar Baron and get the latest scoop on what's going on around town. Eventually, you discover that that old coward of House Hoslow, Dialos, has come to town to be their potentate, which is something he feels will finally give him purpose, because come on, how hard can it be to look after some harmless little jar people, right? Well, fast forward a bit, and one day you return to find everyone smashed and killed.
What? That's the quest line I didn't do? Yo, Zito is gifting some subs. Hey, I see you, buddy. 2 subs. Thanks, man. So, they elect a potentate. They elect a town mayor, whatever it may be. And he probably is a poacher, and he brings in the poachers and kills everyone?
All except for Jar Baron, who tells you that a poacher found their town after all and came in to extract their valuable skin. But he doesn't cry, because he's a strong little warrior.
I won't cry, though. I'm a warrior jar. A warrior.
You then find Dialos lying in the middle of the road, having fought off the poacher at the cost of his own life. After the genocide of literally everyone in Jarburg aside from Jarbairn, he decides to take off and become a warrior Jar just like his uncle Alexander. You can then give him Alexander's innards, which Jarbairn claims he will stuff into himself when he is worthy. After which, he says goodbye and sets off, never to be seen again, leaving behind the companion Jar talisman, a token of his friendship. And that, my friends, is the story of Alexander the...
That was extremely well... it was very well put together. Like, you could understand 100% of everything that he just said. That wasn't cryptic. That wasn't bullshit. He literally said at the beginning of the video, he's like, I'm going to make this so everyone just completely understands it. You're good to go. Yeah, that was it. But I mean, okay, for the sake of that quest line, that is like the alternate ending. That is the bad ending. I got the quest. I didn't even do that quest, and I was able to set that guy off to go do his thing, right? Before everyone was slaughtered. I mean, that's alternate timeline stuff. I don't think that's canon. I think even if you did that quest, bringing that guy there probably brought the poachers. You know, what if they saw him go down there? Right? You never know. It's the bad ending. Yeah, there's the good ending and the bad ending. When's the DLC? Today at 12. I've got time for maybe one more video. That's cool. That makes sense. Still a chat. No, I like the pot guys. Everyone does. So I need a video that's about 10 minutes long. What's another bit of lore that we should look into? Nephili Lu? Nephili Lu? Who the fuck's Nephili? I've never seen this chick. Was this chick in Elden Ring? I never met her. Nephili Lu? Zito's gifting another sub. Bro, thank you, man. You know what? I want to know more about the Dung Eater. I think the Dung Eater is just a fucking freak. Oh, the videos are so long, though. One sec. It's a 2-minute video. Sorry, Zito gifted 4 subs. Bro, thank you, man. I missed another one. Let me add that time for you. That's 8 minutes. There you are, sir. Thanks, dude. Well, let's watch the Dung Eater. I don't think there's any volume here. I think Ivana's watched a few of these videos. The Dung Eater is an infamous and reviled serial killer known for defiling the corpses of his victims after death. They say the horrifying implications of a name. At first, Dung Eater seems like a strange, almost comical title, but it may give insight into the nature of his defilement. In Japanese mythology, the soul is in the ass. Yeah. I mean, you know what? I was going to say, just like the Headless. The Headless from Sekiro, same deal. In some Japanese folklore, the soul is housed in a spherical organ called the shirikadoma, which is stored in the anus. That's news. The headless ass grab. They stuff their hand up your ass, yeah. The Shirikadoma was the target of certain malicious spirits who, by taking it, would steal your soul from your body. So they'd have to fist you. They'd stick their fist up your ass. They'd steal your prostate, bro. Yeah. That's literally what I just said. That's the Headless from Sekiro, yeah. Elements of this myth have been referenced in the past by FromSoft as they partially inspired the Headless in Sekiro. Yeah. That animation is gross. Like, he actually fists you. Ah! What the fuck? In their grab attack, the Headless can be seen extracting the Shirkadoma from Wolf and placing it inside their own body. That is horrible. That's an animation in this game. Don't get grabbed, by the way. And then he stuffs it in his own ass. What the fuck? Given the established precedents, we would assume the Dung Eater is another reference to the Shirkadoma myth. Yeah, that's what he does. That's all. Don't fight these guys. They're fucking horrible. The Dung Eater's victims are found with a bloodstained cloth. I was literally going to say that. There's a bloodstained cloth between their legs. Victims are found with a bloodstained cloth sitting over their lap, implying consistent, purposeful trauma. I mean, ew. This may suggest that he physically tore the Shirkadoma from each corpse and consumed them, earning his vulgar moniker. Is that the Dung Eater's face? Is that what he looks like? What is going on there? By consuming souls in this way, he prevents them from returning to the Erd Tree, as described in the Seedbed Curse. Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater. I ended up finding one of these. A tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the Seedbed Curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls from returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. Yeah, he basically doesn't permit you to heaven. He just doesn't. Instead, they may be trapped inside him, as Rodericker describes hearing a plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. So he steals the souls of people, stuffs them in his ass, or eats them, and doesn't allow them access to heaven. I mean, he's just a freak. He's just a freak. When these souls are reborn, it will be as a cursed being, like omens served from the grace of the Erd Tree. Wait, so he's allowing them wait, what? When these souls are reborn, it will be as cursed beings like the omen severed from the grace of the Erd Tree. But how do they get reborn? How do they get reborn? How do the Dung Eaters get reborn? I'm not going to be late. No, I've got a little bit of time. This is the last video we can watch, and then I got to go. But how are they reborn? How do they just... He wants everyone to be like Omen. Yeah, but the question is, how are they birthed? From the Seedbed Cursed? Are they born out of, like, the things he steals from assholes? Just like you when you're reborn? They grow like plants. I mean, that is... He eats your ass and then puts a curse on you. You're infected with the seedbed, the pox. You get reborn from the tree, but you're cursed and denied the cycle after that. Oh, so he basically taints your resurrection. Is that what that is? He defiles you and taints your resurrection. So when you're reborn, you're not allowed access to... Oh, that's pretty... That is loathsome. That is... You're too dirty for the Erd Tree. Yeah. What the fuck? I mean, that guy's horrid. Despite or even because of his silly name, the Dung Eater is one of the most appalling characters in FromSoft history. Yeah, I'd say so. And you know what? I don't think he serves a greater power. I don't think he does anything for the sake of a god or for an outer being. I think he's just that fucked up. Is that the case? He's just that fucked up? He does. Does he? Does he really? What is this? How to complete the Dung Eater's quest in 15 seconds.
And here's a trick on how to beat
What is this?
the Dung Eater quest in 15 seconds.
Oh. Oh, I mean, sure.
VHS users are my favorite.
What is he saying? Is that the good ending? What? The Dung Eater questline is it's a 17-minute video. Wait, what if the Dung Eater... Can the Dung Eater, like, actually eat your dung? What if he defiles you? What if he hits you with the seedbed curse?
Hey guys, Luna here. Welcome back to another Elden Ring quest guide video with a guide on fully completing the Dung Eater questline.
Is this a 6-minute video? We've got time.
That will award you his armor and weapon,
6 minutes,
like you can see on the screen, and you will also get the Great Ruin for his.
But if he defiles you, you're reborn as an omen. But then, how do you get reborn over and over?
Ending. So there's not a lot of detail for this quest, but there is lots of running about. Also, the quest will go a lot quicker if you complete the Millicent questline and the Volcanic Manor missions, specifically Raya's quest first, so check those videos out before you do this one. Okay, let's jump into it. After reaching Leyendal, Dung Eater will show up in the Roundhold table. You need to get him a seedbed curse. You can collect the first one from the Leyendal near the East Capital Rampart, and you can bring it to him.
Oh yeah, there was a guy sitting up there.
I will show you most of the way to go in these seedbed locations because they are extremely confusing. Seedbed curse, and speaking with Dung Eater, he asks you to find his real body, which is located in a cell in the sewers of the capital. From the avenue balcony, go downstairs and jump down on the right-hand side to a well, and you can follow this all the way to a grace point and continue from there to find him.
Nothing does, and omens are forever severed from the Erd Tree. So they can still be reborn just as omens, or they're cursed from ever being reborn. I thought they were cursed and they can't get reborn. We've already done this. You find his cell.
Turn to the Roundhold table of Mila. Talk to him again.
So this is where I ended it. I did not go get the seedbed curses. What's the outro of this?
You can go all the way through until you find it.
He's just showing where everything is, which we're done with the game.
Prayer room in the Halig tree. Make sure you the two remain.
So when you're done, you feed. Wait, hang on. Am I feeding him these things?
Return to Dung Eater in his cell beneath the capital and give him the remaining seedbed curses to finish off the quest and receive the Mending Rune of the Fell Curse, the item needed for his secret ending. Reload the area and return to him, and you will get his armor set on his body.
Oh, that's it? Really?
So after this, the only thing you'll have to do is when you get to the end of the game, you can use his Fell Curse for the Blessing of Despair ending. And that ends the Dung Eater.
So you dung him instead of him dunging you. No, I've seen the Dung Eater ending. So that's it? You're like, oi, I'm gonna be the Dung Eater. And then you go around and get seedbed curses, and then you give it to him, and it's like, oh, you were the Dung Eater after all. That's it? That's not really a quest line, is it? I mean, there is a 17-minute video on the Dung Eater that probably explains infinitely more. The video, yeah, no, that's fine. You know, that is... He's just a bad man. He's just a bad man. Is that really what he is? He's a bad man? No Nefeli Lou. Well, you know, man, I actually gotta go. I think that's gonna be it for me right now. I have to go. The selling quest line. I can't do anymore. He kills an NPC. We gotta... Hey, Regardless, you know what I'll say? Once we're done with the DLC, we'll go back and look into things that we've missed, things that we haven't really experienced, like quest lines and areas, whatnot. Pope, pee poo poo, 98 months. Thank you, man. Goddamn. 2 minutes, sir. That is a very long time. So we are... I'm just going to pause right now at 391.40. Okay, I'm back. We're going to be adding all the time for the subs, by the way. We're not done yet. Okay, so... Elden Ring tier list, yeah? Press 1 if you're ready for the Elden Ring tier list of bosses. This is the DLC and the base game. First of all, let me say this as well. Elden Ring is the easiest of the Dark Souls games, and Elden Ring. Elden Ring is the easiest of all of them, in my opinion. And you could say, oh, you mean... It is the easiest when it comes to natural progression. It is the easiest. And I think the reason for that was because they wanted to mainstream the game, and they wanted to give it to the masses. It does depend on how you play, but this is what it is. Let me turn this down. You say, it depends on how you play. That is true, but if you play the game as a first playthrough, just winging the game. Just winging the game like any other game, not much thought, just playing, blah, blah, blah. If you don't, that's exactly what I was going to say. If you don't artificially limit yourself, it is the easiest game. 100%. And that's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm talking about. To make Elden Ring hard is to force yourself for the game to be hard. And that's fine. That is fine, but as a first playthrough, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, with the DLCs, and this game, this is the easiest game. You can breeze through DS3 just as much. I think the only boss in this game that was legitimately hard was Millennia. I think it was Millennia. And that's not to say that this game sucks, but like as a legitimate, like, just playing the game... nonchalantly, I'm learning as I go. You don't know anything about the game. I knew nothing. Millennia is your biggest hurdle. That is your biggest hurdle. Easily. Is that not correct? Well, you could say, for the sake of what I played, that's what I'm saying. But, you know, day one, I'm sure everything was fucking tough. Okay. Tier list of bosses. So, I gotta remember what these bosses were, for fuck's sake. All right. So we're going to go from, I guess, top to bottom. What the hell is this? Can't even fucking see, bro. Bosses. Okay. These are the major bosses from the base game and the DLC. What the hell am I looking at? What am I looking at? Let's go from this one. What the hell was this? This was the Ancestor Moose. That was fucking garbage. Are we talking about cinema or skill? Or how hard they were, or like how enjoyable they were? Because I mean, this is like a D tier. Both. Okay, both. It's a subjective list for sure. So everything I'm about to say is based on my own experience, my own playthrough. The ancestral moose. There's two of these guys in the underground where you find Radon's comet hit the earth. I would say very cool. Music very cool. Arena interesting. A lot of it is... It's a little low-key. There's not much going on. It's not that flashy. It's just like a spirit moose that kind of... It goes around and throws shit at you and hooves you in the face. It really isn't anything exceptional. It really isn't. I don't think it's the worst thing I've ever fought, but it's not an F, it's not a D. I'm going to say it's like a C tier. I don't think it's like a D or a C tier. It's it's in between these two for sure. It's not a piece of shit. It is not the worst boss ever, but it is like a C or a D tier. I'm going to place it in D tier for now. We'll come back to it. The bugs from space, these guys, the bugs from space. Very interesting, very intriguing. Astal. Yes, Astal. One of the coolest things in this game is the idea that these are aliens. The big finger mama. What the hell was that? Disgusting. Astal, an alien out of the sky, came down on a comet and uses gravity magic. Probably one of the most unique bosses in the game, not only visually, but lore-wise. Very cool. Very cool. Really, really cool. The fight, I don't think, is as fun because you have problems with, like, the hitbox. Like, for fuck's sake, this thing's got, like, bony-ass arms that are like toothpicks, and you have to fucking hit them, but it locks onto his head. That's unhittable anyways. So I'm going to say the fight was kind of weird, but everything else surrounding Astal was excellent. I'm going to give him an A. Subject to change. In terms of, like, theme, he's maybe an S. This is a space bug. This is an alien. Everyone else is like a demigod, you know, running around on land and, oh, I rule my kingdom like this and that. This is a fucking alien. When you see this, it's completely left field. Completely left field. I'll put him in an A tier. I think A tier is good. A to S? I think he's an A tier in concept. In theme, it's a one-off, bro. You don't find these often. What the fuck is that? What is this? What's this thing? That's Bale. Is that Bale? This is Bale. S+. Easy S+. Easy S+. With Igor, the mountain, the lightning, everything culminating at the top of the fucking... The peak. You climb up there, you find all these dead dragons. Everything about it is so cool. Everything about it's so cool. Igor, like, oh, vile Bale, vile. You find him well out of place, right? This guy's not even close to where Bale is. Like, Bale, the fight itself is insane. It could give you a stroke. It's flashes of lightning, colors everywhere. The thing has like two phases. It fucked with Sataplax, the dragon in the base game. Like, there's a lot going on. I don't know the lore exactly, but everything about that fight is pure cinema. It's pure badass. It's pure testosterone. It just is. It's very, very cool. Very fun. Very iconic. Extremely memorable. And the music is dope. The music is dope. You got to admit. The music is fucking awesome. Bale has 2 of the 3 missing heads of Platasax on his back from... Yeah, that's what I was told. That's cool. That is... Press 1 if you agree. Bale is an S+ boss. Press 1 if you agree. S+. Easily S+. You can't put this guy any lower. Bullshit. One of the most iconic fights, one of the most iconic NPC characters that help you. Just so cool. And again, it's not like, oh my god, you use this summon, it's so boring, fight's lame. The whole point of that guy is to summon him. Excellent. Let me put some music on while we do this so we're not too bored. Next guy. That's the Hog Rider. That's the Hog Rider, right? This is the pig man. The guy who rides around on the pig and he's like, Garrus? Garrus? Garrus. Kind of boring. It's basically, it's Sejuani. It's Sejuani. Wasn't he like a general? I just realized something. Guys, what do I do at the Scudatree? What do you do at the Scudatree kiln? In game, what do you do at the Scudatree kiln? Nothing. Oh, you don't do anything? Really? Okay, never mind. I just, because that's where this boss was, right? And I'm like, wait. It gives you 5 shards. Gotcha. Okay, so Gaius, I mean, Gaius wasn't really... He wasn't anything. I don't think he was that exciting. I don't think I remember him too much. I think his fight was interesting, that he was like a knight and also, you know, adept in gravity magic. I think that's cool. But he really didn't do anything in particular. I wasn't too excited to see him. Forgettable boss. Actually forgettable. I would say he's like... I'm going to put him in C tier, man. I'm going to put Gaius in C tier. Not really interesting. Radahn's rival when they were young. That puts him in B tier. If you know the story, I mean, I don't know the lore exactly behind everyone, but if that's the case, that's fucking cool. I would say B tier. If that's Radahn's rival when they were young, B tier. Why not? Yeah, okay. The overall, was he hard though? Not really. That's cool. Okay, you know what? I would say that bumps him up to B. Gaius' story is cool as shit. He was born a paraplegic. He fucks pigs. Ew, what? C tier. Astral above Gaius. Yeah. Yeah, actually. I'm going to put him in B tier, folks. Low B tier. Astral is just cool, man. Astral doesn't really do much in the way of gameplay, but I get... he's B tier for now, B tier. Okay, who is this? This is the Caelid General, correct? The man. It's the Caelid General. I really liked him, and that was like one of the few NPCs that actually spoke. I don't know why he was there, but I was really feeling the thematics of that boss. A dude clad in armor, still there after the battle in Caelid, you know, rallying the troops. Very cool fight. I'm going to put him in, like... I can't put him with Gaius, or Gaius. I can't put him up here. He's going to be a C tier. We did beat Elden Ring, yes. Might be O'Neill in Fort Sol. Oh, if that's the case, I mean, that's like a reused asset. I still C tier. Well, you know what? We'll leave him at C tier. I thought he was cool. When I saw him, he's actually memorable. Press 1 if you saw this guy in Caelid and fought him and remembered him. I think he is. He's just a dude with a banner. He's like, rally the troops, and he summons his troops, and he's doing like giant whirlwinds and shit. Cool boss, man. And he spoke to you. He said words. Very cool. Yeah, I liked him. Who the hell is this? Who's this? Death Knight. The Death Knights. Okay. D tier. D tier. D tier. They're as flashy as the Moose, if not less, and all you do is walk around them and backstab them and they're dead. Absolutely not. Shit boss. Probably the most gimmicked boss in the whole game. Not memorable. There's 3 of them. They're memorable by how cheesy you can be with them. Now, I don't think they were well made. The Death Knights, aesthetically, they looked really cool. But they weren't my favorite at all. They're copy-paste bosses. Cool armor, though. Yeah, very cool. How dare you put Regal Ancestor in D? I disagree. Very cool moveset, and you don't even need to backstab. How about this? You know what? I'll put him in C tier. But you know what? They do actually do different things. When you find each one of them, I think they're C tier. I don't think they're with the Moose. Fair enough. You know what? Their moveset, C tier. They're C tier. I think that's fine. The Moose is dog shit. The Moose is dog shit. Or maybe it's not. The Moose is C tier. Nah, I like this more. This is cool. The Moose, I may have, ran over a few too many times. The Moose is... you know what? All of these bosses don't do anything crazy, but they are interesting. They're not complete dog shit. D is dog shit tier. F is like, get out of the game. I think this is fine. They don't do anything in particular, but they are memorable. Does that make sense? Is that fair? Filler bosses, yeah. So who's this? Oh, is that the dancing fucking... the lion dancer? That, bro, that's got to be A tier. That's got to be A tier, man. That's got to be A tier. He's the A tier, for sure A tier. Not B tier. If Gaius is if Gaius is B tier, I mean, Gaius goes to B tier because he's a bit cooler lore-wise and flashier than these three. The dancing lions were cool. Gaius is 100% better. What? Normal S tier. The lion is a normal S tier. You know what? I gotta go A tier, man. I'm sorry. Mechanically, it's very cool. Mechanically, it's very, very cool. Visually, it's very cool. You know what? I think it's an S tier boss. Press 1 if you agree. I think it's an S tier boss. No. A tier, A tier, A tier. It's an A tier boss. It's like a high A tier. It's better than Astel. It's a high A tier. It's a high A tier. Low S tier, high A tier. It's very good. I don't know. My list is... Well, of course it's subjective. Everyone's list is going to be different. It's a camera boss, it is. A or S tier? That's Bale in S tier. S plus tier? That's Bale. He's that good. You know what? I'm going to give him S tier. Fuck that. I think the Dancing Lion is so good in terms of... I don't know what the lore is for the Dancing Lions, but, like, the way they play... The soundtrack is great. The different phases. There's so many phases. And the visuals of the creature is just bizarre. It's very bizarre. Anyways, S tier. I'm going to leave it in S tier. Who's this? Oh, those are the Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knight soldiers. Even like D tier, bro. Garbage. Nah, they're like a reused copy paste Resident Sleeper. They're really not that fun. No, they're not. I think they're D tier. I agree. I think they're actually, these are fun to verse. This thing is just lame. I don't know the lore of it, but it's just kind of lame. For the sake of knowing a few things, I mean, Platasax. S tier. Platasax is S tier. He's not S plus. Bale is S plus. Bale is S plus. Platasax is not the same tier as Bale. He's not S plus. He's S. Platasax is fucking cool. But Bale is just a next level cool. Bale is a next level cool. But Platasax deserves to be S tier. Low S then? Well, he's cooler than the fucking dancing dragon. Come on. Bale is pure cinema. Well, you know, Platasax is still cinema, but he's not nearly as intriguing as Bale. Not even close. High S. Lovely. The Elden Beast. S tier. S tier. S tier. S tier. No, the Elden Beast is cool. The Elden Beast is cool. Iconic. Very iconic. F tier. It's a fucking alien, bro. It's a fucking alien. There is not a single thing like that in this game. You didn't like it? Alien is good. Well, I mean... Remember, you have to... It's also how iconic they are. You think trash boss? I like the Elden Beast boss. Not so much the fight, but more of the serenity of everything, right? Like, it doesn't seem like a malevolent creature. It's just there to do an outer god's will, enforce the land, whatever. It's strange. It's the experience overall is what we're going for. I'm going to go S tier Elden Beast. Press 1 if you agree. Overall experience, Elden Beast is an S tier. I think it's just really, really unique. If it's not an S tier, it's like a high A. It's got to be. I think it's... You don't think so? So where would you place Elden Beast? A tier? Where would Elden Beast be? A tier? B tier? This guy's not with Gaius, bro. Not even. Gaius fights you in a random shit field that doesn't matter. No, it can't be in the same tier as Gaius. A or S tier is completely fair. You know what? High A tier. I want to put him in S tier. Not that the fight was impressive, but everything about it was just very iconic. Gaius is too high. I think he is. You're right. Gaius is down here, bro. I'm good. Gaius sucked. I'm going to leave it for this. I'm going to leave it like this for now. Next one. Who is that? Who is this? Who's this? Bell-bearing hunter. You skipped this guy. Okay, so F tier. Actually, I'll just put him back. The fire giant. The fire giant. A tier. He's not. No, the fire giant's fucking cool. Fire giant's fucking cool. A tier, bro. A tier all the way. A tier. He deserves. No. You know what's so cool about the fire giant? Complete different aesthetic from everything else. Doesn't look like anything. The moveset is dog shit. I will agree the moveset kind of blows with the fire giant, but that's not about... That's not why he's A tier. He's iconic. He's at a pivotal point in the story, defending the kiln, right? Or is he defending the kiln? I'm not sure. Very thematic. Very, very thematic. The fight is poo, aesthetic-wise and everything, though, A+, easily. What I really liked about the giant, that I said multiple times, was you get a sense of his scale when you fight him. You get a sense of this guy's scale when you fight him, because you can only beat his ankles. Bro, you don't even fight the giant, you fight his fucking foot. For the entire fight, it's dive feet! That's it, that's all you do. And that alone lets you know that this thing is just so big, it's not to be fucked with. And that sucks? I don't think so. I think that adds to the fight, crazily enough, in my opinion. And his head. He deserves A. Guys, I'm sorry, he deserves A. If you throw the fire giant below A tier, that's trolling. He deserves A tier. Or high B tier. So where would you put him then? Where would you put the fire giant? F tier. No way he's D tier, bro. No, you gotta remember, it's more about the art and the cinema of the fight. The art of the fight. A tier. I think A is fair. Low A tier. I think he's cooler than Astel. Well, maybe not. No, he's not cooler than Astel. All right, fine, that's it. I'm gonna leave him an A. You literally hit his legs the whole fight. F tier. But you gotta remember, just because a fight isn't engaging doesn't mean it's not good. What about the Radon fight when you summon 500 NPCs and he doesn't even swing at you once? Is he shit? Is he a shit boss? Not really. And you could say, well, don't summon them. Well, that's the lore. You're supposed to. I didn't summon versus Radon. You missed out then. That's the lore, bro. You're not a lore-friendly player. It is what it is. Okay. I'm going to leave him in A tier. The clone of Godfrey. F. I don't care about fighting clones. Fucking F. It's garbage. What is this shit? It's garbage. Why do you want to fight the clone of the guy when the real thing is 2 minutes away? It's a reuse. It's a reuse. It's a reuse. I don't think, you know what? I don't think it's an F. I've played this fight. It was cool, but it wasn't satisfying. Genuinely. I'm going to put him in C, bro. C tier. I'm going to put him in C tier. You'd put him in D tier? No, nothing is bad. This is garbage. At least this was engaging. I think C tier is engaging, but not exciting. Not really as exciting. This guy's, I mean, yeah. Kind of exciting, but not really. Godskin Duo doesn't even count. Doesn't even count. The Fat Godskin. C tier. F tier? I don't think so. I think he's cool. Very unique. I kind of wanted to put him in B tier, to be honest. I really did. I think he deserves to be in C tier. I think, you know what? He's got a unique moveset. He's very memorable. He expands and then rolls around like a freak. Put the deer in D tier. Does the deer belong in D tier? I don't think so. I would actually put the Death Knight in D tier. Feels very uninteresting compared to these guys. I'm going to say he's in C tier, low C tier. No, I had more fun. I'm putting him here. Put this guy here. Yeah, I think that's fair. Death Knight is so lame, bro. Anyway, I'm happy with this. What is this one? The hippo? The big shit hippo. D tier. The hippo's in the fucking D tier. The hippo's in the D tier. F tier. Hippo is F tier. Hippo is D or F. It sucks. It's a load of dandruff. It is a load of dandruff. It's just boring. The camera's boring. It doesn't really do anything. It's not the worst fight in the game. It's not. It's so... You think it's an F tier, really? You lose nothing if it's missed. No, I would say this fucking dragon soldier is so trash. I'm going to leave the hippo in D tier. I'm going to leave the hippo in D tier. Is Shitlord 2? It's a hippo. You guys really don't like this thing? You want it to be an F tier? Really? S plus incoming. Hold on. You won't add any bosses in F tier. Maybe you're right. Maybe I got to spread these out a bit more. So he's F tier. Yeah, okay. Then what the fuck is D tier? No. Oh, I see a few things. Oh! You know what? I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. We can put the deer in D, the Blood Knight in D, or the Death Knight. I'm okay. I like this. I like this tier list. I like this. That is better. That is better. That's better. That's better. The D is... Yeah, the deer is in D. Okay. Horaloo! S+. Horaloo is a fucking freak of nature. S+. That is so cool. Horaloo is S+. It's like an S or S+. I want to... It's just... There's something about a guy who strips his godhood and says, fuck you, I'm a warrior. We're fighting as men. No longer God versus man. Man on man. You know what? I guess he isn't as exciting. No. That's false. He's not as... That's false, too. The scale of the Bale fight versus Horaloo are very different, but what it means feels so intense. It's so intense to strip your godhood away to fight someone as a man. That's intense. Bale is a better fight. Lordship, not godhood. Lordship. That's so cool, though, man. Horaloo warrior. He should be S tier. Maybe you're right. I want to put him in S tier. He's so cool. I really want to put this guy in S tier. Press 1 for S tier. 2 per... sorry, not S tier. I want to put him in S plus tier. He's already in S tier. 1 for S plus, 2 for S. Sorry, I'm rambling. 1 for S plus, 2 for S. I really want to put him in S plus tier. I don't know, man. He's dope. He's really memorable. Very fucking cool. One of my favorite boss fights. Bro, it's your list. I know. Zangief, super S plus. My brain tells me S, but my heart truly sings to S plus. He's going to stay in S plus. My brain tells me to put him in S, but my heart is stronger than my brain. Yeah. I'm going to leave him in S plus. Follow your heart, S plus, for sure. Okay. Leda Knight. Is the Lita Knight fight everyone? Is the Lita Knight fight everyone? Does that include all of them? The Battle Royale. Okay, it does. A+. A tier. Let me talk about this. It's A tier for sure. The reason I'm going to say it's A tier is because you feel it in your heart. You feel killing these people who are innocent. You know, everyone in this game is being driven by gods to do things. You feel it in your heart when you kill them for no reason. They believe in something so strongly that they're willing to come after you for it, and you believe in something else, and you're just clashing. Like, that is, not if you miss the quest line. Well, if you've played the quest lines, I really like that fight, man. Out of the few fights in this game, that fight was one of the most emotional, in my opinion. The battle does mean something, even if NPC fights can be dog shit. It does. It really does. You feel something fighting them. Even if they're not a god being, or Baal or Horaloo, these are people, regular people, who just believe in something different and they're willing to die for it. I don't know, man. You feel it when you fight them. You do. Except Hornsen, he's a freak. Yeah, and his people are fucked. I really like it. I'm even going to put it above... I'm going to put it top A tier, bro. I'm sorry. Get out of here. I'm going to put it top A tier. I think so. I'm going to leave it at that. All right. What the... This guy's a wanker. This guy... Get out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. C tier. C tier, throwaway, whatever character. Still a little bit more interesting than... No. I can't put... Wait. If he's here, how is this up here? He's a jobber, NPC nobody. Reused trash. He's D at most. I think you're right. And I think dropping the Godskin fatty down as well makes sense. Does this look a bit more fair? I think this looks a bit more fair. At least this guy's a little bit more engaging than these two. These two are just slow and boring. I think it's a bit more fair. I would even say this. The Moose was at least more iconic than the Death Knights. I'll leave it at that. That's fine. Who is this? Is this the Drake? Is this the Drake? Is that the Drake? Is that the standard Drake? No. Is this the Lich Drake or the regular Drake? All the Drakes go in... Oh, that's the Fia Quest Drake. Fortisax. Oh, it's the Deathbed Fia Drake? C tier. I'm okay to put him in C tier. Yeah, C tier. C tier. I think C tier is valid. It's still a dragon. It's still a dragon. B tier, maybe. Yo, what the fuck? D for dragon. B or A tier? Actually, you know, isn't he a one-off? If he's a one-off, I don't mind him with Astel and the... He's not a one-off. Don't you fight another one right before Baal? Look up Fortisax lore. Right now, I can't. He is a one-off. You know what? I'm going to put him in A tier. How's that sound? Yes or no? I mean, this bug's got to go down. B, in my opinion. Low B, high C. B at the highest. He was kind of just not memorable. The arena was kind of memorable, but not really. Oh, that was right. Yeah. Godwyn befriended the dragons, befriended Fortisax, and ended the war. Right. I'm going to leave him here. A tier? B tier, really. I know this sounds insane. I'm fine with that. I accept this for I like this. You know what? That looks better. That looks way better, I think. This is A tier. I don't care what anyone says. Lita's fight is fucking good. That was probably the saddest fight in the game. One of. Astel's higher? Maybe. Giant in B tier? Yeah. Giant was fucking cool, man. Giant was really cool. Lita's clown show above the rest? Buddy, it's not about the mechanics. It's just the fight, man. What the fight meant to you. How I felt during it. Like, I think when I was doing the Lita fight, I was thinking back to every NPC who died in every Souls game and all of Elden Ring, and how they died for nothing. These people who have lived their lives, believed in what they believed in, you know, they've gone about their day, they've survived, they've made friends and all this shit, and then for what? To all get thrown away by some fucked up god who's, like, just delusional? I'm just liking this stream because the Lita fight in the DLC is not only boring, but uninteresting. Lita fight is like Slave Knight Gale. You don't want to fight them, but you have to. I don't know, I really like Lita's fight. Tobias gets it, yeah. It's so much emotion in that fight. You don't, dude, when these people walk in, you were friends with them 4 hours ago. You were friends with them. And they're so far gone in Miquella's lies that you now have to murder all of them. And you have to stand with Ansbach and the kid, right? You take a side, you stand for that side, and you fight them. I really liked it. I really, really liked it. It adds to the world building, exactly. That is a fight from the heart. That right there is a fight that you feel on a personal level. That's like when Alexander died. That's when Sigurd died. It's the same feeling as that. The same exact feeling. So where would you put Alexander's fight? Where would you put Alexander's fight? Because Alexander's fight, I mean, it's the same thing in my eyes. It's the same thing. You know what? I would even put this fucking lower. S+ tier. I would put it, you know what? I don't know, man. It's crazy to think that, like, out of all of these crazy bosses, this one still hits home the hardest. Right here. The Lita fight with everyone who kind of went against you. I don't know. That's in its own tier, I find. Alexander does have his own unique moveset. Alexander is an S+ tier, heart-wise. Fight-wise, I mean, he's kind of a jobber, but you know. Anyways, next one. Who is this? The blue thing? What is this creature? What is that? Loretta's Magic Tree Sentinel. C tier. C tier. Oh, wait. Wait, is it the one outside Hallig Tree? I mean, she was a pretty interesting fight. I think for the scale and, like, memorability of it, though, it's not that memorable. It's a cool fight, but it's not that memorable. I remember fighting the Fire Giant and a giant space bug more than Loretta. She was kind of whatever. I would say C tier. C is fair, yeah. It's a memorable fight, but it's not iconic, you know? This fucking D tier piece of shit, dog-awful fucking boss. Fucking garbage. The Fire Worm. The Magma Worm. Fucking dog shit spammed over and over and over. It's got garbage hitboxes. It's boring. It just runs away, and then it shits against it. Like, it's just garbage. Garbage. It's overused. Yeah, it deserves to be down there. Maybe not the worst boss in the game. It's in F tier, for sure. What is this? Oh, Malekith! Malekith! Really, Malekith. S tier. S tier. Easy S tier. You could even put him in S plus if you really wanted to, but this is my subjective list. You know what? Malekith was cooler than Platasax. He's a high S. Malekith was a high S. Maybe he wasn't. He wasn't as much of a spectacle as like Platasax was. S plus, coldest design in the game. Coldest. He was memorable. You said you didn't like Malekith like 7 times. I feel like the entire package of Malekith and who he is in lore, he deserves to be an S tier, an S plus tier. What do you think? S tier? You guys are going to say S plus or S tier. Well, you're going to say S plus mostly, right? Press 1 for S plus, 2 for S. A lot more 2s. I think he's top S tier. Yeah, why'd I say that? You could have just pressed S plus or S. Anyways. And he deserves to be up there. I'm gonna leave him in S tier, not S plus. 2 above Platasax. I agree. I'm gonna put him above Platasax. Yeah. Bale is better. Oh yeah, Bale's way better. Bale is the coolest boss in this game so far on this list. On this list so far. I don't think there's any denying that, correct? Okay. This is the Swamp Shaman, right? That's the guy who I beat to death with my fists. Is that Swamp Shaman? Oh, that's Morgott. Is this the one that you fight first in the game? That's the first boss. Solid C tier. Solid C tier. Solid C tier. The fact... No. Okay, the fact that I've got these 3 as B tier gives me AIDS. How the hell is this cooler than that? Maybe B tier. B tier. B tier. B tier. He deserves to be in B tier. A tier... A tier, come on. Morgott, okay. A tier or B tier? Type it out. I don't know if it's A tier, bro. I don't feel much for this guy. I think B tier. No. B tier is very fair. B tier is very fair. He's a step above all of these, but I don't think he's... Nah, B tier, B tier, B tier. That was the fucking best intro to a boss they could have done in terms of mechanics. It was very good. No, it was a very good introduction to like rolling and all that stuff. It's good next. Worse than Fire Giant. The Fire Giant was more iconic, I think. No, it's Morgott. Nah. For now, we'll leave it. Who's this? Is that Mesmer? That's Mesmer? This is Mesmer, right? This is Mesmer. Easy S. Easy S, bro. Him and Malekith, easy. I would even put him, you know what? I want to say S+. You know, I kind of want to put him in S+. I think he's cooler than Malekith. He's cooler than Malekith. How is he not S+? Not S+, but for sure S. Who is cooler, Hoarah or Mesmer? Who is cooler, Hoarah? I'm going to go Hoarah. I got to go Hoarah, man. I'm sorry. As much as I want to say Mesmer, Hoarah is just... Bro, that is just iconic. Warrior! And then he fucking runs you down and, like, slams you and shit. So cool. It's like a completely different boss in Phase 1 and 2. Completely different. It's your tier, why ask chat? I mean, just ideas. Mesmer is way more fun to fight, in my opinion. It's not so much the mechanics, though. It's also what it means. Like, how it felt overall to, like, see the boss, fight the boss. The overall experience. Bro, Horaloo is the GOAT. I'm sorry. If in a perfect world, I would put Horaloo above Bale. I really would. In a perfect world, I would put Horaloo above Bale. I really want to. I just do, man. There's something about that guy. Crazy. You say no? Fine by me. I'm going to put Mesmer in S+ tier. I think he deserves to be S+, easily. He's cooler than Malekith. More memorable than Malekith. Well, maybe not more memorable. Horaloo is a WWE barbarian. Okay, anyways, next one. The Finger Mother. S+. S+. The Finger Mother is S+. Get the fuck out of here. S+. 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 So, you know why S+? It is so incredibly fucking memorable because there is not a single thing in this game that is. It is a fucking alien! It's a fucking alien! How do you not remember that thing? It's the creepiest looking fucking thing in the game. I don't even know the lore of it, and I want to know more. It is so creepy. It's so strange. It's creepier than the Astal demon, the Astal alien. The fight itself wasn't really impressive, but when you saw it, you're like, oh, what the fuck? It's an S+. Guys, it doesn't need to be the fight. That's what this list is. The list is how iconic, how memorable. You can take into account the fights and whatnot, but like, man, I gotta put this up here. She's gotta go up there. I don't know, man. You call me a freak, you call me a weirdo, but like, imagine going below a church. You're in the church, and this guy's like, oh, talk with the shrine, and then it teleports you to a fucking, like, a different plane of existence, and there's all these tubes, and all these fingers, and in the middle of the room, there's this giant eldritch horror, covered in fingers and spewing babies, and it's got, like, a big, thick ass that has, like, a laser beam, and it's got one pulsating eyeball in a thumbprint. Buddy, it is S+. I'm sure the lore will even propel that creature even further. It really will. I'm sorry, that is so memorable. Alien equals S+. Okay, so where would you put Matir? Where would you put Matir? Her lore is really cool. I really want to put her S+, man. I don't think A. I can't. This isn't really about the mechanics, though. If it was about the mechanics, she'd be lower. She would be much lower if it was the mechanics. She's not really a good boss fight, but the overall experience, the memorability of it. My captain, it's your list. You know what? She's an S+ tier. Fuck that. What a creature. This guy, the Frenzied Flame cultist guy. S tier. S tier. S tier. I think not S+. No fucking way. S tier. I'm going to even put him up here. Yeah. Yeah. That's where he's got to be. Yeah. He was creepy. Very creepy. S+, everything about that area is amazing. You know what it reminded me of? Is Volcano Manor. The vibes are off. You know what? The vibes are off the chart. You're right. I gotta put him up here. I think that's fair. I don't know. Is he really S+? How memorable is that whole area? Big empty slot. Yeah, cool. Very memorable. Not S+. I don't know. I really thought it was creepy. Listen to his OST. You know what? S+. Fuck that. S+. You're right. You can't even summon Torrent. It's so scary. You have all these signs on the ground saying, he's watching, he's coming. you hear all these ghastly howls and wails and things, and you run through a forest and it's dark and you get sucked off by a bunch of old witches. Very creepy. You enter a haunted mansion in the middle of the woods. Everything is dead, dilapidated. There's just, it is strange. Yeah, S+. His lore is amazing as well. Okay. He decapitates himself. All right, next one. Who's this? The Mimic. Fucking F. F. Actually, not F. D. Not F. It's still more unique than these fucking things. It's a one-off. It's the Mimic tier. It's not impressive, but I'll even put him up here. I think D tier. D tier is fine. D tier kind of fits in with, like, the okay jank bosses. I'd even put this guy up here, to be honest. All right, next one. Moog! High A tier. Moog is A tier. I guess with lore... S tier, for sure S tier. Moog is an S tier boss. Oh, you know what? If we take into account Moog's... The Magween... If we take into account his dynasty and, you know, what's going on there... This is... Oh, is this Sewer Moog? Oh, it's Sewer Moog. Oh. Well, I mean, he's gonna go in the sewer then, right? Like, B tier? Nah, this ain't the real Moog. D tier. Sewer Moog was a jobber. No, you're right, C tier. He's got to be in C tier. He needs to be in C tier. C tier is a one-off, maybe like, you know, reused here and there, but like at least it was memorable. He's got to be C tier. It's got to be C tier. Yeah, fair. I'm going to say C tier. C tier is good. Who is this? Is that Radon? Is this Consort Radon? Consort Radon. S tier. Yeah. S+ tier. S+ tier, bro. That is cool. Consort Radon is S+ tier. I still think Horaloo clears him. I'm sorry. Or maybe not. Actually, yes, he does. I think he does. Just a little bit. Worst placing yet. You don't like Consort Radon? Horaloo is just cool, man. He is so... Horaloo doesn't clear him? No way. Where are the Death Knights? Fucking D tier, because they're dog shit. Bro put Madir above Mesmer. Yes, I did. Yeah, and I stand by that. I completely stand by that. This is good, Captain. Thank you. Base Radon is S+, Consort is C. It sucks that they used Radon as a final boss of the DLC. I agree. I actually do agree. I think... Nah, you know what? I think I'm being generous. You are correct. They reused Radon. They reused Radon. I think I'm being a bit too generous. I think he's like an S tier. You know what? I don't think he's an S+ tier. I think you're right. You know what? He's an S tier boss. I'm even going to put Platasax in this tier. Platasax goes down here. S tier is fair. You're right. Consort Radon is... It's reused for lore. I guess it is Mikola too, right? But Mikola's just a little parasite. He's just like... Kiss you. I'm going to kiss you. Some people were hoping to fight Godwin in the DLC, but they brought back Radon. Lore-wise, I guess it makes sense. The music is fucking amazing. I will agree, the music, my favorite OST that I've heard so far was Consort Radon. That Phase 1 soundtrack is mean. It is mean, bro. It comes in, and he's walking you down. It's mean. It's crazy. I'm going to put him low S plus tier. Even leading up to his arena, it wasn't nearly as cool as, like, the Frenzied Flame. Does that make sense? Press 1 if S plus tier is looking okay. I don't give a fuck what you say about the Finger Mama. Finger Mama is fucking creepy, and she deserves to be here. I don't care. Finger Mama is cool. I think it's great. Consort Radon, I'll leave it, like, S plus tier, but at the very end. 1 except Matir. You're crazy. All right, who's this? Oh, it's the fucking Jizz Goblin. It's the Jizz Skeleton. Putrescent Knight, B tier. Putrescent Knight's a B tier boss. I don't really know his lore. It's either A or B. So the Putrescent Knight, very creepy, very strange, disgusting looking boss. At the bottom of a pit in front of Miquella's alter ego or something. I think he's in B tier. Amazing lore. His lore is whack. He's cool enough for B. I think he should be in B. The arena is a callback to Midir. Which one? Consort Radon? I think B. We'll leave him in B for now. We'll come back. I wasn't really a fan. Let's just keep continuing with the list, and then we'll sort a few more. So who's this? Oh, Radagon. Radagon's got to be, like, S. Radagon's got to be S. Nah, I got to put Radagon in S. I mean, that's the big man himself, and the woman. No, that was a cool fight. The OST! The OST alone, S plus. No, he's got No, I gotta put him in. I can't. I gotta put him in S. The overall package of that fight is iconic. Well, how is he an S if the fucking Frenzied Flame guy is in an S plus? You know what? Let's do this. How's that look? How's that look? Does that look better? Agree? Fair? I think so. Way better. Consort Radon is S+. We'll move around a few things. I won't complain about if you keep it Consort Radon in S tier. Okay, we'll leave him here for now. The Radagon Wolf. Let's see. Yeah, right there. Right there. Perfect spot. Perfect spot. Yeah, the Radagon Wolf, C. This guy, the same fucking thing, C tier. So that's good. Those are great. I've got nothing to say about this guy. I mean, it's just a little magic wolf. It's like Sif. It's like, hey, you remember Sif? This is the new Sif. Rolana. That's a tough one. That's probably the hardest one on the list. Rolana. Fuck. You know what? Woo. A tier. Rolana's in A tier. This has got to go down. This has got to go down. I'm gonna put Rolana in A tier. I've seen the fight. I've seen the fight. You don't have the right to rate her. Okay, we won't rate her. Fair enough. Renala. This is Renala, correct? Renala? Is this Renala? S plus of the jars alone. This chick is an S plus. This is an S plus. This is an S plus. There's no doubt about it. What a strange and iconic fight. What a strange and iconic fight. You enter the room, and there's this big chick in a fucking egg in the middle of the room, and you've got all these babies. You fucking stomp them, you punt them, you kill them. And then she drops down, and she's like, ooh. And you beat the hell out of her. And then she dies. Or so you think she dies, and then she teleports you into a giant moon room. And she summons bosses and spirits and shit. S+. Easy S+. Her whole castle is an S+. One of the best. One of the best. One of the best. What do you think she deserves? I think S+. I think that's an easy S+. What do you think? S? Really? You know what? If I'm going to put her in S, I got to put these two down here too. And I got to put him down here too. Like, that's criminal. I don't know. She was pretty iconic. You know what? I feel like I'm getting a little bit lenient with a few things. Yeah, I like this more. Press 1 if this is better. Yeah, this is better. This is better. I like this. I think I like this more. I think I like this more. I think it makes more sense. Radagon is too high? Fuck no, he's not, bro. When that music hits, when the intro music hits from Elden Ring, the fight was actually very fun too. Radagon deserves it. No. Radagon is excellent. Deserves it completely. I would actually put that there. R'Lana is an S+. R'Lana's down. I can't put R'Lana anywhere. Bro is the blacksmith of the ring. He fights you with the hammer. Bro, but it's not about what the boss is doing, though. It's the overall vibe. The music. Bro, the music is so good. And you see this guy, you're like, oh my god, what the hell are you? Like, he was the one who tried to keep the ring in check, right? He tried to repair the Elden Ring. That's a big fucking deal. I'd put Mesmer below R'Lana. You mean R'Nala? You know what? I'd put Mesmer right here. I actually think R'Nala, this chick, the blue chick, I think she's more iconic than Mesmer. Her fight is so left field strange. It is more than just I'm gonna summon a snake and ooh. It's guys, we're not this isn't the gamer moments where like, oh my god, I had to dodge 50 times, he's given me 0.1 second to respond. It's the overall vibe. It's the overall like feeling of the fight and how unique it is, how cool everything is to see. There is not a single thing in this entire game that reminds me of R'Nala's fight. Not one. Guys, next fight. Let's keep going and we'll go back and fix a few things, okay? I still think Mesmer is more badass. See, the problem is, I kind of feel like these are all kind of the same, in my opinion. All of these are kind of like the same tier. Anyways, this is the chick, Romina. B tier. B tier. Really strange creature. Strange, maybe even A tier. I don't know. I think she's B tier. She's above the C tier for sure. She's B tier. I'm going to put her right there. B tier. A tier is a bit much. I mean, I don't really like the look of B tier and A tier. These are ugly tiers in my opinion. I believe F tier is perfect, D tier is perfect, C tier is fine. B and A tier are a bit troubling. I like these two though. It's a random ass fight. I have no clue what the hell she was. She's going to stay in B tier, folks. I think that's what we'll do. Next one. Who the hell's that? What's this thing? What's this guy? Loretta's ghost. Who the hell's Loretta? This chick? Who's Loretta? Oh, the magic chick, her ghost? D tier. That's a D tier boss, bro. Nah. I'm gonna put her like C tier. It's not like turbo trash reused like the rest of this dog shit. Even the mimic tier should be up here. Projection is just trash. I think projection, yeah, C tier. It's just the same fight. This is all. You know what? We'll go back and change a few things. All right, the plant. The plant. It's not even interesting. See, it's not even interesting, though. I'm kind of at like a B tier, maybe. You know what? The plant should be in B tier if the giant's in B tier and the dragon's in B tier. And the giant fucking alien bug moth. It's got to be B tier. That's got to be B tier for sure. I think it's completely valid to put him in B tier. B tier. Sunflower stands for S. S plus? I don't think so. Who is this? Godric. Remember this guy? Everyone forgot about this guy. I did. B tier. I think B tier. You think S tier? Godric? You know what, though? Godric, in my opinion, is cooler than the Sunflower, cooler than the Dragon, cooler than... I think he's a freak. Godric is a freak. He cuts off his arm. That's so fun. That is true. And there's a cinematic for him as well. That's really cool. He is a freak. He's an introduction to a main boss. Oh, to main bosses. Yeah. I'm going to put him at B tier. Press 1 for high B tier. Man, your tier list is getting worse. Is it really? Listen, I know you're all fuming at Finger Mama in S tier, but like this bitch clears. I think top of B tier. Yeah, cool. Millennia. Man, I gotta put her in S plus. So iconic. S plus. That shit clears. S plus. Better than Mesmer. Better than this. Better than Radagon. I'd put her up here. Top 3. I think Finger Mama clears. She is top 3. Yeah. I would say she is Horlu, though. You know what? We will look at this after. She's in S plus tier. We're going to leave it at that for now. Moog, S tier. Moog is S tier. Cool character. Cool arena. Cool fights. Moog is not S plus tier. No, Moog is not S plus tier. Nah. Moog isn't the spectacle like these guys are. He's very cool, though. Oh, who the hell's Nihil? Well, who's this? Nihil or Moog? Who's Nihil? Oh, his name is Nihil. Wait, who's Nihil? Who? This is Moog. Who is Nihil? The fuck? I don't know who the fuck Nihil is. This is Moog. Moog is S tier. Below Malekith. Nihil is what Moog says. Oh, it's his catchphrase. Nihil. I thought it was a character. All right. Nihil. Moog. Who is this? This is Margit. Is that Margit? This is Morgoth. This is the one outside the Erd Tree, correct? This is the one outside the Erd Tree? The Erd Tree guy, okay. S tier. No. I want to put him in A tier. How the fuck is this dancing dragon up in A tier, bro? A tier is so ugly. I'm going to put him in A tier. I don't know about S. You know what? No, he goes with Moog. He's in Moog. Him and Moog are together, for sure. He's more of a Moog guy. Yeah. The Last King of Leyndell. Yeah. I actually even more than Moog. Yeah. Oh, are they brothers? Well, there you go. Yeah, for sure. I would put them together. All right, next one. Radon! Fucking S tier, brother. S. Radon is one of the best. That is S+. Radahn's festival is so fucking cool. S+, there's no question. Anything below an S+, if you say S, you're cursed. You're going to be born in Omen. You're going to get dung-eatered, bro. S+ on Radahn, it's not even close. S+ on Radahn, it's not close. Above Hoaraloo, you're right. 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 I would even say coolest boss in the game so far. I got to. I would say he's cooler than Bale. Press 1 if you agree. I think he's cooler than Bale. I think he... Dude, a giant arena for this warrior fucking demigod, this general of high renown. Like, this guy is... All these warriors come together in a festival to take him out, to pass him on to a different life because they respect him so much. They're like, let's put our general out of his misery. Alexander, Blythe, the random other people. Patches shows up and then leaves, apparently. I've never summoned him. Like, it's so good. It's so cool. Story is not the same as the fight. Well, that's kind of... This is like... Okay, how about this? This list is an overall vibe and feel first playthrough, knowing very little lore. That's what this tier list is. It would change once I know the lore. We need to do a poll for this one. This is like a vibe and overall first playthrough experience type of list. He just leaves. Yeah, I know. He just TP's out. Phase 2 meteors. Yeah, no, it is. Nah, Radahn... Guys, I'm sorry. Radahn is number 1 on this list. Bale is fucking cool, though. Bale is really cool. Radahn is number 1. I even want to put Hoaraloo second. It's my list, remember. Hoaraloo is so cool, dude. Hoaraloo is so... He's him. Hoaraloo is him. He is him. When you say, do I know that guy? Well, that's that guy, right? Hoaraloo is... Bale is a Moby Dick fight. It's so cool. It really is, though. It definitely is. Warrior. A tier is the hardest to go get. A tier is very strange. I got to replace those somewhere. We're going to move a few things around. All right, Rykard. Rykard's cool. Rykard is S+. S+, S+, S+. Get real. Rykard's entire mansion, the weird thing about his gooner wife feeding people to him. He fucking fed himself to a serpent to take on the gods and eat everyone. So bizarre. So creepy. Creepy. Memorable and so creepy. Very unique. It's a haunted mansion. It's a weird mansion on a mountain, on a volcano. Everything about that is so weird and cool. It's very cool. Some can say blasphemous. It is a cool fight. Put him in A? No way. You got to remember vibe check, bro. I don't care that Rykard is a gimmick fight. Everything surrounding Rykard, his area, his NPCs, where you find him isolated on top of a volcano in the middle of a mountain away from everything. He's a freak. He is a freak, man. Very cool. More iconic than Millennia. Millennia is iconic because she's hard as fuck. Rykard is just insanely creepy, insanely disturbing. Check his human form. I haven't seen that. Insane how you don't have Alexander there. That would have been cool if he joined you in that fight. Look was cool, didn't wow me any more than Platasax. So what you're telling me is when you walked into Volcano Manor, you weren't kind of uneasy. Everything about Volcano Manor to me felt like a weird cursed Scooby-Doo episode. Like an actual haunted manor. Right? Or one that harbors like some really dark secrets. Like the vibe of Volcano Manor is... Oh man, it's one of the best in the game. The move list of the cooler bosses, we'll see. We'll watch a few videos. It was a fever dream. It was. It honestly felt like you were disconnected from the world when you found Volcano Manor. Extremely unique setting. Platisac's nuke attack. We'll take a look. I'm going to leave Rykard right there. Next one. So, let's do... Who's this? Which one is this? Who's that? The gargoyles. It's the black gargoyle. I mean, buddy, that's like a B. It's like a C tier. Just throw them in C tier. C tier. Trash. These guys have never fought. This duo doesn't matter. I'm gonna say. What is this? Dog shit Renala is in S+ tier and Malekith is in S. All right, mate. It's a vibe check, bro. Listen, I know you're a furry and you goon to like Malekith's fucking toes, his toe beans. But dude, Renala's fight is iconic and very memorable. It just is. It just is. It just is. You know, it's not that Malekith isn't memorable, but like, when I think of who is creepier, Malekith or Renala, I'm going Renala. I'm sorry. I'm not scared of a big bad wolf, bro. He's edgy. I'm worried about the chick who's got 50 of her babies crawling around on the ground, throwing shit at me. They're like half-born, aged young women, and they throw books, and then she's in the middle of the room cradling an egg, and it's like, ew. It's so strange. It's so strange. Platisax was done dirty. You know what? Platisax isn't... You're right. Actually, you are correct. Platisax was done dirty. He's an S boss. A tier, I have no clue what A tier is. You're right. Platisax is an S tier boss. You're right. He was done dirty. He was. Dancing Dragon must drop. I feel like my list is a little bit conflicting. Like, there's a few things here that A tier is a joke, doesn't even exist. Just delete one tier. I'm gonna delete A tier. There's no such thing as A tier. Fair? Is this fair? Press 1 if this list makes sense. There's no A tier. Or there's no F tier, we could say. The worst would be like D tier. How does this list look? Do you agree with... Okay, the number one list that you got to talk about is S+ tier. Do you agree with my S+ tier? Bro, you guys are looking at this chick and you're fuming. You want to fucking punch the wall. That finger lady's up here. I can't move finger mama. I can't. Millennia's too low. No, she's perfect. Platisax ripped off Bale's leg. Oh, did he really? No, he's good where he is. Take your top 3 from S+ tier and shift everyone down to A tier. Oh, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good, okay. Top 3 bosses in the game. That's a very good idea. You're very much right in that. Very correct, sure. That's a smart move, bro. Thank you. Very smart. This is tough. Bro, these are the goats. These are the goats, in my opinion. Tree Sentinel. Now it got worse. Well, sorry, I'm just throwing them down here for now. I'm not putting where they should be. Move Rykard to S tier. Stacked up against these guys. Man, that's... Oh! This is going to be a hard... You know what? The simps are about to go crazy. The simps are about to go crazy. The gooners are going to lose their mind. The gooners are losing their mind. The gooners have just lost their mind. They have been... Yeah, the gooners have lost their mind. Yeah, I got to. Wrong! Bye! Unfollow! The gooners have lost their mind. Good based. Okay, just because the boss is hard doesn't mean she's like a vibe. We're talking about vibe. Overall vibe of what's going on. The craziest thing is that Hoarah stands tall against Bale, Rykard, and fucking Radahn, and it's just a shirtless barbarian, like, freak. But I believe it! I believe it! I believe it! I think he's more iconic than Millennia. It's crazy. I don't know, man. I think he is. Millennia has a vibe. No, you're right, she does. But is her vibe check stronger than any of the S+ tiers? Not iconic, but more Chad. I don't know. Everyone says Millennia's iconic because she's on the box art and all this stuff. I guess you're right. You know what? Ah! I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. That's a scam. I don't want to do it. I can't do Hoarah like that. The guy is just so insane. I think I'd have to. I like this list. Press 1. If you like this list, press 1. Hoarah is so cool. I can't throw that guy under the bus. I can't throw that guy under the bus. 2. So how would you replace tier 1 then? Who'd go up here? Millennia instead of Hoarah? If this was the tier list, would you agree to S tier? Is that what you'd agree on? You know what? You know what? I think Bale is overrated. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I like that. I'm sorry, man. Bale is not overrated S+ tier, but like, that's a whoa moment. That's a whoa moment. I remember Bale for Igor. I remember Bale for Igor, not for Bale. I'm sorry, Igor is what makes that fight, like, that's cool, man. Bale gets back in S+ tier. It's worse now. Igor makes the fight. You are banished. Remember, this is my list. Why am I taking advice from you guys? It's my list. All I'm doing is getting gaslighted into something that I don't enjoy. How about this? Top 5. Can we agree? Top 5. Press 1 if you agree. Top 5. Not top 3. Top 3 is too hard. Top 5. I think that's excellent. Rykard is a fucking Volcano Manor. Rykard, everything about it. That's a vibe. Rykard isn't top 5. I beg to differ. I think Rykard is one of the coolest parts of the base game. It is so strange. So strange. We could actually fix S tier. I know I'm insane for putting this here, but like, it's how I feel. I don't care what you say. I don't care. You're wrong. This Lita fight is... It did me dirty. It did me dirty from the heart. It's from the Lita fight is from the heart. It really is. That is like what this game is. That is what this game is. All of these demigods and fucked up overlords shitting on everyone and every living thing. That's what the Lita fight is, man. All of these people dying for nothing. Every NPC in Elden Ring dies for nothing. They follow these horrible people into God knows what end. For what reason? I don't know. I'm going to put that there, man. The Lita fight hit home pretty hard. Let's put Finger Mama. Where is Rolana? I never fought her. I can't place her anywhere. Malekith overrated hot take. I actually like... he's alright. This is not from the hardest. No. This is like subjective vibe check. Like overall first playthrough, how I felt experiencing each boss. How profound was it? How creepy? How it like, oh. You know what? You think Mesmer is better than Malekith? I agree. I agree. I like this more. I'm fine with this. I know it's insane. I know it's insane. It's vibe checks. It's how they make you feel, guys. It's the overall experience and how you feel when you do things. Lita is one of the best fights, I'm sorry. Lita is one of the best fights. Forget the big god beings, forget all these creatures. It's people. It's people who've gone astray into like just death. They believe in something that's just false. That's the whole game. I don't know. I beat Rolana. I just didn't give her a chance. Where would you put Sir Alexander? S+. S+. Press 1 if you would put Alexander's pot fight in S+. Bro, I had like tears in my eyes. That right there is so memorable. That is what this list is about. Alexander isn't a god being. He's not Radon. He's not a demigod. He's not any of these crazy fucked up creatures. He's just a guy with a big heart. And you feel something when you kill him. That is what this list is what I'm saying. Or for the sake of Finger Mama, I mean, that is a very compelling creature. Very strange. Godskin duo not ranked. I'm just going to put the Godskins. The fat Godskin and the skinny one are both D tier. It doesn't really count. It's the same thing. What boss is Finger Mama? I think that's Madir or something. Justice for Fire Giant. Where is he? Actually, you're right. Fuck this Gooner bug boss. I don't know. You guys, I think this is good. What is that, though, G in F on the left? G in F on the left? What? Rolana goes in F tier for being too easy. Oh, the hippo. That's the hippo, the worm, and the dragon soldier. So garbage. The sunflower fight is a beautiful meaning. I don't know it. See, that's the problem. Some of these things I don't understand yet, and that's kind of just the gist of the fights, how I feel about them. You know what? I'd even put this dancing fucking thing in, like, B tier, man. This guy's A tier. Something like that. Millicent is supposed to be Millennia's daughter. Elden Beast could be A tier. Yeah, I would agree. Sure. Where is Romina? Here, but she should be in C tier. Chick's a nobody. Radon was probably under 100 tries. Oh, it's the sister. I don't think Romina matters. To be honest, she's kind of a nobody. Okay, can we agree? I can understand if you don't see where I'm coming from with Lita and Finger Mama, but can you agree that these are the top 5 bosses in the game? Vibe check wise, top 5, maybe. Similar. Maybe not the best, but like very similar. Top 5 vibe check, yeah. The most impressive of the 5 is Horaloo. I've never seen something like that in any game. You'd think that would be Radon doing it, but it's not. It's a big barbarian guy running you down. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this. I like this. Rykard is sus. So the reason I put Rykard there is when you make it to Volcano Manor, everything is so compelling and intriguing, and you only want to know more. And you want to know why everyone's so evil, and they want you to go off and kill Tarnished. And this crazy chick is like convincing people to go down to Rykard, and he's eating them, and it's just gross. And then you find Rykard, and he's eaten all of his knights, and he's merged with a serpent beneath his castle. And you kill him, and then his head's there, and then you find the lady eating his head. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? That is why he's an S+ tier. It is such a memorable experience. Everything about it is so unsettling. It is peak. It's very peak. Radon looks up to Godfrey. I think Radon's festival is probably the coolest spectacle in this whole game. Press 1 if you agree. Radon's festival is the coolest spectacle in the entire game. I think it is. Summoning 15 people to come fight this guy in the middle of a giant fucking like battlefield that's empty. Just tons of dead bodies everywhere. It is the coolest spectacle, in my opinion. 2 Snooze Festival. Where's the 2 Moon Knights? Bale was a spectacle as well. No. Bale was as well. I'd even put Bale above Millennia, to be honest. But Horaloo clears Bale. So, what do you want me to rate this now in terms of how hard they were? You want me to do another rating, or how about we just watch videos? How about we just watch videos? I disagree because it has only 5 minutes of build-up. It's cool, but not as cool as you remember, I think. We could do the videos, that's fine. Well, how about this? Radon is top 5. Top 5 most impressive things. Radon is top 5. Tobias wasn't able to enjoy Bale properly because of the camera lock. Bale and scaling Jagged Peak is more impactful than fighting Radon. Potentially. But I would say they're similar. I would say there's, you know what? If you want spectacle, I would say these 2 are like top 3. Why did you have to kill Alexander? Because he wanted to fight champions. He wanted to be the best or whatever, right? Like, oh, defeat these people. And you were the strongest champion. You've defeated everyone up until then. And he's like, you know what? I got to give you a whirl. Or I got to fight you. Egon carries the Bale fight. I think he does. I don't know. I'm not really impressed with dragons. I've seen so many of them in this game that it's just kind of like, whatever, it's a dragon. Egon is a big part of the Bale fight as to why it's so cool. No, I'm not gonna say Bale isn't cool though. I'm just gonna say Egon makes Bale even cooler. Bale is cool on his own, but I don't think Bale would have mattered. I thought it would be bigger. I thought Bale would be way bigger, but Bale was kind of a letdown in size. The lore between Bale and Platasax is cool. I haven't seen it yet. Or I don't know of it yet. Ong Ball. I've seen one Ong Ball fight. You know what? I'm fine with this tier list, guys. I don't, it's very hard to give you a... I'm going to say this. The most Giga Chad fight in the game, bar none, Horlu. That is the most Giga Chad fight in the game. Something about the Godfrey, Horlu. Like, that is... I'm simping over this guy, bro. Phase 2 is just so cool. I have never seen a boss do that. You know when you typically fight bosses, and Phase 1 is a set of moves, and Phase 2 is an increased set of moves. They don't really take away moves, but they add moves. Horlu is a completely different character. Completely different. Yeah. That's crazy. Chadfrey. Soldier of Godric is the goat. 2 bosses in 1. It really is. That's it, folks. We're done here. I have yapped for so long. I'm happy with that list. The number one thing... One sec. Out of all these bosses on this list, who is the most compelling in terms of I want to know more? We're going to move on to the lore videos here in a sec. Who is the number one creature? We're going to add the time. Yes, we will, sir. We're going to add the time. Midra or Rykard? Rykard's a good one. Matir. I was with Matir. I'm the Matir gang. Who's Midra again? Is that Matir or Midra? Isn't it the same thing? Is that how you pronounce it? I would say Finger Mama. Finger Mama is kind of like the number one thing I want to know more about. It's so bizarre. The Godskins, they're kind of weird too, yeah. Oh, Midra's the Frenzied Flame guy. Oh, that's a good one. That's a very, very good, very compelling. He's in the middle of a forest. Everything is dead. Everything's like taken over by madness. He's in a room with a giant sword stuck in his body, and he rips it out and kills himself, but then he reveals that he's the Frenzied Flame. It's some weird haunted mansion, like, just, what the hell? It reminds me of Rykard. It reminds me of Rykard, for sure. Favorite FromSoft songs? I mean, my favorite song in that game that I can remember is probably, and because we just went through it, is Phase 1, Consort Radon. I gave this game a 9.5. Rolana? I don't think I remember Rolana. Song-wise, at least. I guess we know why. In the end with Mikola, all of these gods and demigods in this game are just bad people. Or they think what they're doing is right. I don't know, because you can side with humanity. You know what? It's interesting, because it reminds me of... in Dark Souls, is Godwyn. In Dark Souls, is Godwyn through and through a villain. An absolute pile of shit. Godwyn. The Golden? Oh, Gwyn! God damn it! Whatever the fuck their names are. Who the hell's Godwyn? Oh, that's the kid in this game who dies, right? Gwyn. Gwyn the Golden, whatever his name is. Gwyn! Is he villainous through and through? Because it kind of reminds me of, like, is it Gwyn the Golden? I don't know his fucking name. I don't know his name. How are you so bad with names? Because 18 characters in these games have Gwyn, Gold, and God in them. And Morgott, and Morgit, and Mog, and Magadi. Like, what the fuck? Gwyn is Dark Souls, Lord of Cinder. Yeah, so what I was comparing him to was that there's always this gray space with characters in games that kind of think they're doing the right thing for their people, right? In Miquella's mind, he's doing the right thing. In reality, wouldn't it be kind of okay that everyone stopped killing each other? Even though you lose, you know, that humanity. Like, that is bad. That is bad. Renala's ending, or Ronnie's ending, is good too. More so than, obviously, Miquella's, but Gwyn, Godric, Godfrey, Godwin. Morgott is loyal to the tree. Yeah, he's a tree gooner. So Gwyn was kind of okay. Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, Miquella, what he was doing is more of a gray area. What he was doing wasn't completely villainous. In his mind, he just wanted everyone to stop fighting. And he thought the only way to do that was to just put everyone under a spell. Right? He's a typical anti-villain trying to achieve the good via bad means. Yeah. It's a gray area, for sure. Arcane Victor. Yeah, that was one of them too. Very similar, sure. Midra's Manse overlaps the Three-Finger Room? Three-Finger Room? What? Miquella is Griffith, period. Guys, I have no clue what the hell that means. We need to add some time. We need to add some time where you get the ending for the cutscene. You're talking about the big room with the Consort Radon? Everyone thought what they were doing was correct. Well, what the fuck was Marika doing? What the hell was Marika even doing? So what was Marika? Marika wasn't... What? Okay, we gotta watch the lore video. Guys, you know what? You know what? You know what? We're done yapping. I can't speak anymore. I'm out of breath. Very busy. I need to tally up subscriptions. We need to add time to this clock. So I'm going to need your help in totaling up everything, okay? I'm going to go through the list of things sent in. And I want you guys to tally them up. All right? We're going to do it in minutes. Timer broke after the first 100 from Anime Titan. Yeah, so we literally start from, like, where Anime Titan started. I am going to read donations, yes. Let's... One sec. Let's start with the subs. And we'll do everything else. Okay. So I'm going to go down this list. And I need you guys to tally everything up. One sec. You know, I want to listen to fucking Elden Ring music, actually, while we do this. Is it Consort? Promised Consort Radon. Okay, we ready? So, Darko, 8-month resub. Thank you, sir. Charles, 33-month resub. Zazoon, 28-month resub. That's 3 so far, folks. Laser Cookie, 98-month resub. That's 4. So from 4, we've got 10 gifted subs from Hunt. We've got Grem with 5 gifted subs. We're counting, right? What are we at right now? $19, okay. Tharforn with 50 gifted subs. Shit, this isn't showing up properly. 1 sec. I can't even think with this music on. It's good, but I can't. I can't even... Hang on. It's not even showing up properly. 1 sec. Oh my god. Let me go to Streamlabs. Shit. We've got a problem. It's broken. You know what? The easiest way to do this is to... Yeah, I was going to say, let's just look at how many were gained today from when we started. But you know what we could do? We could check the VOD. So all of this started right after we beat Radon, correct? The madness. The floodgates opened up once Radon was dead. Call it 24... It's going to be more than 24 hours. It's going to be more than 24, I believe. There will be bits too. Yeah, we're going to go after the bits as well. Let me just check my VOD. Crazy, man. That's so crazy. Okay, videos. Let's see here. Thank God we have a counter on screen, for fuck's sake. Actually, no, it didn't even start when we beat Radon. It was during Radon, I believe. I know it was during Radon because it was from Beast Draven. Beast Draven was really generous. Lots of gifted subs. So we added subscription time and everything during League. Bro! I see you, idiot! I see you! I thought it was my fucking VOD doing that. I'm like, what the fuck? He gifted subs in the VOD? Anime Titan! Buddy! Hold on. Is this the VOD? Is that the rerun? I'm not sure. Anime Titan! Anime Titan! He really wants... Holy shit, guys. What the fuck? Wow. Oh my, that's it? Unceremoniously. Well, not really. You guys are fucking awesome. Anime Titan. I'm sitting here looking at a fucking VOD. I could have been watching a lore video. Anime Titan and Tharforn. Both of these fine gentlemen come on in, and they lock in 20K already. They lock in 20K already. How do you already do this? Anime Titan, bro, you already know what you're doing, man. I will never stop your generosity, sir. When you are done, you let me know. Anime Titan, another 100 subs, buddy. Insanity. Insanity! How have you already made 20K? We just started. How, guys? And Tharforn, buddy, Tharforn, 552 gifted subs. You guys are fucking insane. You're actually insane. You guys are fucking amazing. Wow. Guys? You guys locked in Bloodborne, PS5 Pro, Demon's Souls. And I haven't even calculated how many subs we need. You guys have locked in Bloodborne. Is that good? Is that cinema? Is Bloodborne cinema? Everybody's the GOAT. Bro, Tharforn, man. Hey, a lot of generous people here. Seriously, you're one of them, dude. Everyone here is so kind, so generous with everything they've given me. I can't even speak. I can't even speak without this insanity. Wow, my face hurts. My face does hurt, folks. Bloodborne is hella vibes. 923 subs. We have to add 30.1 hours. Well, with the donations and the bits, there was over 10,000 bits. Guys, hang on. Let me wait. How is this already a thing? I haven't even fucking figured out half the games that we're supposed to be playing. How has there been 920 subs alone today? I think you guys really like Bloodborne. I think you guys really wanted to see Bloodborne. Press 1 if you've never seen Bloodborne. Press 1 if you've never seen it. I've seen clips of it, but I've never seen the game. I have no clue what the game is. I'm very intrigued. I'm more so intrigued with Bloodborne than Demon's Souls, but like both of them should be fun. Wow. Watch the trailer. I've seen the trailer. Bloodborne is 25 FPS. Listen, you guys are... Guys, we had the 19,000 sub goal met yesterday. In the span of one day, you have banged out 1,000 subs. What can I say? What do I say to that? What do I say? Can we just clap? Please, can we clap? We're so ill. Let's just clap. We spent 2 weeks playing one game. My brain's rotten. I'm just going to keep clapping. That is... And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy in all of that? You guys are sticking around for variety. That is the craziest thing of all. I think Tobias Fate has transcended the shackles of League of Legends. And his community loves it. I think they do. I think we've transcended the shackles of League of Legends. I think we've broken free. The Matrix, the prison, Mark Merrill's dungeon. The Vanguard Goon Cave, I have no clue. I am here because of variety. Awesome, bro. And you know what? I'm glad to be showing off a bunch of games, because even with what I'm playing, I'm clueless. Buddy, so one of the greatest games I've ever played, I thought, was a Minecraft water simulator, where you'd swim around and collect starfish. I'm as shocked as you are with half these games and with how crazy everything is. With the support, with how long we're playing games, like the deep analysis, like everything here is just, it's good. I like this type of streaming a lot more. It's different. It's a lot different from what we used to do. Bloodborne's going to be lit. The variety content has been amazing, and let's be real, everything is better than League right now. You're not wrong. League right now is in a weird state, but it still is good. I still like it. Let me look at this. Okay. Wukong better really happen, my captain. This game's a dream for people who appreciate art. We'll see. We'll talk. We'll talk. I still remember when the sub counter was at 10K. Look at it now. Double. Double. How do I even trump what I'm giving you right now? How do I even trump Bloodborne and Demon Souls in a PlayStation 3 and 15-hour streams? Feet cam. Okay, bro. My ending level for Elden Ring, I think, was like 150, 170. I'm not sure. Detroit, well, there's a few games as well that we could play. Technically, we could play Detroit on PC or on PlayStation, and we could play Doom Eternal. Show more mochi. I'm dropping my Prime sub in 2 days for you since the entertainment you've provided in the last couple of days is just beyond imagination. Bro, thank you, man. Had a ton of laughs. That's awesome, bro. The last few days, sir, I've been here for 111 fucking days. 111 days. Non-stop. And that timer is going to get even higher. I've yet to add the subs. We need to add some time right now. Give me 1 sec. Hang on. Let me look through. Can we calculate? 1 sec. I'm all over the place mentally. I'm going to thank some donos. Tharforn, again, Anime Titan, you guys, seriously. A lot of people have made this stream, and you too. I mean, for God's sake.
Oh, look. A happy little barrel.
Wait, what? Is that an alert? Oh, I accidentally unmuted them. Buddy, Anime Titan this month alone has donated 1,300 subs. Tharforn, 552. I don't think Cinnamon's here, but even she, 210 this month. And I know everyone here has been donating for months on end. Verez, 100. Beast Draven, 83. Like, you guys are crazy. Zito, Mediox, Garcia, Bad Apes, everyone. Insane. Let me tally up. And Moon Knight with a 5-month resub. Thanks, man. I'm always here. I see her. Let me, money laundering. Is that what this is? At this point, you should make a new alert for 100 gifted. I've got something pretty fun that I think you'll enjoy. It isn't an alert, but like it's an added bit of fun. I'm working on it right now. Give me about a few days. And trust me, we'll be here for a long time. Not a feet cam, you freaks. Okay. So, oh my God. Let me check the resubs. The resubs won't show up on that counter. Let me just change this. So subs, turn that off. Resubs. So can we count this real quick, guys? Wait, it's broken. Okay. We have gained about 900 and... what was it? 70 subs today? 950 subs today? I'm not entirely sure. What was the number? There was someone in here. I always forget your name, man. I'm so sorry. You always check the counter. I think it's like Panda. Are you here? Nice hat. Thank you. We need to add time. No, it's Radio McCurkus. Radio McCurkus. 923 subs. Plus the resubs. My alerts aren't really working. When I check resubs, it's still saying like gifted subs and all these things. It's just a mess. Brothick, 2-month resub. Thank you, sir. It's safe to assume I will add 940 subscriptions. 940. We'll maybe overshoot by a few resubs, but I think that's about where we are with the resubs for today. 940. That's including the gifted and the resubs. 940. Mark that down right now. 940. Remember that number.
Oh, look. A happy...
One sec. In terms of bits I can check. So from 940... Wait, it's broken. Bro. Shit. It's not even showing my bits. Bro. It's not even showing bits. I want to get this correct. I really want to get this correct. My bad, buddy. You're worse than the backseaters. Thank God we're done with this game. There's no more backseating. God forbid the PlayStation Pro comes in and we load up Bloodborne. Oh my God, can't wait to play Never played on a PlayStation 5 Bloodborne. It's going to be awesome. Fucking British Armada comes in, the ghouls of that game. Oi, bruv, you gotta go down this street in it, bruv. I got the main chopper down here, bruv, with the fish and chips knife, mate. Oh my God, man. Like, every Souls game is gonna be backseated. Every Souls game is always backseated. But you know what? It's in good faith. Tapin's in retirement. Yeah, I think he is right now. Tapin has gone back to sleep for the next 10 years until we play Bloodborne, which is actually soon, I think. Man, I gotta go tally up the bits. I'm not kidding. It's not showing. Let me show you guys what my screen shows. You want to see this? Let me show you. So here is my... Oops. Here is the alerts. This is what I see on my end, right? Watch this. So this is where you go. If you want to filter everything and say like, oh, I want to see bits, right? So you take this off, and you go to bits. What? And then you do like Prime subs, and then it shows up. But the Prime subs are like 2 days ago. Like, we've had more Prime subs than this. It's just broken. I could restart it. One sec. Let me restart it. It's working now. What a shocker. I should have restarted it. Okay. Subs, bits. Here we go. Now it's working. Nice. Wow. Weird. Okay, folks. It's not working. Why does it say recent events? Can I see all the fucking events? Recent events. What? Let's just... Okay. Guys, we're going to add the subs for now. I'll go back for the donos and the bits. It's not working. Can you please confirm how many subscriptions it was that I need to add? It was, you said 924? Correct? Nine something? What was it? We need to continue. Sorry, I know I'm like falling asleep here. 924. Okay, so we're going to add 940. Just to be sure with like the resubs and everything else so we haven't missed anything, 940 is very fair. It may be off by like 2 or 3. 940 is about right. So 940 times 2 is 1,880 minutes. 2 hours is 31.3 hours. So come to think of it, hang on. 31.3 hours. 10,000 seconds to minutes is, oh, word. So we got to add 3 more hours. Exactly, actually, 3 more hours. So that would be 34 hours with bits. 34 total. Check Discord DMs. I counted 6,822 bits in the last 2 hours. We had a 10,000 bit donation. We had a 10,000 bit donation. Man, sorry, the alerts are all over the place. The alerts are really, really all over the place. Hang on. So with all of the subs and the 10,000 bit donation, we are currently at 34 hours exactly. I believe we had a donation. Let me go try and find those. Tips. I think you guys legitimately broke my alerts. I'm not kidding when I say this. I think we had so many alerts, you actually broke it. I'm not even kidding. I think you've actually broke it. Oh, no, we got him, okay. So, we got the 3-1. 20 gifted when you win. $5 from Beast Draven. He gifted a lot of subs today. Wilt's $5 donation. He says, fuck whoever stopped the streamer from having fun. True. Dexterous $5 said, got your logo cutting tonight. Going to spot weld it to a back piece so I can paint it white and the back piece black. Tobias. Hey, awesome, bro. I don't know if he's even here right now. Dexterous, man, I'm looking forward to it. This guy, this Dexterous guy, actually is he works in like a machine shop, and he sent me a, see the Bilgewater logo right there? Right there? See that thing right there? He sent me a giant metal Bilgewater sign that he made himself, and he painted it himself. It's really cool. And he's working on another one. So why not bring it my way, sir? Awesome. So that would be 15 minutes. So we're now at 34 hours and 15 minutes. On top of that, we have straggling bits that we need to figure out. So I know this is taking a long time. I'm sorry, guys. But generosity must be accounted for. It must be. And there's a lot of generosity on this stream, so it's taking a bit of time. A lot of 1-bits, a lot of troll 1-bits. Yes, I know. Oh, so lovely. Is it working? It's working. Kiss Anime Titan. Kiss him on the lips. Cadius. I missed a few of these things. Have another bit. Thank you, sir. Hey, big or small, I do appreciate 1 bits. They're a little bit hard to count sometimes, but I hope they just go in automatically. Cadius says...
Serve or die. I don't care if the others like you.
So I'm muted again. Cadius says, how are you doing today, Captain? Or chap? Spent most of the day yesterday taking apart an engine to put in upgrades, only to have to put it back together stock because the part didn't fit. Feels bad, man. That sounds like shit, bro. That sounds like shit. You know, man, there's so many times where you're doing something and it's a process, and you get to a stage where you fuck up the process and you only want to go back and redo everything. I don't know if that's a problem with your brain or, like, you know, to do something you do have to figure out other parts, but I used to paint Warhammer, and I would get to a part where, like, I really fucked it up and I'm like, I can't look at this. I'd have to strip the paint and do it again. It's awful. I know the feeling, sir. Bits aren't showing up. I'm gonna... Sounds like when you have a song stuck in your head. When I reach that level of fuck up, I just freestyle it. Yeah, sometimes it works out. Yeah, it does. Guys, we're gonna do... The alerts are still fucked up. I can't go back and check everything right now. I can see Boys Who Do. 1,000 bits. You scratched this hint and almost got it. The horn scent are the omens. Or rather, they can be traced back to the horn scent. What? Just add 100 hours. No, we're good. So we're going to be adding 35 hours. 35 hours to round out everything. 35 hours. I genuinely think you shit on my alerts. I've never seen something so just overflowing with generosity is what it is. Overflowing. You broke my fucking alerts. 35 hours. So we are at 40, 447.30. 447.30. 447. Is that correct? 447? Okay. Jesus, man. How the... There you go. 447.30. We are now all cut up on the alerts. I said cut up. Oh, my God. I can't speak. I'm ill. Here's what I see on my end. Can you post it to... Send it to Skroka, and he'll post it. The links are broken. Isn't there any other program that works better? Not really. I've looked into a few. Not really. I've tried them on stream. They don't work out. Like, as an example, if you want a different timer, there is one on Stream Elements, and our timer is so big it doesn't display seconds. It doesn't work. So you can't even display the timer properly on stream. It's broken. In terms of the alert system where it shows everything that comes in, not really. I've only really used Streamlabs. You've got Stream Elements and all that stuff, but my Streamlabs are just kind of set up everywhere, so that's what I use. Okay. I've yapped for hours. It's time to now not yap for hours and to watch lore videos. What are we watching Elden Ring-wise, folks? Elden Ring lore videos. Where are we at? A short game after this would be nice for your mentality. My mental. We were going to play Oberdeen. Why are the goats golden? So, it's just Vati Vidya? One sec. Let me just... hang on. Vati Vidya Elden Ring DLC lore. Is it lore revelations in Shadows of the Erd Tree? Is that what that is? That's the video? How is the lore of Baal 54 minutes? Revelations in Shadow of the Erd Tree. Okay. Wait, how is one guy's lore longer than the entirety of, like, what? Okay.
I'm willing to bet.
All right, let's go. So, with the yapping done, we can now sit back, watch this, and try to understand whatever the fuck it is we're listening to. We're going to try our best. All right. It's also the lore of the dragons, Platysax, etc. For context, gotcha. All right, well, let's just do this. Let's watch this. We know the base lore of the game. The DLC, to me, was just kind of like Miquella taking a step back from everything and saying, you know what? I'm going to do it right this time. To me, that's what it was. So let's watch this and see what it's about.
That as soon as you entered this place, you knew that we were going to get some answers in the shadow of the Erd Tree.
The DLC's done. The game's done, yeah.
There are satisfying revelations regarding Queen Marika and Miquella and the Omen and dragons and the gods. We even now know what Melania whispered to Radahn in this scene before her scarlet flower blew.
How the fuck would you know? How the fuck would you know? What?
Whispered to Radahn in this scene before her scarlet flower bloomed in Caelid. This video will only scratch the surface. It's just an overview, a teaser of new revelations and the foreshadowing of a deeper analysis to come. So let's get into it, and this time, let's begin at the end. After you defeat the final boss, promised consort Radahn, on your 400th attempt, you can read the remembrance of a god and a lord, which states, in their childhood, Miquella saw in Radahn a lord, his strength and his kindness that stood in stark contrast with their afflicted selves. The cutscene that plays here is a memory.
Lord brother, I'm going to be a god. If we honor our part of the vow, promise me you'll be my consort. I'll make the world a gentler place.
And so Miquella made his heartfelt wish that Radahn would one day be his king consort. Now, this ending and the reappearance of Radahn has received a lot of early criticism, but I think this encounter does go a lot deeper than some people are giving it credit for. For example, we're hearing about Miquella's side of the vow in this scene and about what Miquella wants, but what about Radahn? What was his part?
What does he want?
What did he want? There is evidence of Radahn being kind, sure, but this is also a man who celebrates war. Did he truly share Miquella's vision for an age of compassion? And if he wanted to be with Miquella, why did he fight so vehemently against his...
Yeah, why the fuck... If Radahn was mind-controlled, bro. Radahn was a flesh puppet brought back to life with the chopped-up parts of Mog and then mind-controlled so that Miquella could not be fucked with. Who the fuck is gonna fuck with Radahn? Except me and Ozbok and the weird kid. I mean, that is...
his death in the lands between, that would
Because, like, he's right, though. Like, Miquella wants an age of peace. Here's what I see on my end. Did it work? Can you... Send it to me in a DM. Send it to me in a DM, bro. On Twitch. Just send me a Twitch DM. Oh, I see it. Is this it? Is it an imager? Is that what that is? Oh, no, it's not this one. I see it now, okay. Really? That's what you see? That's what you want us? That's what you see? That's what you see on your end? Listen, this guy is... This is what he sees. You want to know what Anime Titan sees? Look at this. Let me show you. This guy is... This guy's a... I don't even know what to say to this guy. Look at this. This is what he sees on his end. This is what he said. Take a look at. Give him VIP already. Not even 5,000 gifted. Excuse you, brokey boy. Can't even afford 5,000 subs. No VIP. Bro, no, that's nuts. That is nuts. That is so nuts. Buddy, is that VIP worthy? Do we promote Anime Titan to VIP? I mean, he has put some time on this clock. You know, I'm still taking mental notes of people who have been here, who have done a lot, even just talking in chat, man. Seriously, a lot of good stuff. You can't buy your way to my heart. Don't telephone. No, seriously. I did. Fuck you. I am taking... give him your channel. He's going to stream instead of me. I'm still taking mental notes of people. Every day, man, I see a lot of people show up. I see a lot of people support me. I see a lot of people just send nice messages. You know, big or small, again, trust me, I'm looking. There will be a few VIPs to be added, and a few mods. There will be a few VIPs and a few mods. You don't know me. Weebs always have the most money. Anime Titan's a cultured weeb. There's a difference. You don't even remember the freaking game I suggested you. Post it in the Discord. If it's in the Discord, I will be looking. Crazy. Hey, listen, Anime Titan. If you want that 5,000 badge, by all means, sir. By all means. Anime Titan's profile picture is not weeb. Isn't it like a knight? I think he's got a knight. You, Waltz, you wanted Returnal. You wanted Returnal. Is that what that was? Returnal, correct? It's Solaire. Oh, is it Solaire? Solaire was, I never really fucked with Solaire, man. You know what? Is Solaire really Alexander? Or Ansbach level of, like, goated? He's the OG, though, right? If he came from DS1, he's the OG, exactly. So he's the OG good guy, right? With a sad quest line. Really, he's that important. He's really up there in terms of, like, good vibes. Praise the sun. Wait, dies of cringe. Wait, what do you mean? What did I say? Up there in good vibes. I mean, good. He does have good vibes. I don't know. Listen, I'm not one of those, like... I don't know what you'd call them. He's got good vibes. That's all I can say. He's just a man looking for the sun. Solaire slander. I just never fucked with the guy. I don't know. It's going to be weird for you to go back to Demon's Souls now that you've ended on a more modern title. You know what? I've never played those games, though. I've never thought about those games. I'm open for whatever. Returnal was a PS5 original. It was made for PS5. Now that we have a PlayStation 5, we'll be looking into a few PS5 games, for sure. Let's get the thing to work first. How about that? Let me go get it. Less souls? Okay, well, we're not even there yet. Guys, one thing at a time. I will be announcing all of the games tomorrow. Show the list of what games to play. I will be announcing the games tomorrow that we are playing. I will be announcing. Keep posting them in the Discord. I will be announcing them tomorrow. Okay? Post them and you will see them. There's a big list of games coming up. Tomorrow what time? Probably like 9 a.m. No new games today. We're going to play Obra Dinn today. Yes, Obra Dinn is going to be started tonight. We're going to watch a bit of lore from Elden Ring, finish up Elden Ring completely, move on from Elden Ring, and we are going to start Obra Dinn, and then Devil May Cry 5, and then Armored Core 6. Tarek Gaming! Tarek Gaze Gaming! He gifted 5 subs. Thanks, buddy. I'm going to add your time right now before I forget. That will be 10 minutes. Thank you, sir. Can't wait for DMC. We're going to see, man. We have been stuck in Elden Ring for ages. Please gift sub. Please, I need a sub. Bro, you just gifted 5. What do you want about? The updated list of games. You will be... I'm going to say this. This event, you guys have gone above and beyond with. You will not be disappointed in the games that will be picked. I promise you, you won't be. Everyone's going to get a taste of something that they've wanted. Hunt gifted a sub to Tarek. I will add that right now. Thanks, buddy. Why would you gift this guy a sub? And Larry is gifting a sub as well. That's awesome, bro. 4 more minutes. Thank you both. And Zamolzi is gifting a sub. Okay, I was talking to Tarek, but all right. 2 more minutes. Thank you. Kem Villar is now subscribing. And Plato is resubscribing. That's 4 more minutes. Time added again. Thanks, folks. Keep up the great work, Toby. Thank you. That's a whole year, man. Appreciate it. I'm yapping. My brain hurts. My jaw is falling off. All right, let's just fucking watch this. 1 sec.
Brought his soul to the realm of shadow with Mikola.
Bad Apes is gifting a sub. You guys are crazy. How the hell are we still going? You guys love me that much? You appreciate what I do this much? That's 2 more minutes. That's 2 more minutes on the clock. We just hit... What the fuck? Bad Apes is now gifting 5 subs. Bad Apes gifted 5 subs. Absolutely, sir. That is 10 more minutes on the clock. I'm adding that right now. Thank you. Phoenix is now subscribing. Thanks, bro. What the hell's going on? Didn't we just get through the subpocalypse? Is this the aftermath of the subpocalypse? It's like the toxic ash? Generous ash? I don't know. That's crazy, guys. Thank you. Hey, we just hit 20,000 subs. And the fact that you guys are still doing it is insane. God forbid. I don't even know what's at 20,500. All I know is right now we got to watch a lore video. So we're going to do that, and we'll get talking again about what games we're going to play. All right? Just understand this. Tomorrow, you're going to see a list of games, 20 separate games, most likely, and about 2 big games. Lots of games. We still don't even know 17.5. Actually, 16.5 was where we're at. We haven't known since 16.5. Variety, league, variety, league, variety, league, variety, league. What? All right, let's go, folks.
But the most chilling thing about this story...
And again, guys, seriously, thank you so much for the subs. The bits, the donos, everything is so kind. Thank you. We continue.
I think is that even if Radahn did want to become Mikola's lord, and I can see that side of the argument too, to be fair, but even if he did want that, do Radahn's wants even matter in the face of Mikola the Kind? As we speculated long ago, from items like the Bewitching Branch, Mikola has the power of enchantment over others. He has the power to steal hearts. Literally, if you are embraced by him twice in the final fight, your heart is stolen, and it's like a part of you dies.
Lord of the Old Order, let us go together.
This effect can also be seen in Miquella's faithful band, who overcome their
Really?
differences and shortcomings to...
Oh, shit. I just realized, in the trailer, these are all the NPCs. That's Lita, that's Dale, that's the weirdo, that's Freya, fucking Tortellini, Ansbach, and more. I just realized these are all the NPCs. Yeah, Dane, that was his name.
fight for
Dane.
Miquella's cause, until Miquella's enchantment is broken, and they turn at each other's throats. And what makes Miquella a fascinating character is that he isn't manipulating others for selfish reasons. His cause actually is righteous. When he wields love as a weapon, he does it genuinely to make the world a better place, without any intent to cause harm. However, such acts are still oppressive. If your want is taken away, what is left of you that remains?
That is true.
Perhaps the saddest example of this is Mohg, who, as we speculated, was indeed under Miquella's spell.
Once, in an attempt to free Lord Mohg from his enchantment, I challenged tender Miquella, only to have my own heart rather artfully stolen.
Oh,
I
wow.
knew not how weak I was. I believed that with sufficient mastery, even an Empyrean would be within reach of my blade. I could not have been more mistaken. Miquella the Kind is a monster, pure and radiant. He wields love to shrive clean the hearts of men. There is nothing more terrifying.
In the Specimen Storehouse, you can find the Secret Rite Scroll, which details the secret rite by which Miquella will ascend to godhood. It reads, "A lord will usher in a god's return, and the lord's soul will require a vessel." Ansbach reveals Miquella's plans in full.
After Lord Mohg's slaying at his dynastic palace, it appears his body has been absconded with and taken straight to kind Miquella. As if using Lord Mohg to gain entrance to the Land of Shadow were not enough, he plans to use his corpse as the vessel of his king consort. He has forsaken Lord Mohg's soul. He desires only his empty shell.
In your fight with Radahn, you might have noticed the horns sprouting from his gauntlets and his tendency to perform blood flame attacks. This is because Radahn occupies Mohg's body, fulfilling the terms of the secret rite at the Gate of Divinity, where Miquella will become a god. So, in retrospect, Mohg was under Miquella's spell all along and became obsessed with Miquella, believing that they would ascend together as Lord and God. But Miquella had plans for Mohg, not just as a corpse to pull into the realm of shadow as a vessel for Radahn's soul, but as Ansbach reveals, Mohg was also used as a means for Miquella to enter the realm of shadow in the first place. A while back I speculated that the realm of shadow was a sort of death dimension, and that Miquella's sacrilegious death at the hands of Mohg might have been intentional so that Miquella could enter the realm of shadow, and actually surprisingly those speculations were proven correct as well. Ansbach confirms that Mohg enabled Miquella to enter, and the Tower of Suppression makes it clear that all manners of death wash up in the realm of shadow, which lies at the very center of the lands between. Incidentally, Radahn's return also answers one of the biggest mysteries of Elden Ring, which was what Melania whispered to Radahn as she let the rot flower blossom at the end of their fight. According to the young lion's helm, she whispered, "Miquella awaits thee, O promised consort." And so Melania's southward march to Caelid is finally explained as well. She was there to kill Radahn so that his soul could be taken to the realm of shadow and the vow could be upheld at any cost.
Wait, so this was a plan, this was a master plan from all along? This was like his master plan from all along. Melania was in on it. This is literally Palpatine, bro. He's Palpatine. He's Palpatine. Whether or not Radon was in on it was debatable. Is debated. What makes you think she wasn't under his spell? That's exactly what I was thinking. That is exactly what I was thinking, because you know what? She was even tending to the little tree thing where Miquella was housed in Haligtree. Millennia said that Miquella is the most fearsome Empyrean. I mean, he has the power to sway everyone's hearts just by speaking to them. I mean, that's crazy. Compared to trying to, like, subjugate them through strength and warfare and whatever it may be, this guy can literally... And then you're like, oh... And everyone's fucked. I mean, good luck with that. Like, that's awful. That's horrible. No, you're right, though. That is the craziest one of them all. Yeah. Damn. Millennia is his sister. She made her a prosthesis. Prosthetic. Needles too easy. Fuck reading, that's impossible. What did you say? Millennia is his sister. She made her a prosthesis. Miquella's a man. She made her. Michelena made, for fuck's sake. Needles to ease the rot. She has no other purpose than to help him. She is not under the spell. I think Melina was not charmed. Melina. I don't even know their names. Melania. She was Miquella's twin, and he created unalloyed gold to cure her of her rot. Okay, so what the other guy said as well was that basically Millennia is Miquella's sister. We knew that. Miquella created unalloyed gold to fend off the outer god, the outer rock god, correct? And then gave it to Millennia to quell that spread. She trusts him. They're twins, yes. She now trusts him with whatever he wants to do. So even though she's in on it, she isn't being mind controlled. So she believes what her brother is basically trying to pursue. She's like, our world is fucked. Take over everyone. Is what that is. Okay. That kind of, okay. Is that what that means? Millennia is 100% under his charm. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. You know, some people believe in Miquella and what he's doing. I don't think it's... Again, it's a gray area. It is a gray area. Like, even, like with Lita. Lita wasn't under her charm. No? Or his charm. But then what the hell's with Radon? So this whole thing was to kill Radon, to then use his corpse as consort for Miquella to come back as a god, because Miquella's body was so fucked, right? Miquella has no chance at life. Miquella, before dying, is worthless. Miquella is a baby in an egg, like, oh, go get... He's got the nasty hand coming out the egg. The kid is useless. He can't do anything. He was cursed from birth, correct? To be young forever. Can't do anything. When he dies, when Moog... No? Then why is he in an egg? Then why is he in an egg? He was reborn through dying in the realm of shadow, and he wants to ascend to godhood, right? To free the people of the lands between. Yeah, I think I was right. Well, then why was he in an egg? Moog put him in there so he could go to the Shadow Realm. He created the egg in his tree to try and grow with the tree. What the hell are you guys smoking? Really? It was a cocoon. We can't trust that anyone who supports Miquella is doing so with their own will. Yeah, you're right. Miquella cares about people, but still uses them like sock puppets. Yeah, you're right. Wait. What was the purpose of Miquella being grown in Haligtree? To grow into an Erd tree? Why was there a giant egg missing from Haligtree that ended up in Mog's dynasty, his palace? To grow the Haligtree in an attempt to create a second Erd tree. What does that mean, though? Why does that matter? So he could become a god? It was a form of hibernation. Then why was she protecting the tree when Moog stole it? That's what I was thinking too, but like, people said she thought he was still up there. The Haligtree was a failed idea of his. He then switched plans to go to the Realm of Shadow after it failed. Okay, so what was his initial goal with the Haligtree? What was the end game of growing into an Erd tree? What a weird fucking thing to say. That's headcanon. Make a second tree that will embrace Albernax like Latina. There are originally discarded by the Erd tree because they are fake humans. Wait, he wanted to become an Erd tree and welcome more people and then brainwash those people? Is that what he wanted to do? He wanted to create an Erd tree so that people would worship that tree instead of the other tree. That's not a fact. That sounds like... So he was... Oh, you know what? He was trying to bloom into an Erd tree or create an Erd tree. He was feeding the Erd tree with his blood to create the tree so that people would kind of worship. Not entirely wrong. Miquella is Saint Trina. One sec. Miquella is Saint Trina. She can manipulate from dreams. Omens are weak to dreams. Mog is an omen. Miquella tricked him through dreams that Mog's blood god needs Miquella body. What? Oh, see, this makes the most sense. One sec. He wanted to get rid of his curse and youthfulness and became a god through evolving, not becoming a tree. Well, one sec. The Haligtree was for everyone, not for the selected ones like Marika's Order. That's why there are Latinas and other outcasts there. I'm gonna watch the fucking video. I'm lost.
Once transported to the Realm of Shadow, Miquella set off for the tower. And as his great rune says, on the way he abandoned everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. All in this attempt to bury the original sin, to embrace the whole of it and be reborn as a new god.
Miquella has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says the act, though undoubtedly painful, will sear clean the Earth Three's wanton sin. The truth of his claim can be found at each cross. It is evidence enough to earn my belief.
But what was the Erd Tree's sin that Miquella died and was reborn for? Well, now we've talked about the end, this brings us to the beginning.
Miquella the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose. And so too was Shadow born.
Well, that's the ending of the game.
These words come from Leda, and while she never says them in-game, they're pretty damn important, because with Marika in the footage, it's clear that this was her seduction and her betrayal. That was the affair from which gold arose and Shadow was born. The same music that played in that moment also plays here.
Oh, is that the betrayal of the Erd Tree, and that's why she smashed the ring, or they imprisoned her? Is that why she broke the ring? The Erd Tree? The Elden Ring? Oh, okay.
Music that played in that moment also plays here, in the village where it all began, the Shaman village, to the northeast. At its center is this, a minor Erd Tree, an incantation which reveals that this was Marika's home, which she one day bathed in gold. So, Marika's home was a shaman village, the implication clearly being that she herself was a shaman. This was likely a matriarchal society of other Nuban women, though that's perhaps speculation better left for another video. Put simply though, a shaman is defined as someone who has influence in matters of the spirit. Their spirituality is what's valued here, and it's on this point that this story takes a bit of a dark turn, for the message at the hidden entrance actually reads, "Have mercy for the spirited away shamans." Adjacent to this message is the statue that moves aside at the sign of the "O Mother" gesture in Messmer's Shadow Keep. This emote is a clue to the truth, and it actually leads us all the way down here to where the "O Mother" gesture can be found. This dire place is called Bonny Village, and a phantom at the whipping hut here elaborates on just who the shamans were, or rather, the value they had. He states, "For pity's sake, your place is in the jar. Nigh sainthood itself awaits you within. For shamans like you, this is your lot. Life were you accorded for this alone." So the shamans, in the words of their abusers at least, were accorded life for a singular purpose, and that was to be stuffed inside of jars with others.
Why?
A nearby whip, bestrewn with rotting, misshapen teeth,
peace, buddy,
elaborates on how and why it was used on the shamans. For one, it states that the pain it inflicts was used to encourage their obedience, but additionally, it says that as their wounds ripen, they grow inflamed and ooze pus, and the flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. So it is that the shamans stuffed into jars become this living amalgam of beings, presumably with the flayed shaman herself at the fore. So now we know what happened to the shamans. They were whipped into submission and forced inside of jars.
Why? But why?
We know a little bit of the why as well. Apparently it was done so that they could become saints. But the next question I want to answer is who? Who did this to them?
They can become saints. What the fuck does that even mean? Why does that matter? You're artificially creating saints? What does that mean? I still don't understand. Why?
Well, it was the horn scent. The caterpillar mask, worn by Horn Scent himself, reveals that it was a ritual implement of the greater potentates of Bonny Village, which is this very village where we just discussed the evidence of the shaman's abuse. It goes on to state that the mask was used to ward off thoughts of impurity, doubt, temptation, and other wickednesses one is vulnerable to while absorbed in divine ritual. And man, if you need to ward off thoughts of doubt and wickedness while you're stuffing flayed people inside of jars, maybe what you're doing is just straight up wrong. I'm starting to understand why Marika purged the realm of shadow with fire. It's as Letta says.
They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war.
But if this mask wasn't proof enough of the Horn Scent being responsible, look at Ballarat Jail. It's below Ballarat itself, which was the settlement of the Horn Scent, and to this day the innards and the shamans remain, with the shamans offering their prayers to the innards of the great jars, such that they might be reborn one day into sainthood. But what is sainthood?
There we go.
Well, it's never explained directly. I do have some ideas, but they might have to wait for another video. What we do know is that the Horn Scent were obsessed with invoking divinity, and forcing the shamans to achieve sainthood was likely one facet of that. So...
Shit, wait. Oops.
Sainthood. Well, it's never explained directly. I do have some ideas, but they might have to wait for another video. What we do know is that the Horn Scent were obsessed with invoking divinity, and forcing the shamans to achieve sainthood was likely one facet of that. So, it's the horn scent that we need to discuss next.
Oh, this is also horn scent. So the horn scent are like the big bads in this DLC. I thought everything was just separate in a way, but now I'm seeing it. All of these things have horns. And you know who has horns are the omens. And the omens were born without, what, grace? The grace of the Erd Tree? This is why America hates the horned people and throws them into the sewers, because her people were enslaved by them, and when she became a god, she took revenge. Oh. Oh, you're right. You're right. Actually, you're right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ah. Because Marika was a shaman, and in her village, the horn scent took the shamans and flayed them and whipped them and meshed them into jars, like fucking compressed them in like juice. And then when Marika, at that point, she shunned all the horny creatures, the horn omens people, right? They were thrown into the sewers. Omens were born because of the horn scent. Alexander Potfriend. What is that? Thanks, bro. It's Giga Chad, first time chatter. He's here! Alexander's here! He's alive! I didn't kill him!
The Hornsent are an extremely ritualistic people, with swaths of their culture devoted to spiritual research and invoking the divine. And one of the most sacred things to them is the crucible, which they have to thank for.
Alexander's not bad, he's a victim. Wait, so was Alexander a shaman? So everyone in the pots were shamans, were they not? Oh, they're different. No, they're different. I think they're different. The base game stuff is different, no? Maybe the reason why Moog and Morgoth being cursed with horns was the Mesmer's Crusade and all the curses she took from the horn scent people. I don't know yet. I'm going to keep watching this. Different meaning under the Erd Tree. Right, you're right. It was different under the Erd Tree, yeah. Okay,
for their tangled horns, which are considered an evolutionary gift, and invoking the divine. And one of the most sacred things to them is the crucible, which they have to thank for their tangled horns, which are considered an evolutionary gift. If you didn't know, the crucible has been long established as this primordial form of the Erd Tree, a blending of life that became the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. And apparently, it originated in the place that became the Realm of Shadow. This becomes quite clear thanks to Devonia, who is the longest serving of the Crucible Knights. According to her helmet, she quested in search of the Crucible's origin, and departed from the lands of the Erd Tree alone. Another item we can find that's a clue for the Crucible is Spira, an incantation for a spiral of light. The spiral, it says, is a normalized crucible current that, one day, will form a column that stretches to the gods. Maybe it's no coincidence that the White Tower of Ballarat is a spiral, nor that it culminates in a divine gateway that is a column of the dead stretching to the gods. There's also trees that include the dead, but I digress, I'm getting off topic. Back to Marika, because at some point it seems Marika rose to prominence within or adjacent to this Hornsent culture. We can kind of infer this because Hornsent refer to Marika's eventual purge as a betrayal, and something can only really be a betrayal if you were aligned with them in the first place, right? So the Hornsent were aware of Marika, and likely her Erd Tree as well, before what they call the betrayal. But how? How did Marika rise to such power in their homeland where she was presumably a shaman, one of those subjugated? Well, before there was this betrayal, there was a seduction from which gold arose, and I think the fingers had a hand in it.
Oh my God, it's
that you
Mama.
have borne witness to the whole of it. The conceits, the hypocrisy of the world built upon the Erd Tree. The follies of men. Their bitter suffering. Is there no hope for redemption? The answer, sadly, is clear. There never was any hope. They were each of them defective, unhinged from the start. Marika herself, and the fingers that guided her. And this is what troubles me. No matter our efforts, if the roots are rotten, then we have little recourse.
Ymir is the high priest of Manus Meta, a cathedral of the hand to the east. Once he instructed R'hllana herself in the sorcerous arts, but eventually he would come to abandon this allegiance to the moon, stating that the moon was merely the closest of the celestial bodies.
Yeah, I remember reading that.
And nothing more.
I am a glintstone sorcerer. We study the stars and examine the life therein. Are you familiar with our findings? Long ago, we began as stardust, born of a great rupture far across the skies. We, too, are children of the greater will. Is that not divine? Is that not sublime? And yet, none can fathom its implications, its utter brilliance.
In the ruins of this land, and beneath Manus Meta itself, are the echoes of that greater truth that Ymir glimpsed. This is Meta herself, the mother of Fingers. Her remembrance reads, "The mother of all two fingers and finger creepers was in turn a magnificently gleaming daughter of the greater will, and the first shooting star to fall upon the lands between."
That is... Look at that fucking thing. That's an S+ in vibe check, bro. That's the vibe check. That's what the kids say these days, right? Vibe check! No, that is... This thing is from the greater will. I mean, the greater... If this is from the greater will, what the hell does the greater will look like? Daughter of the greater will. That's creepy. That's fucking creepy. That is so memorable because it's so strange.
You might recall the Elden Ring and the Elden Beast made landfall in the lands between upon a star as well. But Meta came even before that.
Ancient.
So it was that this mother birthed the Fingers, communing with and receiving signs from the greater will, who occupied the great beyond. But at some point, Meta became broken, abandoned, and no sign has come through ever since.
So, yeah, that's right. This is a creature that came down, they said, what, in a comet? Meta is the first of the greater will's children sent to the world. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. And yet, I feel bad for this thing. It was left by its creators. It was abandoned by its creators. In where the hell even are we? I don't even know. How long has it been waiting for a sign from the greater will? Ladisax was the first Elden Lord and consort of Matir. That is because he is waiting in his arena for his lord to return. Crazy. I mean, this is crazy. It's weird.
Do you recall what I said? That Marika and the fingers that guided her were unsound from the start? Well, the truth lies deeper still. It is their mother who is damaged and unhinged. The fingers are but unripe children, victims in their own right.
It's not clear when Meta was broken, abandoned, but I assume it was before Marika started taking the guidance of the fingers, since Ymir states that the fingers were unsound from the start. Thus, the Greater Will's guidance is outdated at the very least, and has been for all of Marika's reign. That's a pretty big revelation.
The Greater Will's guidance is outdated at the very least, and has been for all of America's reign. So all of these, it takes eons, ages, for their guidance to kind of reach the lands between, and they haven't seen a sign anywhere. And is that why she broke the Elden Ring? Because she's like, let me hear something. What's going on? There's nothing happening. Everything is a lie. No, that's what I was going to say. Think of it as the cosmic telephone. It takes eons to get an answer. Yeah. They even said that about the fingers. You know, you have to talk to the two fingers. Right? Like the little granny lady. And she's like, you can wait forever. You have to wait here 1,000 years. Like, yeah. If that thing was abandoned 1,000 years ago, and the two fingers, you know, the lady was like, I'm going to wait here for God knows how long, and it will take a long time. So what the hell were they following? The Greater Will came to this planet eons ago with its Elden Ring, with its way of life, and it just, that's it. That's all we know. That's all we know now. Plutosax, Matir, and the Fingers all wait the Greater Will's call, but it never came. How strange. Oh, the Fingers. Wait, okay. So you know the two fingers? You know, in each area, right? Those big two fingers? Who were they listening to? Was it the Greater Will, or was it the Mama? Only the Fingers know that they have lost contact, so all they can do now is repeat an older order, and no clue why the Greater Will left. Oh, okay. So the two fingers, when they call, Mama answers. But Mama was supposed to be the line straight to the Greater Will, and she's been cut off for ages, correct? But Mama's lying. She's just making shit up. Well, she has no answers yet. She's still repeating what the Greater Will has been saying. So everyone in the lands between is being driven by a force beyond comprehension, but it's like ancient, outdated help. The guidance of the gods is long gone. So what were the two fingers talking about? Basically, okay, makes sense. What were the two fingers talking about? You know, in the finger readers, oh, yes, what were they being told? What was the typical, you know, the two-finger conversation with the old ladies? I kind of forgot. Reading an outdated Bible. Maintain the golden order. That's why Ronnie killed the two fingers. She found out. The grannies talk to the fingers, and the fingers are nuts. That's what I got. Yeah, no. The fingers are basically messengers from Matir, the mother, that creepy creature. Because that mother, the message would go to the mother, and the mother would relay the messages to the fingers. And the fingers were basically the words of the mother, but the mother was the words of the Greater Will. It passes down the line, right? Like, I'm the Greater Will. Mother, tell them to subscribe to Tobias' fate. And she's like, I will follow. And she sends her signal out. She says, tell the fingers to tell everyone to subscribe to Tobias' fate. And that's what they do. Oh, subscribe to Tobias' fate. The fingers wheel it. But she hasn't heard anything in millennia. So all that's being said is the same thing over and over and over again. Did he beat millennia? I beat the game. What? They're bullshitting to keep appearances, clueless and coping. So the fingers are just kind of just nonsense. So everything America and the Golden Order did was just Metter thinks the Greater Will wants. The fingers are born broken. Yeah, they are born broken because they're being lied to completely. They're born to relay a message, and that message is false. That message is gone. There is no update. Yeah. They are indeed useless, but as a representation of what could be the greater will. Yeah, okay. So the Golden Order is the Greater Will's OG mission. That's exactly what that is, yeah. That's why the Mateer lore was a bombshell, because everything was a lie. You are right. That's crazy news. What about the three fingers, the frenzied flame fingers? Who birthed the frenzied flame? Were those birthed by the mother, but then got corrupted by the frenzied flame, which is an outer god? There's an argument that Mateer is pushing her own agenda and calling in the guidance of the greater will. Calling it the guidance. Well, okay, here's the thing. What was the number one thing that happened under the Golden Order that was so bad? What was the number one thing that happened? Frenzied Flame uses three fingers to appear more legitimate. Frenzied Flame is a god of chaos that wishes to dissolve everything into primordial soup and burn away spirits. Well, because to me, the greater will in the base game, what was so enforced in the base game? Under the Golden Order, where the Erd Tree stood and the Elden Ring stood, everything seemed fine. Well, not really. They were murdering everyone. They were trying to subjugate everyone under one rule. And so they went off and they crushed, different tribes and this, and they've tried to, subjugate everything. Yeah. If you have wings, you get killed. If you have horns. So they are... What the fuck? But they're evil. The greater will is just fucked up then. The greater will... But they also allowed people to not die. Right? They gave people the ability to not die. And then they're... Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, okay. So the Frenzied Flame Three Fingers is not from that. Not dying is bad, too. The removal of the real death to force rebirth in the Erd Tree to gain believers. Oh. So this really is just a parasite. It's like a mind control... They plant the Erd Tree. An alien cosmic force brings this god power to Earth. People see what it's capable of. People buy into what it's selling. Those people then worship it and believe in what it's selling, and they say, this god power is basically saying, do this, do this, do this, do this. And they believe it so much because it's keeping them alive, it's doing this, it's doing them a lot of good, right? And they trust its words, and so they go off and fuck everything else up for the sake of that one belief. Is that what that is? Yes, I am selling. Okay. You're selling that? I hope not. Stick to the cars, bro, not the genocide. The video's not over. It is complete rebirth, or do you just end up like those nobles stumbling around? How do you... You know what? How are you reborn? How are you reborn in the Erd Tree? I am reborn through the grace, the grace sites. It wasn't specified. So who the fuck believes it then? You're reborn, but how? Wait, then how the fuck are they telling you that you're reborn? At a grace site. Your body's taken to the roots of the Erd Tree. This sounds like heaven. This sounds like when you die, you're sent to heaven. Your soul lives on. Even though you die, your body gets put into the Erd Tree and then your soul lives on. You don't actually die. That's what it sounds like. Like going to heaven? The Erd Tree burial. So, like, your spirit lives on in the Erd Tree. Is that what that means? Strange. Let's just keep watching the video. The Erd Tree feeds on the bodies. To me, this just sounds like a bunch of baloney. The Erd Tree says you can be reborn. And so when you die, they worship it, they believe it. When you die, your body is thrown into the tree. The tree then sucks up your nutrients, and you're supposed to be reborn somewhere? Or maybe that's what the greater will wants people to believe. That's exactly what I'm saying. What if there is no rebirth? It's a parasite, and it stops people from dying for real. What if it just wants to feed? What if that's how it feeds off of stuff? The reborn part is propaganda. That's what it sounds like. I've never seen anything in this game. Well, okay, then how does it explain me respawning at grace sites? I'm getting reborn though. But how many other people have been reborn? They don't have. They're not given grace. Marika removed the death rune. She did, and which allowed people to die. Oh, you know what? Then how am I allowed to be reborn? You get reborn but keep aging. All the giants look old as fuck. The nobles who stumble around are older than you. Marika respawns you personally. It's because of the grace of the greater will chose you as per Marika. Oh, you can't die because there's no death rune. Because Ronnie has it. Is that correct? My brain. This is kind of hard to understand. The shattering probably happened because someone realized that everything was bullshit and that the person who stole the death rune was Ronnie the Witch. No, I know that, yeah. Ronnie had a fragment. You know, that's what it kind of sounds like. So Marika... Can you just remind me who Marika was again? Let me read this. Greater will comes, changes the natural order of things, same as we have IRL. It starts taking souls of the dead and not allowing them to move on, and says they are reborn. Not sure if they are, but I think it feeds off of souls in some way. That's exactly what I'm thinking. So Marika, but she is a god. But what gave her that godhood? What is she like the figurehead of the Erd Tree, the Elden Ring, and the Outer Will? Is she the figurehead? Is that what that is? Or is she like a literal god? Well, let's watch the video. For now, let's watch the video. The same place where Mikla was. The reason why Malka's sword is cracked is because it is the rune of death and Ronnie's... Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Let me watch this.
Guidance is outdated at the very least, and has been for all of Marika's reign. That's a pretty big revelation. Incidentally, Placidusax was also Elden Lord before Marika, and he was abandoned by his god as well, so maybe things became broken around that time. Lots of speculation to be had there. At any rate, abandonment by the greater will, or no, Marika took up the power of the Elden Ring that the Fingers offered for her own reasons. and the abandoned fingers spread the glory of the greater will through her, and she through them. Another important item on this topic is the ancient seed talismans that can be found, which depict the two fingers around an Erd tree seed. They had a hand in the birth of the Erd tree. All this while, the fingers claimed to be envoys for the greater will, but that's a lie. The greater will is gone. The fingers are alone, operating on outdated guidance. This is something that many characters suspected, but most characters in Elden Ring assumed that this happened around the time the Elden Ring was shattered. It's a revelation that the fingers have been broken for a really long time, and so the Tarnished too is alone, following this guidance of grace that now likely only belongs to Marika herself, if anyone. And Marika might have played friendly with the Hornsent for a time, but eventually she had what was surely vengeance, when the Hornsent were purged, subjugated, and betrayed. The Realm of Shadow became this disconnected domain of death, and the Shadow Tree that looms high became the realm's symbol of abandonment, not grace. Before she left, Marika bathed the village of her home in gold, placing a small illusory tree that restores the health of those nearby. She did this knowing full well that there was no one left to heal. Then she left, never to return. Not even for her son, who she left behind to endlessly enact her subjugation of the Realm of Shadow. So, next, let's talk about Messmer, the Impaler. As anticipated, Messmer is entirely loyal to his mother, who is Queen Marika. His armor reveals that, on his mother's wishes, Messmer made himself a symbol of fear, undertaking the cleansing crusade she desired. And, in the end, all those stripped of the grace of gold would perish.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
To this end, he had his Black Knights, Fire Knights, and common infantry, not to mention the Carrion forces who followed R'hllana into war on Messmer's behalf. So it was that the Hornsent were purged, in a war without end. A phantom at Castle Ensis bemoans, "O Marika, I beg, embrace your child, and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on?" But Marika never returned, testing their faith. One phantom even raises the possibility that Messmer himself has been abandoned. And he has. The final straw for him is when you, a Tarnished who would become Elden Lord, arrives at his doorstep.
I will not suffer. Our Lord, devoid of light.
I feel bad for Messmer now. He's not even a bad guy. What the fuck? Bro just wants his mom.
No, Mother. Forgive me.
A lot of people in this game are victims. He only committed genocide. Okay, he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. But he was just like Moog. He was used. He was used. He was used. Everyone's a victim of the gods in the greater will. Everyone is a victim of those. Right? Except the Dung Eater. He's a freak. Dung Eater is based. That's why Ronnie is based. She's not a victim of the gods. She hates them. Yeah, you're right. That's probably the best ending.
Tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent shorn of light.
That's why the best ending is the Frenzied Flame ending.
Like his siblings, Messmer was born cursed. In fact, the game
I don't think so. The Frenzied Flame ending is killing everyone, and everyone is a victim of these beings. The Frenzied Flame is bad. The best ending is Ronnie. The best ending is Ronnie. Frenzied Flame is the worst possible ending, where everyone dies. Even the good people. Everyone is dead. Ronnie's ending, I think, is the best. That's the simp ending. It's the best ending, though, for sure. She's like, I'm done with this shit. We're done with this. You won't be governed by the gods. You won't be governed by whoever. I'm going to leave the people up to their own devices. Even the Gold Mask. Frenzied Flame is just so bad. Thanos was right. Wait, so what was Gold Mask's ending again? Can you just reiterate? What was his ending? Check the lore of the merchants. What? Check the lore of the nomads. One sec. Perfect order to redo the Golden Order. Remember all the bug things from outer space? Ronnie just basically wants to go to those. She wants to study them. But I mean, she's leaving humanity to their own devices, which better than being... Well, is it better than being governed by an order? Right? If we were left to our own devices, would we all stay civil? Is that what that is? Yo, D&D, thanks, buddy. I see you, man. Thank you, dude. I don't think there would be anything civil going on. So, like, the Golden Order... So you're telling me what Goldmask wanted to do was basically redo the Empire, but make the Empire not so shit. He wanted to perfect... How do we know what he wanted, though? This guy didn't say a fucking word. You meet him, and he's like... The fuck is he doing? Does he say words? Does he say anything? He just stands there. So how do you even follow his quest line? Ronnie is the best. I agree. If you think the Frenzied Flame ending is good, you're deluded. You're like the Dung Eater, bro. The Frenzied Flame ending is horrible. Why should innocent people burn for no reason? Why should innocent people have everything stripped away from them for nothing? Permission to shower and poop. Buddy, you go do what you need to do. Don't ask me. No one is innocent in the lands between. Alexander, Jarberg, the merchants, Torrent. Okay, let's just keep going. Sorry, one sec.
His curse to Melanus, who is heavily implied to be his younger sister. Messmer, too, it is said, bore a vision of fire. We learn this from the item Messmer's Kindling, which describes the fire that endlessly burns within him, a dark thing, eaten away at by a wicked serpent. His remembrance elaborates on this serpent, stating, a malevolent snake writhed within Messmer, and so his very mother plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace. So I was wrong about this eye. It wasn't the slitted eye of dragon communion. Instead, it was Marika's seal of grace, holding back something terrible. The description continues to state that even with this seal in place, Marika's fear compelled her to secret away her child within the realm of shadow, hidden away, keeping company with the original sin, and a hatred that would not be confined. There's so much more to say about this base serpent and the dark fire. There's so much more to say about Messmer. We even learn from Gaius's remembrance that Messmer was an older brother to Radahn, meaning Messmer's birth, and thus the birth of Melina as well, likely would have arrived much earlier in the timeline. And there's a ton of curiosities with Messmer's knights as well, some of whom were loyal, some who were disloyal, and some of whom occupied this space of reluctance in between. But those stories are better off in other videos. In the interest of moving on, there is one last thing I want to talk about with Messmer, and it's that in the cut dialogue, Messmer notes that Miquella has spoken of us to him, and indeed we do know
what
that
if he was
Miquella
mind controlled?
did come through this shadow keep, divesting himself at the crosses all the while.
He wasn't mind controlled.
Which brings us to our next topic, Saint Trina. Each cross of Miquella is a piece of himself, marked with his great rune, arms, an eye, flesh, but there's a couple of crosses in particular that I remember as a part of what was an extremely chilling moment. As you progress along the coast towards the fissure, you notice that Miquella has divested himself of his doubt and vacillation. Without these things, he was free, it seems, to abandon something that was very dear to him. And inside the fissure, at what is perhaps the deepest part of the land in the realm of shadow, we realize that Miquella has actually divested himself of his love. A phantom says, "Kindly Miquella, I see you've thrown away something you should not have, under any circumstances. How will you salvation offer to those who cannot be saved, when you could not even save your other self?" His other self, his love, his
Is
fate.
that? I think they got the words wrong. Shouldn't it be? One sec. Shouldn't it be? How will you offer salvation? How will you salvation offer? What the fuck is that?
Save your other self.
Yeah.
His other self, his love, his fate, was Saint Trina. So to Miquella, who was one of Marika's
Old
kin,
English,
having a second self is nothing new, really. We've now even learned from the shamans that their flesh melds harmoniously with others,
bro.
After all. Actually, the fact that Saint Trina was able to be discarded might even suggest that Radagon could have become divested from Marika in a similar way. But Miquella's other half was truly special, and she was renowned for granting peaceful sleep to many in the lands between, which I imagine would have been very much appreciated in this land that's filled with the weary undead. So Saint Trina naturally had many followers, and perhaps at the fore was Tiolier, whose obsession with Saint Trina
this guy was really into
returns
her.
almost immediately,
Or him.
when Miquella's enchantment finally breaks.
I'm feeling rather lost, haunted by memories of St. Trina, her visage, her scent, the lure of velvety sleep. Would kindly Miquella chasten me for falling for St. Trina, while knowing that she was the discarded half? The problem is, I simply cannot help it. I would sacrifice everything just to gaze upon her one last time.
Saint Trina is below, defended by a putrescent knight.
What the hell is
who
that?
Is basically tainted flesh, once given eternal rest, that now serves Saint Trina. Die enough times to Saint Trina's nectar, and you will hear her words.
Make Miquella stop. Don't turn the poor thing into a god. Godhood would be Miquella's prison. A cage divinity is beyond saving. You must kill Miquella. Grant him forgiveness.
All of this makes you realize that if godhood really would be Miquella's cage, as Saint Trina believes, then it really might have been Marika's cage as well. It echoes what the Saw Seals suggested long ago, that solemn duty weighs upon the one beholden, not unlike a gnawing curse from which there is no deliverance. In the end, Marika's caged divinity is likely a part of why she shattered the Elden Ring. And so, Miquella's divinity would surely come at a cost to him. He would essentially be sacrificing himself to bring about that gentle age in the name of everybody who would fall under his enchantment. And this enchantment is a tendency that Miquella regains when he returns in full force as a god, because once charmed by Miquella, a circlet of light adorns your head, and according to the description of the circlet of light, which you receive after Miquella's defeat, this enchanting circlet would have been the foundation of Miquella's Age of Compassion, not the Elden Ring. Presumably, in his age, all would be charmed. But Miquella found one that would refuse to be embraced. You. No wonder, as
you weren't
one
interested.
Consort is all the world needs, and you're the chosen Elden Lord of a different age, whatever ending that may be for you. So naturally, you would have refused to be embraced. Thank you for watching, and thank you for listening to me.
So TLDR, the base game of Elden Ring is still the Erd Tree. The Erd Tree, and kind of the Elden Ring being the laws of nature, controlled by the Golden Order, Marika. The Erd Tree, whatever. So, sorry, who told Marika what to do? Who told Marika what to do? Who told her to go out and rampage and kill everything? Matir. So how did she, the greater will, which was told through Matir, how did she, was that through the finger readers who read the fingers, and then the finger readers told her exactly what it was? No one, it was her revenge. It was her own agenda. And her agenda was getting back at the horn scent. Is that what that was? That was for the horn scent. But where were the horn scent in the base game? Where were the horn scent in the base game? The greater will left long ago. Okay. In the sewers. The DLC's done. Yeah, we finished the DLC a while ago. The horn scent or the omens? So whose rule was it when they went out and subjugated all the lands? Who wanted that? Marika? But not everyone's a horn scent. Radon wasn't hard. Her agenda was with the horn scent in the Shadow Realm and with the greater will in the lands between. The Elden Beast was power to establish Golden Order through the Elden Ring. Matir was supposed to guide to establish Golden Order, but one part failed. So, the Elden Beast was sent there to establish power in the lands, but was being guided by the fingers, because the fingers were the telephone. The beast was the big bad, you listen to me, because I listen to fingers. That's what that was, correct? So those two are together. The beast is the greater will. No, it's not. She locked it away when she became a god. It was a part of the lands between. It's the avatar of it, but that's not the greater will, though, no? There's so many different things. I need a flowchart. This game needs a flowchart. There's so many different aspects of what's like the lore with the fingers and the Elden Beast and the Realm of Shadows and Marika and Miquella and all this shit. If there was a fucking flowchart of A to B to C to D to E to... For fuck's sake, it'd be so easy. Welcome to the club, bro. We're all confused as fuck. You can see a fuck ton of trees. You can, in the arena you can, yeah. Multiple hours long. Burn everything to fix it since the fingers went silent. That sounds like the Dark Souls ending, where you destroy the entire world, bathe it in flame, or in this case, without flame, and reset the clock. But what if you can fix things? There are still good people in the lands between who aren't villainous. What if Sun Goldmask guy is the GOAT? Watch an Elden Ring movie, The Lord of the Frenzied Flame. We're going to get to that, but that's like bonus lore. That's not the main story. What I'm trying to understand right now is the main story. The stupid long timeline. Well, one sec. I could look it up too. Just give me one sec. Let me think. Can someone please explain why Marika is killing the Horn Scent? The Horn Scent would subjugate her people and try to turn them into saints because they were very religious, very crazy, right? Is that what that is? That's why she doesn't like them, as revenge. So that act alone, that is a self-contained act in the realm. Okay. That only takes place in the realm of shadow, correct? So who are the Omen in the lands between? There's two separate realms, the realm of shadow and the lands between. Who are the Omen in relation to the Horn Scent? They're people cursed by the Horn Scent. How did they get cursed? The Fingers did get rid of another religion. They did. They crushed it, yeah. The Omen are a resurgence of Horn Scent horns and other genetic stuff. I'm going to watch the Horn Scent lore video. I'm not understanding it yet. I'm kind of getting the gist of it. Fuck, it's an hour long. There's a lot of people who did lore on the Horn Scent, though. The tragedy of the Horn Scent. One sec.
Whether they're the ones inflicting it or they're suffering themselves. We know how the practices of this land subjugate them to tragedy. The denizens of the land of shadow are well accustomed to tragedy, whether they're the ones inflicting it or they're suffering themselves. We know
America's people, Newman said to be descendants of people outside of the lands between, so Horn Scent could have just been oppressive of outsiders. Like, okay, so they ended up in the fucking shadow realm, and they're like, we don't like you, so they started using them for their own means. One sec.
The practices of this land subjugated the shamans and used their malleable flesh in unspeakable experiments, all for the sake of the Horn Scent's religious goals. But even those who were...
That right there is all I needed to know. So the Horn Scent subjugated and abused this group of people to further their religious goals. What they believed in, that's why they were used. There wasn't much more to it. That's basically it, essentially. And Marika wanted revenge. Yes, the shamans in the pots. Okay, Marika wanted revenge. How does that lead into the lands between? Didn't she already get her revenge by burning everything out of the realm of shadow? Look at the Shadow Realm and look at the big hole in the map of the lands between. Both fit like a glove. Sorry, let me keep reading. Hornsent torture Marika's people. Marika teams up with the Greater Will and Fingers to get revenge. Greater Will and Fingers want to impose their will in order to get revenge. Marika becomes a god and punishes the Hornsent and uses their crucible to bring about the Age of the Golden Order. Marika removes Deathrune to stop the Godskin Stitchers from getting her, as they are rivals. Marika goes about destroying all the other religions on orders from the Fingers and the Greater Will. Plot twist, the Greater what? So, wait, hang on. You told me to look at the map. You told me to look at the map. So, here we have... How do I zoom the fuck out? How do I zoom out? How do I zoom out? Guys, I can't zoom out further? Really? Okay, so... Where is... One sec. Oh. No. No. Not really. Wait, you said it fits like a glove. What are you talking about? Which part are you talking about? This, you think it was supposed to be here at one point. What? I don't know if I see that. Really? You said it fits like a glove. I mean... The edges. Well, what about this thing? Where does that go? Here? It fits if you're blind. You know, that's an interesting thing to say. The middle part is the Halig tree. The middle part is the Halig tree. Ah! I don't think it fits like a glove. I don't think so. I don't think this is part of the same area. Even the dragon areas are the same. What the hell are you smoking? The dragon area is here. And the dragon area is... Where's the dragon area in this game? It's a theory, but just two places were once one landmass. How do you get into the realm of shadow? Isn't that through... Oh, Caelid. You're smoking. You're smoking that good shit. You're smoking something. Oh, Caelid does have a dragon burrow. You're smoking the kush, brother. What the hell are we on about? I don't think it fits like a glove at all. Maybe it fits on a tentacle by an alien from the Greater Will. Let me read this. The Greater Will is gone and the Fingers are crazy. Marika realizes this and goes mad after the death of her son Godwyn, realizing that he is doomed and the Fingers and the Greater Will are false. She shatters the ring for more revenge, thus the shattering. She is then punished and imprisoned as Radagon tries to repair it as he simps to the Golden Order. The Elden Ring was brought to Earth from the Greater Will, correct? It was a gift from, like, the gods. We can save you from dying. We can give you, we can make you 6 feet tall. We can make you not interested in this and this. You could do whatever. But Matir was first. Okay, so Matir landed on Earth, and when did the Elden Ring, when did the Erd Tree come down? The Greater Will came to the lands between because of the Crucible. Like a moth to the flame. I imagine the Crucible is basically a weird form of evolution IRL. What the ocean was for us when we evolved is what the Crucible is for everyone in the lands between. Crucible Knights having animal aspects is a hint it was magic evolution. The Crucible was the laws of nature. right? It was evolution itself. It's how things began. And the Erd Tree came down and basically was a parasite to the Crucible. Is that correct? It took over the Crucible and enforced its own evolution. That sounds about right. So the Crucible is our own evolution or something else's evolution. It was hijacked by the Greater Will to enforce its own evolution in this land. And then it pursued more than just that, more than evolution. It started like... This is unironically more straightforward than Dark Souls. I don't think it is. Dark Souls is so easy to understand. Dark Souls is so easy to understand, bro. But then again, we watched tons of videos on it, so... We've been here since 2011 trying to figure out Dark Souls lore. We're done. We're done with this game, man. We've completely finished Elden Ring. Okay, the TLDR of Elden Ring. This is what I'm going to say. Without the nitty-gritty details, the niche content, this is what I've gathered. The Elden Ring is the laws of nature. It came here through the Greater Will. The Greater Will being these celestial aliens who want to impose their will upon the land. People are appointed, or, you know, they worship this. They're like, oh my God, this is a power from God. We must protect this. We must do what we can. And from that, everything is subjugated. Everything is kind of, you know, burnt out or... enforced. Every other religion, gone. You people, join us or die. Whatever it was. And we at one point were a part of that. We helped have some of that happen. We got sent away, and all of this was America. America doesn't like the Greater Will. America doesn't like the Horn Sen, any of this shit. What's going on in this game is America's personal vendetta. Medler, 5 gifted subs. Thank you, sir. Absolutely, buddy. Let me add your time. I'm lost again. I'm lost. I'm lost, but I'm not lost. Oh my God, my brain fucking hurts trying to understand this game. But you know what? The basics of the lore, I get. It's just everything surrounding it is just, it's bloat. It's excess. It's if you like it, cool. If not, you don't need to know it. Is that correct? The gist of the story still remains. The normal, if you were to go on a track right now and talk about Elden Ring, you could tell me the whole story, but everything else that's interjecting into it doesn't really matter as much. Is that correct? The Elden Ring isn't power, it's a way to control power. Oh, my fucking brain hurts. I have a headache. Bro, what are you... The gist of the story is that George R.R. Martin likes femboys. Shut up! Shut up! Vati Discord call for 20,000.5. What? It's really just a story of revenge upon revenge as everyone reaches for the title of godhood. Using the power of aliens, correct? And Mikola, the whole side quest with Mikola was basically one of these demigods who didn't like what was going on, and he wanted to usher in his own age, where he tried to fix everything himself. Is that what that means? That's the gist of the DLC. That is the gist of the DLC. Mesmer don't fucking care, bro. The fucking gangly nutsack pot people, they don't. It doesn't matter. The DLC doesn't matter. It's lore that you should know because it's cool. But like at the end of the day, the DLC was about Mikola not liking what's going on, and he wants to usher in his new age, and everything you deal with is stopping him doing so. Right? Mesmer is important. For what reason? It's not that it doesn't matter, but in the grand scheme of things, it is the story of Mikola and his new age. That's what that means, right? Mesmer is... So why is Mesmer important? Mesmer is just there to be another victim. So isn't everyone just kind of a victim of Marika's own personal revenge? Is that what that is? She just wanted to get revenge on the people who fucking fucked up her people? That sounds about right. Everything in this world relates to Marika and the tooth and the fingers. No? They also tried to gaslight us that Mesmer is the big bad. That's what I thought, yeah. I gave this game a 9.5. She sent her son to go kill all the horn scent. Mesmer is important because of his flame, the only thing that can burn the Shadow Tree. Why does the Shadow Tree matter? Revenge and the fingers misreading the Greater Will's message, and they don't know it's dead. Mesmer and Mikola are victims of the violent cycle. I'm so fucking ill. Oh my god. Moog did nothing wrong. That I understand. The maps merged. Is that... One sec. Elden Ring maps merged. That's a theory. That's a theory. The fuck is this? These crackpot freak shows who've spent 90 years of their life studying the two maps. What a load of shit. That doesn't even look like... What? Bro, what? Not this one. Not this one? That is what the fuck is that? Woodlouse, peace, buddy. There's no links. There's no links. Post it in the Discord. What is a good video to watch that will understand more about what's happening here? Frenzied Flame. Don't try and link things, guys. There's no links, folks. There's no links. The links won't work. Tarnish Archaeologist. Bro, this guy's got a 30-minute video on the coffin rides alone. Oh my god. I respect it. That's a hustle. I respect that. That's cool. Watch the horn scent video. Oh my god! Together! Shadow and Limgrave overlay. Shadow and Limgrave. Here's the thing about the lore. One sec, let me see this. Shadow and Limgrave overlay. Oh. Oh. Oh! Hold on. Whoa. Whoa, are they cooking? No, that's not cooking, bro. That's cope. Actually, you know what? Whoa. Is that cooking? Are they cooking? Are they... Bro, look where fucking Lyondell is. That's where the Erd Scuda tree pot is. It's burnt? You think it's burnt? I don't think it's burnt. You know what? In my opinion, that's a load of fucking shit. That's a load of shit. That is a load of shit. That's a load of shit. I don't know. That's a bit of a stretch. That's a bit of a stretch. That's a load of shit. Posted an image in the Discord. See, I want to say I can see it, but like that is a load of shit. I have no idea. Folks, I got to take a break here. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I will be back. All right, folks? I'm just going to take a break. I need to take a break right now. I got to go eat. I need to refresh my brain. Guys, when we come back, we'll talk. When we come back, we'll talk. Give me a little bit of a break. Today has been a long day. I gotta go. Give me about an hour. So 4:47:20. We are here, folks. Hello, we're here. 4:47:20. $4:47:20. Oh, shit, I'm getting tired. I think we're a little bit late. I think I've got something to show you. Press 1 if you want to see something. One, two, you don't want to see it. Lore of the Merchants. Yeah, we can. I just set the timer. 1 sec. 4:47:20. Give me a sec. Look what I got. Ugh. Look what I got. Oh! Ah! God damn. This is a big mom. This is a big mom. PlayStation 5. Yes, sir. Big mom. That's a big bitch. That's a big bitch. Look at this. This beast. Let's open it. Open this. One sec. Oh, yes. It's the digital version, yes. There's no disc tray. Look at this. PlayStation. Oh, Sony. I'm a Sony simp. PlayStation. Wire. HDMI. Wire. What's the controller look like? What the fuck? Oh, heavy mama. Big mama. We're done with the game. We're way done with this game. What the fuck is that? What the hell is that? Oh my god. What is that? What the hell is this? What the? This looks... Oh my god, it's so disgusting. Ew. What the hell is this? Oh my god, the joysticks are together. Oh. What the fuck? Oh my god, I turned it on. Shit. Oh, it's off. I have never seen that. Got like some wires. I got the Pro. Yeah, I got the Pro. Hey, that was the goal, folks. I do provide. Day of. Fucking open this fucking thing. Ow. Holy shit, I've never seen a gaming console in 20 years. What's this? What is this? Look at this fucking thing. It doesn't even look real. It looks like a fake console. It looks like a Temu console. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? Look at this thing. What the hell is this? It looks fancy. What is this? You guys like this? Look at this thing. So strange looking. What the fuck? The wires are so tiny. How do you plug this in? It seems like a very streamlined console. It's really ugly. This is horrible looking. Where's the vibe? This is garbage. What? Does it go sideways? What does it do? It's so strange. It looks like a yeah, it looks like a modem. This is so ugly. But you know what? It will play Bloodborne and Demon's Souls. That's all I know. Well, that's it, folks. There you go. 20,000 subs. Day of. Got it fresh from Best Buy. Fresh off the production line from Best Buy. I had to walk in. You can't even, well, to be fair, I guess people are scared of them stealing things. I had to walk in and ask for the console, and then they had to go get it from like behind the counter. I've never bought any of these things. I just walked in and got it. Yeah, it was over $1,000. It was over $1,000. This was over $1,000. But folks, it was over $1,000 Canadian. Hey, you guys have been beyond supportive. Scam. You have been beyond supportive, and as I said, man, that 20,000 goal was that console. There wasn't really much to unbox, to be honest. Even the controller's fucking weird. What is this? Well, if it's the only way to play Bloodborne and Demon Souls, well, you've got it, man. Walk in, buy it, you're done. I don't think there was a shortage of these for $1,000. So there you go. We got it. Have fun. Hey, we are going to be doing a lot with that thing. 1v1ing Ivana? Probably not. I don't think she wants to. Let me ask her. Switching to a PS5 one? Yeah, we're going to see. Okay, she said no. She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to 1v1. She already sent me a message. She said no. Oh, I see what you sent me, bro. Yeah, no, I knew that. I did know that. I was just reading what you sent me. So what we're going to do tonight, folks, is I think we're pretty much done with Elden Ring. The lore video. Do you guys want to watch lore videos tonight or play League? We're going to start Oberdeen tomorrow. Oberdeen is tomorrow. I've got a fucking headache. Oberdeen is tomorrow. Lore or League videos? Warhammer. Good luck with that. Lore. No lore. I haven't seen the Platasex nuke, no. Jesus, I gotta update this. We're now at 20. How the fuck, man? 20.5. One sec. One sec. Damon Souls? Is that how you pronounce that? Or spell it? Well, because Detroit and Doom were replaced. We've already replaced them with new games. They're not going to be played. They've already been replaced. Damon. I think that's how you spell Matt Damon. Matt Damon. No, that's how you spell demon in Warhammer, no? Damon. We could watch a lore video. I understand the lore. How about the lore of Midra? Is Midra one of the outer gods? It's the frenzied guy, the frenzied flame. I'm debating what to get for dinner. Any suggestions? Healthy. I had pasta with a chicken. No, what is this?
The frenzied flame is a force in the world.
There's already one that Vati made. That's actually about 10 minutes, not as long. 10 minutes shorter. And Vati's video has 82,000 upvotes, so I gotta watch Vati. Watch Lore of the Bosses. You know what? Lore of the main bosses in Elden Ring's DLC. Yes.
Here?
Yes, I'm watching this. Yes. You're right. Let's watch this. I don't want to watch an hour-long video about one guy. I need to know everything about everyone. It gets better and better. No, I'm eating healthy. I'm trying to eat more cleanly. I don't... Oh, I forgot to take my pills! Ooh. Shit. I need water. Water! What is the water? Hey, whatever. Let's do this. This is the lore of the main bosses in Elden Ring's DLC. Let's watch this.
Is the lore of every main boss in Shadow of the Erd Tree. And like the base game, it is all interconnected. I mean, Bale injured Placido Sax, Moog is somehow a victim, and the Mother of Fingers reveals a twist that actually was said to us when the game first came out. Except, we need to go back at the start, and let's talk about the main villain. Mesmer is the son of Marika and elder brother to possibly Melina. He was cursed from birth. A malevolent snake writhed within him. It is called the Abyssal Serpent, and it ate away at the kindling inside him. After Marika found out about the curse, she plucked out his right eye and placed a seal of grace to seal away the serpent. Yet this wasn't enough to end her fear, so she sent him on a crusade to never return. The Shadow Realm is inhabited by the Horned Scent, people who fittingly have horns. This race murdered Marika's entire bloodline, stuffing them into jars believing sainthood would await. So she took revenge. Killing two birds with one stone, she sent her son to purge the realm of all Horned Scent, and then would swiftly abandon him there. At Mesmer's side during the purge were
So the Shadow Realm is a completely different area from the Erdtree Realm. It's just the lands between and the Shadow Realm. Theories are they were once interconnected, but now they're separate, correct? But it is a physical place. You can enter the realm of the Shadow Realm. It is a physical place. You can enter it. It's not a dream state. It's not any of that. It's a real place. Yeah? Okay.
A list of those shunned away. Commander Gaius led his army and was an Albinauric, which was a curse of its own, and each knight hailed from renowned families but were chased away from their homes after pledging allegiance to Mesmer. Alongside that, he also had help from Rolana. During this crusade, he killed all sorts of Horned Scent, impaling them among his spears. When we encounter Mesmer, he is in utter disbelief that his mother would abandon him. And in an act of final desperation, he plucked out his eye and therefore the seal holding back the Abyssal Serpent. This showed his true curse. In his final moment...
So how do these demigods get cursed? How do these children get cursed at birth? At least you'll not have a 5-minute loading screen during Bloodborne. Well, I got the PS5 Pro. Everything is digital. I'm assuming it's the best. I've never fucked with a console in years. My options were a PS5 Pro, a PS5. That's it, I think. You're just born with problems, basically. They make of great vessels to the outer gods, because some of them... Well, who the hell's the serpent? Is the serpent an outer god? Bro, Birth defects. You can get a disc drive for the PS5 Pro. Can you really? You know what? It's okay, though. We're just going to download that stuff. We're going to download it and play it. I've already got the console. I've just unboxed it. So it's fine.
He calls upon his mother one last time, ending one of the more sympathetic characters in the entire game. And of course, if you are enjoying this video, subscribing does just genuinely help out a lot. And I am nearing 100k, which is a goal I would just love to reach. So thanks in advance. And now, let's talk about the Dancing Lion. Horned warriors are chosen to become divine beast warriors based on their skill in combat. Among them, those who excel in divine invocation are selected to become sculpted keepers. From this role, they wear the lion costume and have the high honor to perform the ritual of the lion dance. If you look under its cloak, we're shown that this boss is just two guys in a costume.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And closer inspection displays the main dancer using one hand to control the mouth and the other to adjust the head. These sculpted keepers are messengers of the heavens, and the act of divine invocation, which is calling upon a divine or spiritual force, is likely done through their lion dance. This divine invocation is also what gives them their power, although, like many of these bosses, they suffered from Messmer's crusade. From Hornsent Descent, they are pretty much the prime targets, and the majority of them were impaled and burned at the flame, which we can see during the story trailer. This purge caused their graceful dance to now be used as their form of attack, and is also why good old grandma over here wants you to get revenge on Messmer. Another victim
I never met her.
of
What the
Messmer
fuck?
is Romina. She is the saint of a church deep within the ancient ruins of Rahl. Their symbol was a bud. But after Messmer's crusade, it was all burned to the ground, leaving her as the sole victim. We can actually see her in the story trailer grasping at the bud, which later becomes her weapon. With nothing left, she discovered a twisted divine element that she weaved into the Scarlet Rod. We can likely assume that this is what transformed her and started the whole rot religion we see throughout the world. After this, the buds were tainted with rot. Worst of all, she's what caused the spiders to swell in size. Romina also adopted all sorts of creatures. She brought in the deserted pests as servants, and embraced the scarlet butterflies who were abandoned from millennia. Now, let's look at the next boss. Rolana, Twin Moon Knight, is the sister to Renala, and was a Carian princess. Sometime during her youth, she was taught by Count Emir about sorcery, except he quickly abandoned any allegiance to the moon as it was simply just the closest magic to the celestial bodies, which we'll definitely get to later. Eventually, Carian Princess Rolana gave up her title to chase after Messmer. Before departing, Renala gave her younger sister the gift of lustrous black hair. After participating fiercely in the crusade, she was at Messmer's side and quickly became known as the Sword of Messmer. She alone was able to combine the power of the moon and flame, which we see on her weapon. Another figure in Messmer's army is Commander Gaius. He is the leader of Messmer's men during the Purge of the Shadow Realm. He actually comes from an Albinauric background, meaning he's related to these guys, which is a human-made life form that resulted in a birth defect leaving his legs paralyzed.
Oh, wait, what?
Because of this, he rides atop a boar.
Right, someone said that earlier.
Half. While growing up, Gaius' gravitational magic was taught by the same Alabaster Lord who mentored Radon, leading Gaius and Radon to become rivals in their youth. And this competition led to them having similar attacks, which we can see both of them use. With him being an
That's why
Albinauric
Latina can't
and
walk,
therefore
yeah.
considered cursed from birth, he found common ground with Messmer, who suffers from the Abyssal Serpent. And this similarity allowed them to become friends and therefore the leader of his army. Now, the Putrescent Knight is a very mysterious boss, and to know more, we need to go back. In an age long before the Ur Tree, people would burn the bodies of individuals, which produced this ghost flame. Although from those flames, it created vengeful spirits and tainted the flesh of them. A specific clump of this tainted flesh was quite lucky, as it sapped down from one or multiple of the coffins in this area. This tainted flesh, possibly directed by the vengeful spirits, drank from St. Trina's nectar. This single act alone granted it eternal rest, and from there on out, it decided to be St. Trina's knight, protecting it from any intruders. Metur is the mother of all two fingers and, yes, the finger creepers. Although this entity also is the daughter of the Greater Will, and the Greater Will is an outer god, a being far more powerful than any demigod, and has just vast influence over the entire world and maybe universe. For example, it sent a golden star to the lands between, which happened to be, the Elden beast. Except that beast wasn't there first, and Metur was the original shooting star sent by the Greater Will. She was able to receive signs from this outer god from beyond the microcosm. Except these signs stopped coming, and never again did she see them. She was broken and abandoned by the greater will. Regardless, she kept producing these two fingers, trying to find a message that just didn't exist. And this is the whole twist of the series. Marika, really the main character of the game, was guided by these two fingers who she believed were communicating with the greater will, but they were just producing nonsense. That means everything that the Golden Order was based upon is just false. This is also the secret that Sir Gideon Ofnir learned that drove him to fight you, which he actually told us like a while ago.
The two fingers lost their purpose a long
he found
time
out.
ago.
Count Ymir knew the roots of everything were just wrong, so he took it upon himself to become the new Mother of Fingers.
Ew.
He would try to take the role of receiving signs from the greater will, which as a result would quote-unquote bring redemption to the world. Now how that went? Well, you kill him. In a long time ago, Bael challenged Dragon Lord Placido Sax to a battle. The insane battle resulted in grievous injuries from both sides. Bael lost not just his leg, but his wings are torn apart. The right side is completely cut off, and the left shows his bones protruding out. For the Dragon Lord, he's missing 3 of his 5 heads, and you really don't have to look far to find them. 2 are currently stuck biting into his neck. After this, Bael retreated to the Shadow Realm. Because of this, dragons that are loyal to Placido Sax started to hunt for Bael. Now, Bael and his descendants, called the Drakes, became sacrifices for those who wished to consume their heart that would give them powers. And it seems that there was even a judge of character among the Dragon Communion warriors. The Dragon Man actually would judge people to see if they were worthy to challenge Bael. Once he was slain, we got the option to eat his heart at the altar. Although this one is different, and Bael's heart one day will consume the body and soul of whoever devours it. One of the more mysterious bosses in the game is the Shadow Tree Avatar, which mimics the twisted nature of the Shadow Tree. From what we know, the Erd Tree Avatars arose during the shattering of the Elden Ring, and had the purpose to protect the minor Erd Trees. Our sunflower over here is likely the same. We encounter it at the closest we ever get to the base of the Shadow Tree, so odds are it's trying to protect it. Although there is one key detail that separates it from the other avatars, and that's that it holds Miquella's rune. From what we know, runes can transform their holders, as we see with Morgoth. So by acquiring this, it's likely what elevated the avatar to the next level. Midra was one of many others who tried to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame, but failed as he was too weak. For those who attempted, they would take the torment, despair, sin, and every curse of others and melt it all away. Before this, he was known as Sage Midra. This thick forest was his sanctum, and no Hornsent dared to enter the area. He is the master of the house we found him in and lived with his lady Nanaya. His servants deemed him the Great Midra, except it all took a turn when he decided to follow the dark path of becoming the Lord of Frenzied Flame. This power could melt away everything, even the immortal spirits, which hold a big place in the Hornsent beliefs and culture, so they forbid it. But this act alone by Midra was a direct threat to them. They overran the mansion and tortured his servants. We can actually find their bodies outside the house. With the Sword of Damnation, they had an execution like no other, using the weapon to pierce his body. The golden barbs inflicted eternal agony, except his lady Nanaya told him to endure. So he resisted the madness of the Frenzied Flame. We can actually see Nanaya clutching at an individual who failed to become a lord. What is left of their body is just a spine. Although once we encounter Midra, he could resist no longer and lets it overtake him. My theory is Midra was originally not strong enough to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame, but the endless time spent enduring the pain brought him to the level where for a short amount of time he could withstand the madness. And now, let's talk about the final boss. Miquella is an Empyrean who has the ability to charm others, manipulating them into doing what he desires. The goal of Miquella is to be reborn as a god. In preparation for this, he abandoned parts of his body all throughout the Shadow Realm, most notably his other self and loving part of his body, Saint Trina. We shortly learn that Trina desires for you to kill Miquella, stating that godhood would be a prison. Back at the Tower of Shadow, there is a divine gateway where Miquella intends to ascend to godhood. This is the same place where Marika ascended to. Although to become a god, one needs a lord and a vessel for that lord's soul. Harnessing the ability of his charm, Miquella used Mohg to enter the Shadow Realm, although it didn't stop there, and he needs a vessel. And that's where you come in, killing Mohg. Swiftly, his body was stolen and brought to Miquella. Now all that was needed is a Lord Soul. In Miquella's childhood, he was impressed by Radahn's strength, which contrasted him and his sister's cursed bodies. So he made a heartfelt wish for Radahn to become his consort, meaning his spouse. Except Radahn denied the offer, so Miquella came up with a plan to forcibly take Radahn as his consort. He then sent Melania to kill him, and in this cutscene we finally know what she says, uttering the words, "Miquella awaits thee, O promised consort." Except Radahn was too strong, and this is once again where you come in, killing Radahn. Miquella now puts Radahn's soul into Mohg's body, creating his consort, and that's also why you can see horns sprouting throughout him. Miquella wished to usher in the Age of Compassion, although instead we fulfill Saint Trina.
So Radahn is just a flesh puppet. Radahn isn't even real. He's dead. Radahn is dead, correct? He's just dead. Radahn is dead. So that's not even Radahn. You're fighting like the flesh puppet of Miquella. Okay. So Radahn is gone. Oh. But his soul is trapped in Mohg's body.
Trina's wish and kill them both, gaining the remembrance of a god and a lord.
That makes complete sense. That makes complete sense. Sure. So what other videos? I mean, that was a very good explanation of each boss. What would you guys want to see? How about this? Tonight, folks, we're just going to watch Elden Ring lore. We're going to wrap up Elden Ring tonight. So we've got maybe an hour more of lore, maybe hour and a half. We're just going to wrap up with Elden Ring completely tonight so that we can start fresh tomorrow on new games. The merchants. Do you think the merchants are good? The merchant lore. Frenzied Flame or merchants? Age of the Stars. How long is the merchant lore? The Frenzied Flame is an hour-long video. The complete story of Chaos and Frenzy, Elden Ring lore. Is that good? Age of the Stars. Just read this. An Elden Ring movie, Age of the Stars. What is this about? I'll decide them for tomorrow. Well, I've already decided a few. I'll let people know. I am interested in the merchant's lore. The merchant lore would make me cry. No, it won't. Alexander is the goat. Merchant's lore, Elden Ring.
The thing about the nomadic merchants in Elden Ring is that they...
This is every...
The thing about the nomadic
it's a short.
in Elden Ring is that they were all rounded up and locked away beneath the capital. But why?
It's a shorts video. The Nomads' Dark Past, is that it? The tragic history of the Nomads. Which Vati video is that? The Frenzied Flame? An Elden Ring movie, The Lord of the Frenzied Flame, is that it? That's their video. That's the Nomads video.
The lands between are ruined, mired in torment and despair. Is there really anything here worth fighting for? Is there anyone worth saving?
Hello? Is somebody there? My name is Irina.
Oh, this chick. I remember this chick.
From Castle Morn, to the south. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself
Secreted?
to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander, the servants there have rebelled. Filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear for Father's life. My soul wishes that he escape.
The slaves of Castle Morn are misbegotten. Their very existence is considered to be a punishment. but their only crime was being born outside of grace. So it's no wonder that hatred has fermented in their hearts, inspiring them to finally break free of their masters. The next step in a cycle of revenge that
They're
began
all
at Castle
never
Morn
mind. Hang on.
long ago.
Keep watching. I'm not going to speak.
I see. From Arena. Thank you. I'm in your debt, but I can't leave yet. Even if the castle should fall, as commander, I must remain.
Oh my
to
God,
ensure
Game of
the treasured
Thrones.
Sword of Morn does not fall into the wrong hands.
Ages ago, a lone champion fought at Castle Morn. His entire clan had been vanquished, but he grafted their swords onto his own and continued to fight. So determined was he to claim his revenge. And so, this became the legendary sword of Castle Morn. It was claimed by the banished knights of Godric, stolen by a misbegotten, and then passed down to you. And with it, the cycle of revenge continues. An eye for an eye.
I'm in your debt for keeping the sword from those fallen creatures. I'm no longer bound by duty. Once I've rescued Arena, I will spend my remaining days with her.
Wait, how did they get that scene in? What the fuck? I didn't see that scene. What the hell was that? Modders. They modded in the death scene.
Arena, how could this be? My daughter deserved better. The fault lies with me. I chose duty over my daughter's safety. And that is how fate has answered.
Wait, what the fuck?
I'll find them. The foul wretches responsible for this. I'll hunt them down and exterminate every last one of them. Rest assured, Arena, it will be done.
You're a tarnished. I can see it. And I can also see that you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Kale, purveyor of fine goods. I am of a nomadic people, selling wares as I travel. The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer. There are others of my people who yet survive in these lands. If the mood takes you when you meet one, then offer them some trade, won't you? My people, wanderers all have long been spurned by the grace of gold, which is why we cannot settle, but instead are forced into this pitiful, unceasing journey. But thanks to that, things are not so different for us now. I think this makes us kindred spirits of sorts. Your people, the Tarnished, and mine. See that no harm comes to my kin. We have a saying, we wanderers, lament not your solitude. Expect no sympathy, no regard, nothing. But if anyone dares harm us, show them no mercy. That is our code, so to speak. Just the way we are, deeply unforgiving.
Deep within the eyes of the oldest merchants, a secret is hidden.
Wait.
Deeply unforgiving indeed.
But I've done all I can here. I'm thinking of moving elsewhere for a time.
So far, we've spoken of misbegotten, banished knights, tarnished, and merchants. All were spurned by grace in one way or another. You can't go too far without wondering if the Golden Order is to blame for the oceans of anger and despair. When we last met Edgar, he swore revenge upon the misbegotten.
Wait, is he really a bad guy here? When did I never found him.
But now, all must die, misbegotten or not.
But he went crazy.
And if you defeat Edgar, you will receive a Shabriri grape. It's It's our proof that his need for revenge no longer divides or distinguishes. Love, revenge, melt it all away.
So this is the quest. So basically, over the death of his daughter, because he chose duty before family, he probably sought revenge on everything, and he gave himself up to, like, the frenzied flame. He went insane, yeah. Or did the frenzied flame find him? I guess we're gonna see.
In the yellow chaos flame. But there are those who fight against the tarnished, who stalk their own. Yura, the hunter of bloody fingers, will often be at your side.
Shibriri. Chopped him in the gut.
Yura comes from the land of reeds, a place that has
What are
long
they
been
doing
locked
here?
in a miserable civil war, and it's said that the entire nation has succumbed to a blood-soaked madness. It's not too surprising, then, that Yura fights against any blood-crazed tarnished, whether they serve the Lord of Blood or otherwise. But Yura's true mark is a Drake Knight named Eleonora, located at the Second Church of Marika, where she kills Yura in cold blood. Once, Eleonora had a legacy as a proud knight, but because of her dragon communion, it seems her humanity has slipped away. So, you put that legacy to rest. By now, it should be clear that madness takes many forms.
Hello? Is someone there?
I've never met the
My name
Hayeta.
is Hayeta.
Oh,
And I'm journeying in search of the distant light.
is this not the daughter? Is this not the daughter? Hayeta. This looks like the daughter of the guy. What
If
the
I might
fuck?
be so bold as to ask, would you donate any Shibriri grapes in your possession to me?
What the? Oh, right.
She looks like Arena, but Arena is dead. Somehow, this Hayeta has taken over that body.
Yeah, what the fuck?
But for what purpose? She barely even knows herself.
I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden. You're not like the others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes. Their frail fingers, emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes.
The
But you
grapes. The eyeballs.
seem somehow firmer. Now I can feel the distant light once more. That aside, I wonder what Shibriri grapes really are. Delectably tender and sweet, yet
Or she's eating
searing.
eyeballs.
What a sight they must be to behold.
Of course, the Shibriri grapes are eyes. Yellow, shriveled, and oozing.
That's not possible. Not all of those people. Their own. So those noises I heard were.
Okay. Wait, were they eating all of the merchant's eyes? No shot. No shot, bruv.
The most reviled man in all of history.
Wait, I met Shibriri. I met Shibriri. I said, this guy seems pretty cool. He seems like a nice dude. I like his name, Shibriri. And then I was like, oh god. Everyone's like, no, you're not supposed to like this guy.
Shibriri. The most reviled man in all of history. It all began long ago with the crime of slander. Shibriri came up with a lie, and it was so damaging, so heinous, that his eyes were gouged out as a punishment when that lie was proven to be false. We can't be sure of what was said, but what if Shibriri slandered the nomadic merchants? What if, with a crooked smile, he accused them of the very crime he himself was guilty of, saying that they had fraternized with the Three Fingers and were not to be trusted? This would explain why the nomadic merchants came to be so hated. It is said, after all, that the sickness of the Flame of Frenzy began with Shibriri. and after his eyes were gouged out, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in his empty sockets. Yellow eyes became known as Shabriri grapes, and frenzy started to infect the despairing world. A madness that belongs to those who have lost everything.
Ah, by the way, well, even we had a place to call home once. The Great Caravan, they called it. But it's been lost to us for ages. I've been searching for it as long as I can remember. And with a name like that, you'd hope they kept some fine goods there, eh? I've always preferred my own company to that of other people's. And I don't have any burning questions I wish to ask my ancestors. But there's something I need to know. My roots. I want to know who I am, where I came from, where I'm headed. I hope you can join me at the Great Caravan, in fact. Who knows what wonders there might be to trade?
If Shabriri did indeed slander the merchants, then he knew exactly what their despair might bring.
Ah, is that you over there? I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you. The reason why it was eyes I had to eat. The distant light is far and frail, so faint it can't be seen by the naked eye. But with everyone's eyes together, it appears. Finally, it all makes sense. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden. Could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers.
We only know of one other who was clasped in such a manner. His name was Vike, the Dragon Spear. After the war with the ancient dragons, there came the rise of the dragon cultists, who earned the dragon's affection.
Okay.
One of the most beloved was Vike the Dragon Spear, a tarnished descended from Godfrey, who eventually returned from across the sea to join the Round Table Hold in hopes of becoming Elden Lord.
Did I not see Vike in this place?
End, Vike was assigned a finger maiden and acquired the power of two
I missed
great
Vike,
rules.
right?
But when he stood before the thorns of the Erd Tree, he realized the truth, that a maiden's true purpose is to burn the thorns for the one who would become Elden Lord. And whether it was born of love or duty, Vike refused to burn his maiden, for the whisperings of Shabriri had told him of another flame. A flame of frenzy hidden deep below the capital that could burn the thorns away. But when Vike returned, his maiden was dead. Did she commit suicide after betraying her purpose?
I remember finding. Is that his maiden? Is that his maiden, or is that just a random NPC in the role playing here? Is that the maiden? I remember finding this church. I walked up to this thing. I took the chalice and I looked over and I'm like, why is there a dead chick here? Oh, you think I killed him?
Punished
maybe
for his treason. Whatever the case, now Vike's
I think I did.
vengeful spirit defends the dead maiden.
Okay, yeah, I did.
At the Church of Inhibition, while the real Vike kneels imprisoned in an Everjail deep within the Forbidden Lands, clad in armor, clasped by 3 burnt fingers. This is all that remains of the contender that was supposed to become Elden Lord.
Wow, Mantis. Cool. Why is it called Prepare to Cry? What? Oh, gotcha, okay. Wait, what? Wait. Is Vike... Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait, what is this? What are we watching, bro? What the hell is this? What are we looking at? Is this lore friendly? Oh, Vike's dead. And he does kind of look like he's been grasped by 3 fingers, yeah.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished.
I met this guy, I
who will be
remember.
Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate.
Oh. He took this body like he took the body of the chick. I thought that was Shibriri. I'm like, what the fuck? He looked alright, no?
For he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me.
Oh God.
Shibriri. I hope you can make your peace with that. You are about to sacrifice something precious. The life of a fair maiden that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be Lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so,
Is it Giga Chad Godfrey?
be looked upon? Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve, and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shibriri. Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the 3 fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos
This guy,
take
he's
the
a cultist.
world. May chaos take the world. Shibriri is chaos incarnate. I cannot die. May chaos.
Who the fuck's Shibriri? What the hell is this guy doing? What the hell?
If you intend to claim the frenzied flame, I ask that you cease. It is not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures.
True, it does. Why end it all?
Continue.
Why end it
There
all?
is beauty in that, is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
And I do. I do leave it alone.
And maybe you would have left it alone, were it not for the horrors that you found down there.
I killed these guys. I had no clue. I thought they were bad guys. I shanked all of them.
Did you see what they did to my ancestors? The whole clan buried alive. Sick.
Sick.
Maddened. Husks of themselves. Have you heard their moans? They're hardly human anymore. They think we worship the three fingers, that we called the maddening sickness down upon them. Well, if that's what they expect from us, then that's what they shall get from us!
Is this the fucking... Dude. The first shopkeeper you find has a quest line. That's what this guy is, Kale. Right outside where the Erdtree Sentinel is. This guy's got a quest line. That's exactly what this is. Fucking hell, I had no clue.
The world of grace and its people should have been content to see us sink between the cracks, but to have intruded upon our solace.
This is also cut content? Really?
Upon their whims?
Oh, it's a cut quest line. It's not even real.
I'll never forgive any of you. We won't be trading any longer.
Oh, they were data mine voice lines. Gotcha. Okay.
Wait.
Really? That's a cool thing.
That burn. Your eyes. You've inherited the flame of frenzy. Unknown warrior. Divest yourself of everything.
So how did those people end up there? Who killed them all? Was it Shabriri getting revenge on them or something? That's what I was getting from this. How did his people get stuck? The Golden Order. Really? The Golden Order trapped all of those people down there for what reason again? Genocided them. For what reason? Because they didn't... I did listen, but I'm kind of tired, man. Oh, Shabriri lied about them, and because he lied about them, it basically doomed their race to be extinguished. That's why? Shabriri set them up. Oh, so Shabriri fucked up and then blamed them, and then the Golden Order had seen that and said, you know, fuck them. Oh, Shabriri framed them for worshipping the Frenzied Flame, and the Golden Order killed them all. Okay. So the Frenzied Flame is just like an outer god? Is that what that is? And of course, you have to worship the Golden Order. You have to worship the tree. You have to worship all that stuff. And if you're not with us, you're against us. Correct? You're just mercy killing old people. I mean, there's a lot going on in this game. Well, Frenzied Flame is bad. I'm sorry, but it is bad. The Frenzied Flame is bad. This is not a good ending. It's pure chaos. It's the death of everything. It is bad. Okay, well, that kind of makes sense that the Golden Order would want the worshippers of the Frenzied Flame extinguished, but, like, on a lie? I mean, over a lie. I guess they don't know, right? It's not good. It's horrible what they could potentially bring into the world, right? But interesting. Let me keep watching.
Our 3 fingers. Throw wide the door.
And now this merchant says, "Fuck this. You've destroyed me enough. I have nothing left. Just take the frenzied flame and kill everyone. Get revenge. Destroy the world." Is that what he's basically saying? He's now accepting that you should just go down there and do it? Yeah. Ah, I see. Okay.
Oh, that's it. The yellow flame of chaos.
And the frenzied flame is like an outer god. Okay. But it's a god of destruction. It just wants to destroy everything. For whatever reason.
Please. A frenzied flame to melt away the curses, suffering, and despair. And the order entire. Melt away the curses, suffering, despair. And the order entire. May chaos take the world.
So how is this frenzied flame, this 3-finger shit, how is it down under Leyndell? How is it all the way down here? There's no reason for this ending. This is a bad ending. It was sealed away. So when the Golden Order came here, when the Erd Tree was established and the religion of the Golden Order became a thing, and they went out and crusaded against everyone else, did they just find the frenzied flame? Did they just find these people worshiping this thing? Was it basically a god that was in the lands between, and they found it and sealed it away because they couldn't destroy it? Because that to me, that's what it sounds like, no? No clue. So it's just a weird outer god sitting in a dungeon. The Hornset knew and also sought to hide and destroy it. It must be crazy. 3 fingers. Yeah, okay. So the frenzied flame is an ancient evil. It's like an ancient evil in the world that everyone wanted to extinguish. And it still lingered on. They found it and they trapped it because they couldn't find a way to destroy it, I guess. The Horn Scent used to hunt down frenzied flame too. Okay. So it's just an evil. It is an ancient evil that no one is interested in. But it can, in this case, if you choose this ending, you basically destroy the world. But why would they trap people down here? Because they worshipped it? So they trapped all of these people over a lie in this cage with this thing. No, Shabriri lied about them. Yeah, I know. Shabriri is its avatar. Trap them with the evil so it doesn't spread. Oh, because they thought they were all cultists of the frenzied flame. So they just said, well, they could have killed them all then, no? Which I guess they did, but instead they wanted to trap them in a dungeon. Okay, gotcha. So the god and its cultists had to be quarantined, right? So that it couldn't spread its influence anywhere. So how did it get out? How did it even get out? Oh, because Shabriri was the one who was the actual infected person. Oh, that's why, right. Shabriri is probably ancient then too, no? You can't kill frenzy and madness. Patient Zero is Shabriri. Okay. And he's kind of a rat. He went around... Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was going to say, Shabriri is probably some ancient thing. Patient Zero. Yeah, I was going to say. Horn Scent, traitors, etc. So they basically took everyone that was against them, everyone that they thought was villainous to their order, and they either killed them or they put them away. In tombs, in cages, underground, blah, blah, blah. They hid them away from everyone. Like the nomads, the omens. I mean, the Horn Scent are stuck in the Shadow Realm, right? The Golden Order is kind of like the Crusades. Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of like very religious-related things in this game, and it's, yeah, interesting. Okay.
May chaos take the world.
And what just happened is you go visit this ancient deity, this old one, and you take it, and you destroy the world because you basically fuck up the Elden Ring? Is that what that means? You burn the Elden Ring, and then that burns everything? Like the nature of, the laws of nature, all that stuff? It just gets burned away and you destroy everything? Is that what that means? We'll watch it. We'll see.
Oh, it burns. My eyes. My eyes.
Was this all gone? This quest has gone? Oh, God. They're melting.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame.
Yeah, I'm with Godfrey, bro. Fuck these freaks. Look at this Giga Chad.
Those who gave me grapes howled without words, saying they wished they were never born. Become their lord. Take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, and melt it all away. As the Lord of Chaos, no more fractures, no more birth.
Why would you want this ending? It's so bad. This is the worst ending, for sure. This is a horrible ending.
That an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind.
You have inherited the frenzied flame. A pity. Our accord ends here.
Who was that old guy in the haunted manor who was also the frenzied flame? What was his relation to this again? Why wasn't he relevant? Midra. So why wasn't he relevant in this regard? Could he not leave? Like, what was his deal? He was he was too weak as a vessel. He was too weak as a vessel, correct? He couldn't control it. He was too weak. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I guess that the gods can only do anything with a vessel. They can only do people with they can only do stuff with worship. They can only influence the world with people, right? the gods exist, but through others do they find a way to get stuff done, correct? I mean, that's just all of this stuff. That's like the outer will, that's the frenzied flame. Yeah, okay. Fati made a video about Midra, but it's too long for the stream. Might want to watch it in your free time. Free time! Free time! Check donos? Yeah, sure thing. One sec. This guy said my free time. Really? I have that? Before I go to bed, I may watch a little bit. $5... Wait. Check donations. Where? Wait, you lied. Wait, you lied. You said check donations. You lied. You're taking 30 seconds. There's nothing there, dickhead. Okay, so let's go on. Here you go, Captain. Okay. Thanks, dude. This is not a... Guys, if you chose this ending and you think it's cool, you're a freak. Get a life. Get a life. This is the worst ending. And this is a bad ending. This ending sucks dick. Like, it's creepy. It is creepy. It's a very bad ending. This is the worst ending possible. I'd rather be showered in the dung eater's asshole juices than fucking deal with this shit. This is garbage. In the Frenzied Flame ending, the ring which Melina is holding and burns away. No, that's Torrent's whistle. Yeah, Torrent's dead. This is just everything burns. Brother, the Golden Order ending and Ronnie's ending are literally worse. How? How? Okay, the Golden Order's ending... like, where you just become the new Elden Lord and kind of rule over the lands. I mean, depends on how you'll rule. Ronnie's ending seems pretty good. I like Ronnie's ending. Giving power back to the people. No more gods. No more subjugation. No more, being told what to do. I mean, that in itself can lead to a lot of problems. All of the endings are a little bit of a gray space, except this one. This one's bad. Both are neutral good. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Ronnie's ending, leaving people to their own devices without some sort of higher power kind of like guiding people in a certain way, be it for the sake of like the Golden Order genociding and killing everyone. I mean, that's horrible. That's not a good thing. Without that stuff, if there was guidance, I mean, that doesn't sound bad. But for the sake of Ronnie's ending, I mean, you are leaving it up to people to kind of figure things out. Chaos reigns. So, the Dung Eater ending clears. Is there a video on the Dung Eater? Let's finish watching this, and I want to know about the Dung Eater. The Dung Eater is the worst ending there is. I guess we'll see. It's Torrent's whistle, yeah. Who the hell was Torrent? Just a cow? Oh, I mean a fucking horse? Just a mount?
Lord of Frenzied Flame. I will seek you as far as you may travel. To deliver you what is yours.
She's crazy.
Destined death.
Thank you for watching. If you want...
You are welcome. Subscribe to his Patreon. Here.
To get early access to more videos like this, then you can consider signing up to my Patreon.
Vati Videos Patreon, folks. This guy does good work. Vati Videos Patreon. Honestly, man, it takes passion to make shit like this. It's very well done. Very, very well done. It just is. It's excellent. Dung Eater Vati Vidya. Elden Ring lore, Curse of the Dung Eater. Is there one for the Dung Eater? Oh my god, it's an hour and 10 minutes long. I know it's not. Which one is the Dung Eater, guys? Oh, the Blessing of Despair. Is that it? An Elden Ring movie, The Blessing of Despair. That's the Dung Eater? Yeah.
Before the Erd Tree
We're playing Oberdeen tomorrow. We're done for tonight. We're just gonna chill.
started to die, it was considered to be eternal. And before the Erd Tree, there was the Crucible.
Let's watch that again.
Before the Erd Tree started to die, it was considered to be eternal. And before the Erd Tree, there was the Crucible, a chaotic melting pot of primordial life that served as the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. It birthed creatures of feather, breath, tail, and horn. Aspects of this crucible were considered to be divine.
So, the beasts of the land, the beasts born of the crucible, were like, well, they sound like the Omen. They sound like the demi-half-humans, stuff like that, right? They were like they're like cavemen. They're like the life before what you have now in the lands between. Is that what that is? The Hornsent also revered the Crucible. So these are like ancient primordial powers, like bestial, old school, you know, cavemen kind of powers. Yeah. And then I'm assuming the tree came in and said, you know what, you guys are old school, like, you gotta die. The Crucible is life itself. Yeah, something like that. Okay, well, let's keep watching.
That is, until civilization advanced.
Yeah, okay.
And those deemed misbegotten were enslaved. For during Marika's golden age, aspects of the Crucible were deemed signs of devolution, and those that harbored them, abominations. Many fell omen had their horns excised, and the few that survived were hunted by the omen killers.
So how were they born? So these are just like us in the past, before we've evolved and had the internet and all this stuff. These are the cavemen of the lands. These are the things that crawled out of the swamp, right? Proto-humans. At least that's what I'm getting from this. Well, the horned creatures were here before the tree arrived, before the order arrived, correct? Omen are just born at random, if you're born with horns, wings, etc. Oh, being born with aspects of the Crucible. So it's just like you're born with the taint of the old ways, the Crucible, and you're not born like the rest of us. You're just kind of... The Crucible was here before the tree, yes. Oh, gotcha, okay. No, I knew that with the horse, yeah. It's not a taint. It's viewed as a taint from, like, the Golden Order's perspective, right? You're born different from us, you have to die. You're going to be thrown away in jail, you're going to be shunned away. Like, if you don't look right, you're deemed cursed or whatever. Well, oh, Marika hates them because of the Hornsent. And the Hornsent were born of the Crucible. But the Hornsent also enslaved and murdered the shamans, which were her people, correct? Just like, just like Mog. Wait, so Mog is just a dude who was born all fucked up, but he was actually just a guy. And so was Morgit and Mogrit and the whole fucking Mog family, bro. The Horrorland show. Okay, so they weren't actually freaks. They were just born different. They were born tainted. They had a visual taint to them. And that's not normal, so you got to get thrown in the sewers, right? The Mog family. Right, okay, let's keep going.
Were enslaved. For during Marika's golden age, aspects of the Crucible were deemed signs of devolution, and those that harbored them, abominations. Many fell omen had their horns excised, and the few that survived were hunted by the omen killers, butchers of twisted conscience. But then, Godfrey and Queen Marika herself gave birth to Omen twins.
Right.
If such powers could birth Omen, then could they really be so far from grace? Was the Crucible not at the heart of the Erd Tree? Marika's Omen children would not have their horns excised, but they would be shackled far beneath the earth, so close to the Erd Tree, and yet so far.
I feel bad for them.
Marika's faith in her own golden order waned. The rune of death was stolen. The first demigod was killed, and Lord Godfrey was exiled.
The goat.
Marika would go on to shatter the Elden Ring, spurring her children to action as the lands between lost its blessing.
Just because some Omen wronged her, she judged the rest. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Oh, these creatures are nasty. Oh, wait, are these all fucking creatures of the Crucible? They're fucking nasty. Those things gotta die. Those are disgusting. Throw those in the dumpster. The old grotesque Batwoman lady who sings, fucking disgusting. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Oh, read the words. Alas, that land once blessed now has diminished. We, betrothed, destined to be mothers, now become repulsive. I mean, that's sad, though. That is sad. That's fucked up. We have lamented and we have shed tears. But no one consoles us. Golden One, at whom were you angry? Oh.
In the shattering war that followed, only Mikola would attempt to bring peace with his Halig.
Wait, they were humans before. Why were they humans? Why were they humans before? I thought they were just born of the Crucible and they had animalistic features. How were they once human and now devolved into a bat creature? I was gonna say, I think I don't think they were they were not human. No, they're all just from the Crucible. They're the old Chatters and Omen.
But the other demigods would fight for the shards of the Elden Ring. Godric the Golden would attempt a coup, which failed, forcing him to flee from Leyndell. For a sibling had emerged from the sewers with the right to great power. Rykard would commit a grave blasphemy and seek to devour the very gods, just as he had been devoured himself. And Princess Rani, having slain her own flesh, would hide away, the fate in her stars halted by Radahn, said to be the mightiest of the demigods, with no one as his equal. But Melania would journey south to challenge him, and though their war scarred the land itself, there would be no victor. Meanwhile, Moog would emerge and rip Melania's brother from the Halig tree, taking him far away, to the seat of his coming dynasty. And so, Melania would return, carried on the back of a faithful knight, to find her brother gone, with all the Halig tree left praying for his homecoming. So in the end...
Oh, so Melania was waiting for him to come home. She didn't know where he was? Or was she waiting for... Yeah, I'll put the subtitles on. Was she waiting for him to come back from being reborn through Moog? Was that what that was? This video is old. You still get the gist of it, though, right? Okay, anyways.
And the demigods lingered, without the will or strength to change their fate. And the Tarnished would return, wild exiles, now led...
Well, does the lore still hold up?
Lust,
It's still good,
to
right?
break the tenuous stalemate of the demigods. A stalemate held in place by King Morgoth, defender of the Erd Tree.
The DLC changed everything. Well, I just want to know about the Poo Eater, bro.
And last of all kings. And as war continues in this broken world, all would ask themselves, Queen Marika, at whom were you so angry? Why?
Foul Tarnished, in search of the Elden Ring, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Someone must extinguish thy flame. Let it be Margit the Fell.
In the years since the stalemate of the demigods, Margit the Fell has appeared like a wraith, preventing Tarnished from picking off his weaker kin.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
You know, he uses the powers of, like, Holy, right? The Erd Tree shit. I guess you just couldn't notice it initially because you're like, what the hell's going on? It's my first time playing the game.
No strangers to death, and they will suffer against their foes as many times as it takes. The Margit we fought here was merely an omen illusion, an extension of the man himself, whose true form resides in Leyndell, an omen king, who would be despised by the populace if his true identity became known. But now, his only duty is to stop Tarnished reaching the thrones, and the title of Elden Lord. In the wake of the shattering, the land itself has been scarred, and the well-traveled roads have all been obliterated. Now, sheer cliffs jut upwards into ominous skies. The land of Leonia is even slowly sinking into a lake.
Yeah, Mog and Morgoth
here
have their fake versions.
Cooking prawn.
I remember this guy. I never finished his quest.
Named Bogart.
What are you looking at? You trying to start something, mate? You're tarnished too, ain't you? Can you see it then? The guidance of grace, I mean. I can't see it at all no more. Makes no bloody sense anyway. Why some no-name shithead like me should get called to the lands between. Cruel bloody joke, you ask me. Maybe something went tits-o with it. Maybe it's been broke for a good long time.
Many Tarnished were called back to the lands between, and here their crowns would be warranted by strength and little else. Because, for all its claims to true order, the Greater Will did not distinguish between the Tarnished beckoned by grace. Their thoughts,
chicken feet,
their ambitions, nothing seemed to matter. And what better example of this is there than the Dung Eater, a legend Yes, but one reviled by the masses, up until the very moment that his grace was returned. Now the Dung Eater torments the city of Leyndell. There's even
sorry, these are all people who were given grace. His grace was returned. So this guy, what can you remind me of what the grace is? Did Marika give him grace? Pyro, peace, buddy. Have a good night, man. I'm going to bed soon, too. I'm really tired. About 9 o'clock almost. What is the grace? The grace of Marika? They died somewhere else and came back to the lands between. So they were all called back. They were all given the grace. Marika's guidance that just reawakened many dead tarnished to come back to the lands between. Gotcha. Blessing given those lands between Elden Ring and the Erd Tree that symbolizes its presence. The Tarnished were given grace so one could become the Lord. So Marika called all of these separate people back to the lands between by giving them grace. Allowing, like, she... I still don't know what the hell the grace is. The grace guides Tarnished towards the ring. Something like that. It's a lure. And it allows them to be reborn. Horaloo died in the lands called the Badlands, and he was called back to the lands between. So he was reborn in the lands between. Will Golden Order is controlled free will by the space squid. Well, I mean, Marika is not... She's separate from that shit now. She doesn't want anything to do with that stuff, right? The guidance of grace is literally Marika's beacon, resurrecting the tarnished, but some lose it after a while, basically no longer guiding those tarnished. Okay. Symbolizes that they are aligned with the Erd Tree. You receive blessings as such. That's why tarnished don't have grace, because they traveled so far away. It guides you and gives you life. Okay, but it's from Marika, who got it from the Erd Tree, correct? So Marika got it from the Erd Tree and was giving it to Tarnish to come back and become the Elden Lord. Right? Does that make sense? Is that what that is? Okay. And why did she need a new Elden Lord? To finish what she started? But didn't she already finish what she started? To, like, destroy the rest of the Elden Ring? Like an NPC in Dark Souls losing their purpose and going hollow. Guiding possible Elden Lords. Okay, my question is, though, when they become Elden Lord, what does that matter? Why does that matter? Why does she need one of these people to come and become the Elden Lord? I don't know if it was Radagon. I'm not sure. Gods, i.e. Marika here, need a lord to reestablish the world order. So, you become her consort? Is that what that means? Is that what you're saying? So just like, what's his name? Well, that's ascending to godhood. So who was Marika's consort initially? Who was Marika's consort? Godfrey? It was Godfrey. Right? And Radagon. Oh, okay. So that's why Mikola needs, you know, Radagon. Or not Radagon, sorry, shit. Fuck, what's it? Radon. Radon, right? One of them becomes her consort, and she can still become God. Is that what that is? She can still become a god. She just wants to stay a god. Is that what that is? She doesn't want to stop ruling. You become the Elden Lord, but you still answer to her. Is that what that means? So Marika's a bitch. Marika's like the big bad. Marika remains a god even in her crumbling state. But she still needs her consort. Oh, so she needs you to help her rebuild everything, and she will basically be alive at the end of it all. A source of stability in a world in entropy. I mean, it just depends on how you take things. It depends on how you do things. Do I blame Marika for having all of her people, like, destroyed by a bunch of evil fucks, and then she wants to get revenge on them? I mean, that is... In a world like this, where war is so rampant anyways, and people are just horrible, it just sounds like that's just what you'd do in Elden Ring. But I mean, it just seems like shit got out of hand. Right. Marika broke the ring to remake the world, needing a new lord to make it happen. Okay. Problem was the fingers punished her. That's why she was crucified on the tree. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, why did she send Godfrey away, though? Why did she send Godfrey away? If everything was going according to plan, why would she send her consort away? I don't know about Radagon, bro. I've got no clue. Oh, because Godfrey gave her 2 Omen kids? So she's like, listen, your seed's disgusting. Get that sack out of here, bro. Is that why? He was a warrior with no war. So she sent her husband away to go kill other people in different lands. Come back when you're strong, dude. She sent away the Tarnished to come back and destroy the Greater Will. That's what that is, right? Godfrey symbolized the old world order. The Tarnished were banished to be stronger, yes, so that they would one day return, become her consort, and then take on the Golden Order, the Greater Will. Sorry, to deal with the Greater Will, all that stuff. Would that mean killing the Elden Beast? Is the Elden Beast the Greater Will, essentially? If you've killed the Elden Beast, is that kind of... Oh, it's the Elden Ring made manifest. So what the hell is she talking about? Come back and destroy the Greater Will. The Greater Will is gone. Or was she trying to bring them back just in case the Greater Will came back and tried to seize the land again? Is that what that is? That's like 10 years ago, man. That's a long time. Gotta ask George R.R. Martin. Separate the world from the Greater Will's influence. So she wants to start things over without the influence of the outer gods. Freedom through control. So she got pissed off because they were basically telling her to go genocide stuff. Is that what that was? She wasn't a fan of it anymore. And when Ronnie stole the fucking rune or whatever, the part of the death rune, and then had her son like executed, assassinated. She genocided of her own will. Okay, yeah, good person, by the way. I don't blame Merica. She just killed everyone. Peener, 27 months. Thanks, man. The answer you're looking for is the item description of the Mausoleum Foot Soldier Greaves. Really? Guys, we're just gonna watch the video. We're not getting anywhere.
Fortified manor, where the true Round Table resides.
One sec.
Would be warranted by strength.
Let's keep going. I'll think over a few
for
things.
For all its claims to true order, the Greater Will did not distinguish between the tarnished beckoned by grace. Their thoughts, their ambitions, nothing seemed to matter. And what better example of this is there than the Dung Eater?
Ooh.
A legend, yes, but one reviled by the masses, up until the very moment that his grace was returned. Now the Dung Eater torments the city of Leyndell. There's even evidence that he tortured someone at the fortified manor, where the true Round Table resides. It's little wonder, then, that his vengeful spirit appears in our hub world, a place that calls to tarnished of all kinds, whether they're legends or otherwise.
I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the Round Table, and I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
You'll get what's coming. Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being, the pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb, a stranger to defilement, ignorant of your own ignorance. You no longer interest me. Be thankful of the hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay.
Yeah, those are all cut horns. Yeah.
Leaves a lingering impression.
I thought they were
His
teeth.
His sword is fashioned from the backbone of a malformed giant. His armor resembles an omen, but with its horns cut off. His form reflects the landscape of his mind. That is to say, he is suffering. He is persecution. But he only has the mind of an omen. Others are born with the body to match, and are held to be a punishment for making contact with the crucible. They are called misbegotten, and omen, and denied rebirth via the Erd Tree. For in the lands between, death is not the end. The Erd Tree is not just the dominant faith, it is where all honest souls desire to return. To be removed from the Erd Tree's cycle of death and life, to many, that is the worst thing imaginable. That is the Omen curse. Here, in the fields of the Altus Plateau, a second Omen illusion stands watch, and it was here that a great battle was fought to repel Godric the Golden when he sought to return to Leyndell. And just down the way, Erdtree sentinels grasped torches that were furnished by Morgott himself to prevent Black Knife assassins from sneaking into the capital. Morgott gave everything for the Erdtree, only to see a golden light shining in tarnished eyes.
That's fucked up.
And despite Morgott
that is fucked up.
defending Leyndell against rebellion, blasphemy, and assassination, that golden light drives the tarnished to slay him.
That is pretty fucked up.
Remember thee, tarnished, smouldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
It's hard to go through this world and not question the very grace that guides you. And so it is that many tarnished fall from grace once again.
Doesn't have his own ambitions. I mean, is this guy really here outside of Leyndell?
Marika's tits. You must be hungry. Perfect bloody timing, actually. I got crab, cooked up fresh. There's something I should probably tell you. You heard of the Dung Eater? He's a madman. Has it out for everyone. Curses them. Goes round in his rank armor and all. You see him though. Stay, well, away. I was in the same jail as him once, so I know firsthand. He's a god-forsaken monster. Not just some petty thug like me.
So all of these people are tarnished, and they were all called back here with grace. And that Dung Eater guy was just a fucking freak show over the seas in a different town. Like an absolute, like, insane murderer. Like a serial killer, defiling people, killing, doing his thing. And he was called to the lands between, correct? So so interesting. Ah, okay. So I was wondering, I'm like, what the hell is the Dung Eater doing here? But yeah. Okay, well, let's continue.
He's a killer. Kills people.
And he has a vision for the world. Yeah.
The souls. Does all sorts of shit to the corpses to keep them cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't ever been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that to my friend. And now I seen it here again. Never thought I would. What he does to those bodies. It was him. No
This
question.
Guy.
That monster. He's lurking round here.
Despite the danger, Bogart remains just outside of Leyndell, his humble ambitions delayed by his fondness for crab. But you find a way inside, past layer and layer of the city's defense. Isn't it kind of strange that even though the tarnished are guided to restore order, that the very forces of order itself are placed in your way? You wouldn't have met him in your journey, but there is a certain noble who yet remains in the city, a member of House Shaneheit, who makes no effort to hide his prejudice.
Welcome, dear guest. After being out there, it must be quite surprising to see our capital cradled by the Erdtree, showered by an eternal wellspring of grace. The sights, the sounds, the luscious scents, each precisely as they should be, each eternal. Oh, I didn't notice that you were tarnished. Now, you mustn't take this the wrong way, but you must leave the capital at once. It is for your own good, I assure you. All things have their proper place. We, having been chosen by grace, were given this golden capital. You, on the other hand, have your own home, which is a far cry from here. So far, in fact, that it cannot be further marred by your touch.
What a loser.
For all its glory, the city of Leyndell on the surface is like a thin layer of gold, a coating that can be easily scratched away, revealing the undercity beneath, full of horrors. Here in the sewers, Omen are shunned, all for the mere crime of being born, simply because they were born with aspects of the Crucible, that same Crucible that was once the primordial form of the Erd Tree. If only the people of Leyndell knew the true identity of Morgoth, the Lord of Grace, who now rules over the city. Do you remember, back at Castle Morn, that there was a spirit who feared his body being eaten by the misbegotten? To him, there was nothing worse than being disgraced in such a way. But nothing is worse than the seedbed curse, which the Dung Eater cultivates upon those that he kills. A tender pox, afflicted with omen horns, that afflicts the host in such a way that it ensures that the curse will be passed on to natural-born children instead, creating an infectious population that will never know grace.
He's turning everyone into Omen.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The pox, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in this sewer jail below the capital.
And so, whether it's out of fear, or admiration, or sheer curiosity, we descend below.
People that won't be reborn, yeah. There's a Vati video. It's an Elden Ring movie, The Blessings of Despair. The Blessing of Despair.
On the way to the Dung Eater's cell are the shunning grounds, where we kill the Omen in the only home that they've ever known.
Well, if you do kill them, I don't kill them. I don't like killing them.
Let me out. Let me out of here. Must eat more.
Oh God, must eat more.
Defile more.
Must eat the poo.
Everything that matters to you for generations to come. Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again and defile each corpse with care, just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed, along with their children and their children's children, for all time to come.
Oh, there you are. Pleased to see you. You must have expunged the Omen from the repository. Otherwise, their revolting screeches would still be affronting my ears. Well, you've done us a fine service, I must say. The Erd Bishops will be very pleased to hear it. No, this is above their station. If I explain that this was all my idea, I could be granted audience with Morgoth.
They don't know who he
Lord of
is.
Grace.
They don't even know who he is,
What a wondrous opportunity. That a Viscountess myself might be seen by the Lord of Grace.
Why did they cut this
The
content?
citizens of Leyndell are complicit in perpetuating the curse of the Omen. With this in mind, the Dung Eater's actions almost start to make sense, for the majority of his seedbed curses can be found in Leyndell, amongst the populace that, admittedly, deserves it the most. So there's a reason the Dung Eater is lurking nearby.
Oh no, does he get defiled? I think he does. He got defiled. Because you go down there and you oh, did this guy? Ew. Wait, this guy also got defiled. I didn't find this guy initially.
Serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
Defiled by the seedbed curse, Bogart is severed from grace, against his will. The Erd Tree rejects his body and soul, and so his grace is lost, just like the Omen. What a curse.
So they just die.
What a blessing.
They just die?
Must eat more. Defile more.
You say their spirit lingers on. Nope. I thought they just die and they're gone.
A scourge upon the living. I will kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own. One day, you'll get what's coming.
What a weirdo. I remember this Yasuo NPC. He's sitting in a little garden.
All right, mate. Want some more prawn, do you? Never met someone with a taste for prawn I can trust. We'd make good mates, I reckon. I'll be seeing you.
Kill our lord. He is a stain upon all things golden.
This
Kill
guy.
Morgoth,
This guy is a loser.
imposter.
The fact that he was cut is kind of insane. I think he would have been a great NPC for this area, to be honest. He should have been an NPC here.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones? Ah, Godric the Golden.
These are all people who wanted to become Elden Lord or had become Elden Lord.
The twin prodigies.
Oh no, what?
Nicola
No,
and
no, that's not the case. That's not the case, no. Oh, the kid, these are the kids, okay. The shard bearers,
General
right.
Radahn, Praetor Rykard, Luna Princess.
They are his family. This is his family, yeah?
Willful traitors, all. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition.
This guy's loyal.
Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
No, we're only watching this video and then going to bed.
The thrones, stained by my curse,
So you kill his projection. It's not him, it's projection.
Shall not be forgiven.
He projected himself out so that you couldn't reach the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
May the curse seep to
I'm not going to play any games tonight, buddy. No, I'm done. I'm not going to play any games tonight. I'm really tired, man. I got to go to bed.
The curse is said to be stirring within you. Of course it is, if you've willingly followed the Dung Eater this far. So that at the end, a new order might begin. It's an ending defined by the curse that the Golden Order brought upon the Omen and brought upon itself. With a dead Erd tree, a pockmarked sky, and a festering population. In his insanity, the Dung Eater seems to believe that we're his equal. I guess, how else could we hold on to his seedbed curse and fight him off as well?
There you are. You warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing.
The fuck?
An apt reward for thy brash ambition. I see thee, little tarnished.
Ew.
The great rune in Morgoth's possession is the Anchor Ring. It is the foundation upon which the others rely. To make it this far, 2 great runes are required, but a third is needed to reforge the Elden Ring. Morgoth's. The other demigods all had what Morgoth was denied from birth: the Erd Tree's grace, a mother, and a fate to call their own. But while Morgoth was shackled deep below the earth, they threw it all away. So even though he was born a graceless Omen child, Morgoth tried to be the Erd Tree's protector. He was never loved, and should never have learned love. But nevertheless, love the Erd Tree he did. In death, Morgoth's horns disappear. Perhaps it was one final mercy from the Erd Tree. Too late. But at the Erd Tree, we find our path blocked once more, despite being led here by the Erd Tree's very grace.
Tarnished. Thou art but a fool. The Erd Tree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord.
Bro, this guy needs some water.
Thy deeds shall be met with failure. Just as
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. That's fucked. I never did that.
Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, again and again, until it is done. Until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled, and soon the fruits will be born.
Broad Champ, thank you, sir.
Cursed. And they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me, and they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead the wrong fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all.
Yo, Tazy, 5 gifted subs. Hey, bro, thank you, man. Let me, really quickly, actually, let me add that right now. Thank you so much. And again, for the resub, sir. I will add Prod Champ as well. 12 minutes. Thank you. We also had another resub. Let's do 14, correct? Thank you. Coin flip for the time, let's reconvene tomorrow. We're gonna reconvene tomorrow. I'm gonna wrap this movie up, or this YouTube video up, and I'm gonna head to bed. But I've got a few things for tomorrow morning, so we will reconvene tomorrow over stuff like that. And again, buddy, you want a coin flip? That's kind of a lot, dude. Double the I would say coin flipping the time in, but not doubling it, makes a little bit more sense. Doubling it would be a lot. What if it was like 50 hours and you doubled it in a coin flip, and it was just like... I think maybe coin flipping the base amount makes a bit more sense, to be honest. Another coin flip. To be fair, you guys did win it about 4 times in a row. Which I can't even argue with that. Like, that is insanity. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's talk about it tomorrow. 600 hours if the stream ends now. 800 hours. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll say this, though. If you like your gambling, Mr. Anime Titan, just wait for in about a week's time, just wait. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see something.
The creation of this mending rune requires someone to defile the defiler.
We're not gambling, by the way. Just you'll see what I mean by that.
Mend the Elden Ring.
No sponsors. No, none of that stuff. You'll see what I mean.
To order itself.
It's nothing cringe, guys. It's nothing cringe. No. You'll see what I mean.
The creation of this mending rune requires someone to defile the defiler, creating a story that can be used to mend the Elden Ring, codifying these words of defilement into order itself.
Did he party in a week? You guys are freaks, man.
This mending rune of despair only exists because of the hatred inherent in Marika's Golden Order. It makes you wonder, why did it have to be this way? Why did Marika demonize the Crucible?
Yeah, why did she? Well, we know why she did. We know why she did.
It's been a long while.
Yeah, this guy's a freak. Giga Chad, man.
That brief moment of tenderness between father and son raises some questions. Was Morgoth at some point shown love? How did Godfrey, leader of the Crucible Knights, feel about the Golden Order's scorn of the Crucible? We may never know.
Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned.
Horaloo. Dude, Phase 2 is so cool.
To be granted audience once more.
Warrior.
Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Enough of this kingly folly.
He kneecapped him. No. He's farting on him. Horaloo. Dude, this is the GOAT. Not this guy. This guy's poo.
Warrior, thou art.
Oh, he's not gonna show Horaloo. Oh, he did. That's the GOAT. The lion did nothing. Yeah, he didn't do anything. No. Warrior.
To stop you. In the end, a champion for the Omen, the Misbegotten, and Despair.
Oh, the lion was there to keep him in check. Gotcha. Gotcha, understood.
Curse you, Golden Order. One day, you'll get what's coming.
Originally, those born of the Crucible were considered to be divine. That is, until civilization advanced, and those deemed misbegotten were enslaved. But then they fought, reveled in their accursed identity, and so a new order was created, one born entirely from the prejudices of the Golden Order that came before. Now, all are cursed, and for every curse, a cursed blessing.
The Nurgle ending.
The fallen leaves tell a story of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between, our seed will look back upon us and recall the reviled curse that defined our age. The blessing of despair.
So what is the blessing of despair? So at the end where the Dung Eater gets his way, basically he curses everyone to be born as Omen, which goes completely against what the Golden Order initially had done, right? Is that what that was? What is the exact ending of his story, if you take it? Because I still don't understand his motivations. He just wanted everyone to be cursed with him? He rips your ability to respawn, essentially ending the order. Everyone becomes an Omen in mind like the Dung Eater. So everyone's forced to be born outside of grace of the Golden Order. Everyone is cursed, so everyone is equal. Oh, because he was shunned by everyone, so he just wants that for everyone else as well. That's what he believes in, because he was so insane. Is that what he's trying to do? He makes everyone immune to the influence of the greater will. Yeah. It's just kind of weird I don't know. I don't think he's chill. He's a serial killer. He's some crazy guy who would kill people and defile them. But he doesn't like the Golden Order. It's a weird ending. It's a very weird ending. Golden Mask video? No, I'm done, folks. I'm very tired. That's just gonna be it for me for tonight. I think it's bedtime. I'm very, very tired. So we've got games tomorrow to figure out. I will let everyone know what's going on with the games. We'll talk about how we want to conduct tiers, because I do want the tiers to be consistent. The reason I never really wanted to add time again is because we're playing about 3 to 5 games each instead of just typically 1 or 2. That's why I initially added time. If that's something people still really want, maybe we'll work something out. Again, I don't mind doing a coin flip for, like, if that time is added or if it's just not. I think that's kind of a fair thing, but we gotta temper it a little bit. You know, with 3 to 5 games per tier and the time, it might feel like a lot. But we'll see. You know, we've got a lot of time. We'll talk about that stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow we do start Oberdeen. I don't know how long that game is, but after Oberdeen, we've got Devil May Cry 5, and then we've got Armored Core 6. I was able to get a PlayStation Pro tonight, actually. And here it is, folks. This is what a lot of people work towards today. So again, Anime Titan, Tharforn, you know, a lot of the people who were here today gifting subs, and I mean a ton of people gifted us subs. We've got Bloodborne. We've got Demon's Souls. If certain things aren't working, play them on PlayStation, we're going to swap them over to PlayStation and actually just play them that way. I've already figured out how to stream from the PlayStation and all that stuff. So, you know, down the line, as I'm sure we're probably going to, you know, progress tiers and whatnot, I will consider some PlayStation games. The God of War franchise from, like, God of War 1 all the way up into what we have now, which I'm not sure what we have now. God of War, what, 8? God of War 7? I'm not sure. But yeah, we have a lot to look forward to. Lots of stuff to do, folks. And tomorrow's going to be a busy day. Detroit could be a thing. Doom Eternal could be a thing. Anything that doesn't work on the PC. What is DBH? Oh, Detroit Become Human. So yeah, that's the goal, folks. All right. Can't wait to see what 20 games you play. Okay, calm down, man. Tomorrow, actually, it's more than 20 games. We are at 25. 25. Oh, no, it's 20. It's 20 games. It's 12 to 20 games. Remember, folks, tonight is the final chance you have at posting games in the Discord. Let me know what you're interested in, and we're going to round out the rest of them. Okay? So we've got 12 to 20 games. We've got 2 big games. We've got Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. We've got Bloodborne, and we've got Demon's Souls. And if you wonder why we haven't gotten any of them done, it's because we've spent a week and a half playing Elden Ring. So I'm sure we'll revisit Elden Ring lore, but we are done Elden Ring for now. We do need to move on. I understand the gist of the story. I still don't understand, you know, the little branching off paths that lead into, like, the Dung Eater and Gold Mask and all that stuff. There's a lot of people in the game that have their own stories and ideas as to how to rule the land. They don't matter in the end, but, you know, it's fun content. But yeah, tomorrow, lots to do. Elden Ring is done. Am I going to miss Elden Ring on stream? Probably. You know, when you've done something for a week straight, you feel like that's just what you get on and do, and that's what a lot of people want, but it's over. We've beaten Elden Ring. We've done the base game, we did the DLC. everything is done in Elden Ring. But hey, you know what I'm excited for? Armored Core 6 is another FromSoft game. Armored Core 6 is going to be really cool. Red Dead, you know, Bloodborne, stuff like that, Demon's Souls, all of the big, like, huge... Yeah, that's going to be really cool, man. I've never played these games. Not once. I am a League of Legends gamer. I only know esports nonsense gaming. I am really interested in what these games have to offer. Because we've played about, I think, 80 games in 3 months. Armored Core is not going to be tomorrow. We've got Obra Dinn and Devil May Cry. Last of Us is going to get played too, actually. Caveman discovers fire. Full day of Comic Graves. Now, we're going to open up tomorrow playing League. And then at about 9 or 10, we're going to talk about every game that needs to be played, and then we'll start Obra Dinn. All right, guys, so I'm going to stop yapping. I need to go to sleep. We are pausing at 445 hours and 42 minutes. Or 445, 42. Jesus God, folks. 440, how much, what was it? 445, 42. 445, 42. Okay. The sub count should be 28. I do need some sleep, man. I am beat today. You know what I should do? What I should do is actually put, really quickly before I go, upcoming games. How do you spell Obra Dinn? D-I-H-N? Devil May Cry 5. Armored Core 6. Plus 12. It's too big. It's Bloodborne and Soul. Okay. I'm just going to leave this on stream as well, just so people know what the schedule is. Let me just move this around. Yeah, what an ugly screen. No. It's just ugly. It's very ugly. This is so shit looking, but you know what? It's okay. I'm out, folks. Have yourselves an awesome night. Again, the support today was fucking insane. Absolutely insane. I've got no words. I just hope my actions will make up for it. Right? We got a lot of things to do, and I hope you enjoy them. So, with that being said, guys, again, have a great night, folks. You guys take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. Go eat some food. Go to bed. Do whatever you want. Whatever brings you joy. And I will catch you all tomorrow.